His Billionaire Dream and Unexpected Love. By Michelle Love, Ellen Lane and Eliza Duke. His Billionaire Dream. Chapter 1, The Offer. Lauren was eating her lunch behind the size 9 section when she heard the other two girls working the sales floor start to giggle. These were the sorts of giggles usually reserved for giddy high school freshmen, girls who swoon whenever the quarterback smiles at them in the halls. She set what remained of her ham on rye down on her little hideout behind the women's Adidas running shoes and walked to the stockroom entryway that led out to the floor. She peeked out, not wanting to seem interested in whatever had them so happy. She spotted them easily enough. They were up at the register, which Lauren could clearly see between the aisles for men's boots and dress shoes. Both of them were leaning across the counter and being far too friendly to a man in a suit who was speaking to them in a near whisper. Brittany was easily the worst of the two. She was a waifish 23-year-old who seemed to think copious amounts of inappropriate flirting compensated for her flat chest and lack of any sort of curves. She was very pretty, but seemed to not realize it, always trying to compensate by practically offering herself to any cute man that walked into Far Brothers' shoes. Shelley was almost just as bad, only she had the body to back up her look at me I am so cute attitude. While she was not as flirty or crude as Brittany, she knew how to work her cleavage and what she called the bottom lip bite to get just about any man wanting her. Lauren stayed where she was, spying on Brittany and Shelley. She looked to the man that they were ogling, but was only able to see him from the side. It was apparent that he was handsome, even just from the left side. His suit looked like it cost more than Lauren's car, and it made him seem very out of place in a rundown little shoe store that could barely pay its bills. Lauren wondered what it would be like to be able to openly flirt with a man like that. She wondered what it would be like to openly flirt with any man. Lauren was 26, weighed 228 pounds, and seemed to keep a small patch of acne just below her hairline that had been there since high school, apparently to stay. Her hair was plain and black, her eyes were the same, and she could only pull off pretty if she spent half an hour or more in front of the mirror in the morning with some very expensive makeup. She had given up on trying to live the life that Shelley and Brittany had almost 5 years ago. That had been after finding out that her college boyfriend, the only man she had ever been intimate with, had been cheating on her for nearly 2 years. She never asked him why he had done it. She had just assumed. The other girl had been at least 60 pounds lighter than she was, and smiled about every single thing. Lauren rarely smiled. There was nothing in her life to make her smile, much less make her think about smiling. Not even cute businessmen that came into this crappy little shoe store. With a heavy sigh, Lauren went back to her sandwich. There was no actual break room in Far Brothers' shoes, so she always ate lunch in the large stockroom, and tucked herself in the far corner by the outdated women's tennis shoes. She sat there and finished off her sandwich, washing it down with a lukewarm Pepsi. As she was drinking the last of her soda, she heard Brittany and Shelley heading to the back of the store. They were snickering and giggling, again making Lauren have high school flashbacks. When they came back into the stockroom and took a seat behind the security monitors so that they could see the floor without actually being out there, they were still giggling. "I wonder what he would pay me per hour," Brittany said. "Would you actually do that?" Shelley asked. "I do not know. It depends on how much money. A guy like him, I think he would be clean, you know. There is nothing to worry about, really. I probably would not even charge him." "You are awful, Britt." Brittany pointed a playful finger at Shelley and said, "You mean to tell me that you would not spend the night with him if given the chance?" Shelley said. "Yes, I probably would." Brittany turned around and gave Lauren an evil grin that she did not like one bit. "How about you, Lauren?" Brittany said. "How much would he have to pay you to get you in the sack?" "I do not know," Lauren said. "I did not even see him." "Does not matter. You know him all right. It was Riley Thompson. Everyone knows him." "The man that was just in here was Riley Thompson?" Lauren asked, legitimately shocked. Riley Thompson was a multi-millionaire, probably a billionaire, who owned just about every inch of the industrial districts in the city. She found it hard to believe that he had stepped foot into Farr Brothers' shoes. So yes, she knew him. Both Brittany and Shelley were right. He was not only incredibly wealthy, he was drop-dead handsome, and the thought of being intimate with a man like that was, to Lauren, like picturing herself riding a unicorn. It was not going to happen. "Look at her," Shelley said slyly. "She would." "I always knew she had a naughty side to her," Brittany said, giving her a playful hug. "I bet there is a ton about Lauren that we do not know about." Lauren blushed, not even trying to hide it. The truth of the matter was that Brittany and Shelley were generally pretty nice to her. Sure, Lauren envied them a little bit because of their bodies and how it seemed that they could eat anything and stay slim, but they never demeaned her or spoke down to her. Lauren would not go so far as to call them friends by any means, but they were okay for the most part. She had learned in high school and college how the beautiful skinny girls had a way of making the heavier girls feel inferior. Back then, it had been a social norm that Lauren had simply accepted. But now, working with attractive and outgoing women like Brittany and Shelley, she was pleased to know that such nonsense tended to die off in the real world. Lauren's lunch break ended, and she took over the floor while Brittany put together an invoice for the following day. Shelley left, and her shift was now over as Tuesday afternoon became Tuesday night. While Lauren and Brittany were cleaning up, counting down the final hour of the day, Lauren found herself looking at the counter, again amazed at how any woman could be so open and flirty with a man like Riley Thompson. How empowering that must be. What did Mr. Thompson want anyway? Lauren asked, surprised that she had actually asked the question. "Not shoes, I can tell you that," Brittany said. She stopped pushing her broom across the entryway where the newest and most expensive shoes were piled, and held it almost thoughtfully. "He asked to speak to Mr. Farr. He was sort of sly about it, especially when I told him that Mr. Farr was not in. I even asked if he wanted Mr. Farr's number, and he said no. He said he would drop back in some other time." "What on earth does he have to do with Mr. Farr?" Lauren asked. "Who knows," Brittany said. "But if he is hanging with the likes of Riley Thompson these days, I think we should all ask for raises." "Amen," Lauren said, and went back to wiping down the counter. The night ended with just one more customer. A tired-looking mother hauling her young son behind her as they shopped for school shoes, but that was about it. Lauren and Brittany locked the store up and called it a night. "I am heading out for drinks with some friends," Brittany said as they reached their cars. "You want to come?" Lauren did want to go. She wanted that sort of interaction with other people, pretty desperately, actually. But while women like Brittany and Shelley had learned to look past their weight and shyness, others had not. She knew this well, and had experienced it far too many times in bars and clubs. She did not feel like putting herself through that tonight. "Not tonight," she said, looking away. "Maybe some other time." "I am going to hold you to that," Brittany said, pointing an accusatory finger. Lauren only nodded as she got into her car and closed the door. She pulled out of the parking lot rather quickly, as if she was afraid that she might change her mind and decide to take Brittany up on her offer. Scene break. She walked to her apartment just as quickly as she had left the parking lot of the store. She felt as if she had been defeated, by what or whom she was not sure. All she knew was that she had one more night of hanging out by herself in front of the television to look forward to. It would also be a night of trying to fight the urge to crack open that new bag of potato chips, or to make a batch of brownies, just to have something to do. As she pulled her keys from her purse, she heard the elevator ding behind her. She looked to her left and watched as Scott Graham stepped off. He was a little older than she was, and was just as shy. He smiled at her, adjusting the glasses on his face as he did so. "Hey Lauren," he said. "Hey Scott." His apartment was in the opposite direction, but he took a step toward her instead. Lauren sometimes wondered if Scott had a crush on her. It was a fanciful thought, and it made her feel conceited, something she rarely felt. Scott was a little pudgy, was going gray at the age of 36, and had absolutely no fashion sense. Still, she could not remember a man who had shown her so much attention since her college boyfriend. And we see how that turned out, she often told herself when she tried to imagine Scott having any sort of physical attraction to her. Whether he did or not did not matter. It would never happen. She would not allow it. Still, it was nice to be able to entertain the notion. Big night? Scott asked. Oh, absolutely, Lauren said. Did you know Gilmore Girls is on Netflix now? He chuckled, and then gave a shrug. Netflix is my life right now, he said. But for me, it is Breaking Bad. Well, enjoy it, Lauren said, unlocking her door and opening it. You too, Scott said. Lauren closed the door behind her, and could not help but smile. It did seem like Scott felt a certain something for her. It made her feel guilty in a peculiar way, but it also made her feel like an actual woman. Oh dear, Brittany would have a field day with this, she thought. She showered, ate a small dinner, managing to forego the brownies and considering it a victory, and then kept true to the plans she had shared with Scott. She sat down in front of the television and laughed at Lorelai Gilmore's wit. As she watched, her mind kept wandering back to earlier in the day when she had spied on Brittany and Shelley, as they had spoken to Riley Thompson. If what Brittany had said was true, he would be back in the store. And as assistant manager, there was a good chance that she would be there when he did. I am going to talk to him, she told herself between shows. The idea of it made her nervous and a little giddy. She knew it was a silly promise to make to herself, but there it was, plain and simple. I am going to talk to him, and I might even flirt. Just to see what it is like. The idea of it embarrassed her, but she was unable to keep the smile off of her face when she thought about it. Scene break. As it turned out, she did not have to wait very long. 2 days later, when she was opening the store with Mr. Farr, a white Escalade pulled into the lot. It was not the sort of car they usually saw in their lot, making Lauren's mind instantly jump to conclusions. It is him. Remember what you told yourself. Remember the promise you made to yourself. Oh dear, she said softly. What is that? Mr. Farr said as they walked inside. Nothing, Lauren said. Just talking to myself. Yet as they walked inside and started flipping on lights, she looked out of the large display window and saw that her assumption had been correct. Riley Thompson stepped out of the white Escalade and started coming across the parking lot. He was not dressed in a suit today. Instead, he wore a pair of simple khaki pants, a dress shirt, and a loose-fitting tie. Seeing him from the front, as he got closer, told her the initial view of Riley the other day was nothing. He was beyond handsome. And to make matters worse, he carried himself as if he knew it. Mr. Farr had made his way to the back for his morning routine when Riley walked through the front door. Lauren looked to the back of the store, knowing that Mr. Farr was doing what he usually did, turning on the music for the day, starting a pot of coffee, and setting the air conditioner controls. He would be back up to the front in less than 3 minutes. Hello, Lauren said as Riley came to the counter, pretending that she did not know who he was. Hi there, Riley said. He came to the counter and rested his hands on it as if he had been there 100 times before. He looked Lauren directly in the eyes, and when he did, she nearly abandoned the promise she had made to herself. His stare was like ice being slid across your spine, but in the best way imaginable. Can I help you? She asked. Yes, I think you can. I saw Mr. Farr come in here with you. You think he might make a moment for me? I am sure he would, Lauren said, trying to remember how to flirt. Had she ever been able to flirt? One thing was for sure, he was not looking at her in the same way that he had been looking at Brittany and Shelley 2 days ago. Can you get him for me? Riley asked, his tone indicating that he suspected she might be a little slow. You are ruining this, she thought to herself. How can you? Miss? She blinked her stupor away, and after fuming with herself, abandoned her plan. It was just as well. If she had stayed there under his gaze for much longer, she would have started blushing. And there is nothing more helpless and pathetic than an awkward and blushing heavier girl. 1 second, she said, tearing her eyes away from him. I will get him for you. She looked down to the floor when she walked around the counter and towards the back. She looked at the bland store uniform she had to wear to work and cursed it for not allowing her to show more cleavage. Maybe that would have gotten more attention from him. It was the one asset she had that she knew she could work to her advantage. Overweight or not, her breasts owed very little of their generous size to the extra pounds she had elsewhere. Mr. Farr met her halfway down the aisle, oblivious to the man who was waiting for him at the counter. There is someone here to see you, sir, Lauren said. Who is it? He asked, looking over her shoulder. But from the look of shock and bewilderment on his face, it was clear that he recognized Riley Thompson. Oh, he said as if someone had punched him in the stomach. Thanks, Lauren. Lauren watched him go, walking to the counter in a rigid posture that made him look taller. He is doing that on purpose, she thought, as she headed to the back. She had made a huge fool of herself in front of the billionaire that Brittany and Shelley had so easily flirted with, and she did not feel like digging that hole any deeper. She retreated to the back and started to find shoes that had been misplaced the day before, returning them to their proper place. As she listened, she understood the voices of Riley and Mr. Farr. It was mostly muffled whispers, but there was the occasional laughter, a laughter that sounded forced as far as Lauren was concerned. She could not help but wonder what the conversation was about. From the look she had seen on Mr. Farr's face, it was clear that he had not been expecting such a guest. And she found it hard to think that Riley and Mr. Farr ran in the same circles. While Mr. Farr had owned the shoe store for 20 years, inherited from his older brother who died in a car accident at an early age, and it had done rather well, he was still an aging blue-collar worker who dealt with debt and bills. How might he have gotten mixed up with Riley Thompson? As she wondered about these things, she heard another burst of laughter, and then the strong and confident voice of Riley Thompson saying, "Thank you for your time, Mr. Farr." Lauren heard the little digital bell above the door go off as Riley left. She peered to the front of the store and saw that Mr. Farr seemed to be frozen in place. She was about to jump out of her skin to find out what the conversation had been about, but she did not want to pry. She and Mr. Farr were on good terms, but she did not think he would appreciate her snooping. After a while, Mr. Farr finally moved away from the counter and came down the aisle towards the back of the store, where Lauren was still rearranging the mixed-up shoe boxes. He was walking like he was half asleep, but as he got closer, Lauren saw that it was more like an expression of shock. "Are you okay?" she asked. Mr. Farr nodded and sat down on the small steps that led up to the back floor of the shop. "Yes, I think so," he said. And then he started laughing in a way that made Lauren slightly uneasy. She was not sure what to follow up with, because she still did not think it would be appropriate to pry. However, he went on, unprompted by Lauren, and told her what had him so frazzled. "Riley Thompson," he said, shaking his head and grinning. "I assume you know that is who that man was, right?" "Yes. He just offered me $800,000 for this store." "What?" As if ignoring her completely, Mr. Farr went on. "When I turned him down, he upped it to an even million." "Oh my goodness." "Yeah." Lauren kept quiet for a moment. "Well, what are you going to do?" she cautiously asked. "I would like to say I do not know, but, well, it is $1 million. How can I say no?" "Then why do you look like you are about to get sick?" Mr. Farr rubbed his forehead, as if he was getting a headache. "Because this store has been in my family for 50 years. And he does not want the store to make money from it. He wants to knock it down, along with the 2 businesses beside us, to make a lot for this huge real estate development." Unexpected anger rose up in Lauren as she heard this. What sort of egotistical creep could just knock down a family business that had been in operation for more than 50 years? Did Riley Thompson think that money was really that powerful? Well, she thought, maybe it is. Mr. Farr looked torn. "Are you? Well, are you going to sell?" "I just do not know," he said. "I asked him for a day or so to think about it. On the one hand, I am the last one in the family that could run the place, so when I die, who knows what will happen to it. On the other hand, there is the principle of the thing. It is my family's business, and as mundane as it can get at times, I do enjoy it here. The anger started to build as she continued to see Mr. Farr with such a weighty decision on his shoulders. Yet at the same time, she could not be all that mad. What would she do if given such a choice? For people like them, $1 million was life-changing money. Well, Mr. Farr said, getting back to his feet and doing his best to put on his business-as-usual face. Looks like I have some thinking to do. In the meantime, it is back to work. Lauren watched him go back to the front of the store and felt sorry for him. Sure, the money was a huge promise for his future, but still, it must have been gut-wrenching to make that decision. Throughout the day, Lauren caught glimpses of Mr. Farr as they passed one another in the store. It was Thursday, the slowest day of the week, so it was just the two of them. He was usually rather chatty, but kept to himself for most of the day. He went out for lunch, something he rarely did, and returned to work just as solemnly as ever. There were moments when he looked like he was in a great mood, but was keeping it to himself. Most of the time, he looked burdened. The rage towards Riley Thompson came and went. On the one hand, she found it generous to offer so much money for a business that was not worth that amount. It was contemptible to buy a business, only to level it to the ground, just because Riley had the money to do so. These were the sorts of things on her mind when Mr. Farr approached her at the counter just after 6 o'clock that afternoon. She had just finished ringing up a purchase for an elderly lady when Mr. Farr came out of nowhere. He looked on the brink of snapping, whether out of excitement or sorrow, Lauren could not tell. "No use in making up a lie," he told her. "My stomach is in knots over this whole Riley Thompson thing. I cannot think straight, and I am all jittery. Can you hold down the fort if I step out a little early?" "Of course. Are you going to be okay?" "I think so. This is just much harder than I thought." "I will hold things down here," she said. "It is just 2 hours, and let us face it, we have not exactly been slammed today." "Thanks, Lauren." "No problem, boss." She watched him gather up his things and head out of the door. He looked like a man who was about to embark on an incredible journey with no clear destination in mind. The thought of Riley Thompson filled her with anger. Shelling out millions of dollars was nothing to him, and he did not stop to think of the turmoil that his ego and wallet could cause. Billionaire or not, the guy was an arrogant jerk. And if she saw him again, she would tell him so. That was one promise regarding Riley Thompson that she intended to keep. Scene break. As it turned out, she got her chance less than 2 hours later. 15 minutes before the store closed, as she was sweeping up the aisles just to pass the time, the little electronic dinger above the front door went off. She set the broom down and walked to the front to greet the customer. When she saw Riley Thompson standing there, she froze for a moment but then pushed on. She was not going to let his status or ridiculous good looks befuddle her this time. She walked directly to the counter and did not even bother taking her place behind the register. It was not as if this jerk was here to buy anything anyway. Well, just the store itself. "Mr. Farr is not here," she said, her tone filled with anger. "I know," he said. "Then why are you here?" There was venom in her voice, and it was the only thing that kept her calm when she realized that she was standing less than 3 feet away from him. If she chose to do so, she could reach out and slap him in his terribly good-looking face. "I wanted to speak with you," he said. This nearly froze her again, but she forged on somehow. Surely it was just some ploy. "Well," she said, "based on what I hear you intend to do to Mr. Farr's business, should he decide to sell it to you, I do not have any intention of speaking with you." He cast her a confused look that he quickly replaced with a devilish smile. Lauren felt her heart skip a beat, and feared that a flush might be rising to her cheeks. Good grief, she thought. There is no sense in anyone looking that good. "I guess you are thinking I am the bad guy. Is that right?" "You said it, not me," Lauren said. She wanted to look away from him, because his stare was both terrifying and, if she was being honest with herself, arousing at the same time. "Educate me," Riley said. "How am I the bad guy? I checked my facts before approaching Mr. Farr. This business is only worth $470,000 right now. And it has been declining at a steady rate over the last 5 years. I believe my offer was beyond generous." "You cannot just throw money at people to get what you want," she said, very aware of the fact that it sounded like she was lecturing a child. And was he actually smiling at her as she did it? New fury rolled through her as she went on. "You want to buy the store to knock it down. You want to spend $1 million to take a man's family business and reduce it to rubble. And what for? Just so you can put up more real estate developments to further line your own pockets." While that is a rather crude summary of it all, yes, you are essentially correct. But I am glad to see that you are passionate about it. I came here to sort of convince you to sway Mr. Farr. Lauren was aware that the flush was rising in her cheeks now. But it was out of anger and nothing more. Whatever parts of her were attracted to him ran in retreat as the anger came to the surface. "I am good at what I do," Riley said. "But yes, I do understand the sentiment and why Mr. Farr might refuse my very generous offer. But I also understand the human condition. I understand that the advice of a friend can go a long way. And why would I try to convince him?" She did not want to reveal that she did not think it would take much convincing. She felt deep in her heart that Mr. Farr was going to take the money in the end. "I do not know," Riley said. The look of amusement was gone from his face, and any dreams Lauren had enjoyed of being able to flirt with him, and in dreamland of him flirting back, were gone. "I saw the assistant manager title on your name tag and thought you might hold some influence." "Yes, but unlike you, I do not use influence to bully people." "Ouch," he said, holding his hands up in mock surrender. He took a step closer to her and looked at her name tag again. His eyes lingered there, and it felt like he was checking her out. She blushed furiously at this, as his eyes lingered over the name tag just above her left breast. "Mr. Thompson, please leave." "Are you sure?" he asked. And now there was something new in his gaze, something that looked like it wanted to be friendly but did not know how. "Yes, I am sure." He stood there for a moment longer, and looked as if he wanted to say something more. And God help her, she did not want him to leave. He was looking at her, paying her some attention, and he had for just a moment seemed to be giving her what Shelley would have called the once-over, when his eyes had headed in the direction of her name tag. He gave her a disappointed smile, and then nodded. "Well then, Lauren, sorry to have wasted your time." With that, he headed out of the door, leaving her alone in the store. She exhaled deeply, not realizing until he was gone just how exhausting the confrontation had been. Her anger, attraction, and moral compass had all been spinning, and she felt dizzy as a result. She turned away from the door and collected her breath, not wanting the temptation of watching him get into his expensive car. She felt herself relaxing a bit, each deep breath helping to calm her. When the digital bell over the door sounded 3 seconds later, she let out a little yelp of surprise. She turned to greet the late customer, but this time when she saw Riley standing there, she was not able to unfreeze herself. "Sorry for startling you," he said with that same charming smile. "But I had a question." "What?" she said, the word coming out of her like nothing more than a puff of wind. "Are you working tomorrow?" "No. It is my day off." "Why are you offering up this information?" she asked herself. Lash into the jerk. Show him how angry you are. "Good," he said. "I was wondering if you would have lunch with me." She opened her mouth but no words came out. For a dizzying moment, she wondered if Brittany or Shelley had snuck into the store and was standing behind her. Surely, he was asking one of them out to lunch. But she was there by herself. This is a trick, she thought. He is just trying to use you to get to Mr. Farr. But she thought of what it might be like. Even if she was being used in the long run, it could be fun. She could not even imagine the looks of shock she would get from Brittany and Shelley, if she actually went out to lunch with Riley Thompson. Lauren? She snapped out of her daze, realizing that he was saying her name. Yes, she said, embarrassed. He smiled at her again, and this time there was no condescension. It was a genuine smile, and it made her want to melt. Should I take your silence to mean no? She shook her head, and when the next words came out of her mouth, she nearly fainted. Sure. We can do lunch tomorrow. Great, he said. Do you know where the pear tree is? She only nodded, knowing that the look of shock on her face had to be comical. But there was no way that she could remove it. It was hard to breathe, hard to think. Was this really happening? Can you meet me there at 12 o'clock? Yes, she said. Her voice sounded like a robot, and she hated everything about herself. She stood there like a fool with this gorgeous man speaking to her. Great, Riley said. I will see you then. Yes, she said again. You idiot. This is some messed up game he is playing. Not that she would have been able to say much of anything anyway, since he was back out of the door before she could muster the courage. All Lauren could do was stare out of the display windows as night started to fall, wondering what in the world had just happened. Scene break. It was not until she had arrived home and half collapsed into her recliner that Lauren realized Riley had asked her to meet him at the pear tree. She knew where the place was, but had never stepped foot inside of it. She had heard plenty of people rave about it, but had also heard about the rigidity of the menu as well. It was the sort of place where a simple lunch would cost nearly an entire day's wages from the shoe store. It was Lauren's opinion that lunch at Taco Bell was as good as lunch at an overpriced fine dining establishment. That might have something to do with all of this extra weight you keep beating yourself up about, she thought to herself. She tried to get lost in an episode of Gilmore Girls, but was not so lucky. She still tried to get her head around the fact that Riley Thompson had asked her to lunch. When she reached the point where this fact felt as if it would make her head explode, Lauren got up from the recliner, turned off the television, and headed for her laptop. She ran a search using the terms Riley Thompson, dating, and romance. The results that popped up told her everything she had expected. After about half an hour of reading, she discovered that Riley had dated 3 different women over the last 8 years or so. And that did not include the one-night stands that she was sure he had had in between. She was able to find articles with pictures featuring 2 of the women he had dated, and it was just as she had expected. They were slim, gorgeous, and looked as if they had been born to do nothing more than date billionaires. One of them had actually appeared in a rock video and, after the breakup, had posed for Playboy. She imagined that moment in the store when he had been looking her over. If he had, he would have been disgusted, not interested, she thought to herself. It was further proof that he had only asked her so that he could try to further persuade her to give Mr. Farr a nudge in the direction of selling the store. It made her feel used. That was easy to identify and made sense. But at the same time, there was something exciting about it. While she did not know where that excitement came from, she felt pretty sure that it was selfish. As she looked at the picture of Riley and the Playboy model one last time, she then opened another browser and found the website for the pear tree. She found an images page and looked it over, trying to gauge the dress code that was expected. She was relieved to see most people dressed in business casual attire, and a knock at her door interrupted her. She turned towards the door and was overcome with the certainty that it would be Riley. Of course, that was foolish. He did not know where she lived, although she felt certain he was the kind of man who could get that information rather easily. She did not see him making such a bold move, no matter how cocky and handsome he was. She answered the door and saw that it was Scott. He was dressed in what she assumed was his night attire, not necessarily pajamas, but what Lauren had always referred to as bedtime clothes. He looked embarrassed and, as always, a little awkward. "Hey Scott," she said. "What is up?" "Well, I am sorry to bother you so late, but I was wondering if I could borrow some ice. My stupid ice maker is jammed again, and it has been a margarita day. I have got everything but the ice." Of course, Scott. Come on in. He did as she asked, looking all the more awkward as he did so. Lauren had always assumed that he was not very successful with the ladies, but also knew that he was not gay because she had been in his apartment and seen the Maxim magazines lying around. He also sometimes talked about a woman he had dated just out of college, but nothing deep. "Margaritas, huh?" she asked as she got a bowl from her cupboard and walked to the fridge. She ran the ice from her ice maker into the bowl, and the cubes clinked together as they fell. "Yes," Scott said. "I am not much of a drinker, but I have always liked margaritas." "I have always been fond of martinis," she said. "But the fruity-tasting ones, not the hard stuff." She handed him the bowl, and he gave her a smile that made him look a little younger than he actually was. He actually managed to look her in the eye, and she found that he was cute, but in a very innocent and unexpected way. "Thanks," he said. He studied the ice for a moment, and then looked up at her again. "I have got a lot of tequila," he said. "Plenty of margaritas to go around if you want to come have one with me." She felt bad for him because she knew how he felt. Living alone and having no one to love or even to spend much time with was depressing. She knew that asking her such a thing was a huge step for Scott, even if it was an innocent and friendly invitation. If she did not have such a big day ahead of her, she thought she might accept the invitation and even allow herself to get a little tipsy. But that would be bad, given the importance and unpredictability of the next 16 hours or so of her life. "Any other time I really would," she said. "But I need to turn in soon. I have got a lot on my plate tomorrow, and I need to rest. But look, do not let that deter you. The next time you serve up a batch, let me know. I will be there." The disappointment on his face was only slight, replaced by what she thought was a genuine smile. "You have got it," he said. "And thanks for the ice." She walked him to the door and waved him good night. When she closed the door behind him, she chuckled. 2 men asked her for her company in a single day. There might have been a time in high school when that had happened, but certainly not since then. It felt surreal. She took her own advice and decided to shut down for the night. She brushed her teeth and stripped down for bed. As she did so, she looked at her body in the mirror. There were a few glimpses of the well-built woman she had once been when she had started college. But it had only taken 3 years to lose that girl. Studying, a borderline abusive relationship, and overall terrible self-esteem had caused her to put on a little over 40 pounds in those 3 years. In the years that followed, which led her to the shoe store and a hopeless future, a few more pounds were added on, and she found herself staring at a reflection that was knocking on the door of 230 pounds. She had tried the gym, tried eating right, and it had all been temporary. She had dropped down to 207 pounds at one point, only to hit a valley that she could not get beyond. She had gained the weight back quickly, and had adopted a fairly stern I give up attitude when it came to her weight. She shrugged at her reflection, and then retired to bed. Her thoughts instantly went to the lunch she was scheduled for tomorrow. It made absolutely no sense that she was going to be having lunch with Riley Thompson, and part of her feared that it was all part of some elaborate joke. Maybe Brittany and Shelley were behind it. But she doubted it. And the only way to find out for sure was to just summon up all of her bravery and do it. With that fragile thought in her head, her worries were momentarily stopped, and she was able to get to sleep. Scene break. The next day, she spent an hour in front of the mirror. She stopped when she felt that she was as pretty as she was going to get. She looked tons better than she did any day at the shoe store, and that almost made her take off all of her makeup. Did she really want Riley to see that she had gone to great lengths to look good for him? She shrugged that concern off as she left her apartment. The pear tree was 20 minutes from her building, and when she reached her car, it was 11:45. She had decided that she would be just a little late, wanting to make sure she did not seem over-anxious. She sat in her car for a moment, the engine running as she remained in the parking space. "Do you really want to do this?" The question flashed through her head as if it were in big neon letters. like those in the windows of tacky bars. She knew that there was a very good chance that this was all just a ploy, and she had to prepare herself for that. But at the same time, she also knew that her acceptance of his invitation was more of a step towards her own personal development. Showing up at the pear tree to have lunch with a billionaire who looked like he had just stepped out of a magazine was something that she had never dreamed she would do, especially not over the last 8 years of her life. She was doing this for herself more than anything else. She wanted to prove to herself that she had the courage to do something like this. She wanted to look past the intimidation that seemed to come off of Riley in waves. If she could do this and come out of it, not being a nervous wreck, she imagined that she could do nearly anything. She smiled warmly, wondering what she might do if she came out of this smelling like roses, and Scott invited her over for a margarita again. She had not been intimate with anyone in nearly 2 years, and that had been a brief weekend fling with a guy who had never bothered to call her back, and ignored her texts and emails. She wondered if Scott had that same cute awkwardness going for him in more private moments too. She shook that thought away, not wanting intimacy to be on her mind when she sat down face to face with Riley. With a deep sigh, she put her car into drive and headed out of the parking garage. She had just missed the lunch traffic that usually crawled through her neighborhood Monday through Friday, and toyed with the idea of stopping by the shoe store. She wanted to see how Mr. Farr was holding up under the weight of his decision, but more than that, she would love for Brittany and Shelley to see her like this. She would also love to tell them where she was headed, and who she was going to be meeting. But there was no time for that, and the thought of Brittany seeing her so spruced up was just as anxiety-inducing as the thought of sitting at a table with Riley to share a meal. She looked longingly at the store as she passed it, headed for the pear tree. It was 12:02 when she turned onto the street the restaurant was located on, and 12:08 when she parked. She got out of the car quickly, not allowing herself the time to talk herself out of this. She realized that her knees were trembling, but she could not allow them to stop. By the time she reached the doors of the pear tree, she had her wobbly knees under control, but then felt like she might have a heart attack. She walked inside, and was impressed that it was not as pretentious of a place as she had assumed. It was easily one of the nicest restaurants she had been in, but it was not so nice that it was off-putting. A cheerful hostess stood at the podium that separated the entrance from the dining room. She greeted Lauren warmly, and the plastic sort of smile she wore reminded her of Shelley slightly. "Can I help you?" the hostess asked. "I am meeting someone here, but I do not know if they are here yet." "What is the name?" "She is not going to believe me," Lauren thought. "Riley Thompson," she said, embarrassed and waiting for the hostess to start laughing. But nothing of the sort happened. The hostess nodded and asked, "Are you Lauren?" "I am." "Okay." Mr. Thompson called and said he was running late. He should be here in the next 10 minutes or so. But he asked me to invite you to the bar and have a drink that we will put on his tab. "Oh," Lauren said, a little disappointed that her plan to arrive late had backfired. Still, the idea of a drink soothed her. A nice strong drink would maybe help get her nerves in order. "Right this way," the hostess said. Lauren followed her around the side of the dining room and to the bar area. The bar was nearly empty, occupied only by 2 businessmen sitting in a booth and going over spreadsheets while sipping on a dark beer. Lauren stuck to old-fashioned means and took a seat at the bar. A portly bartender came over and set a napkin down in front of her. "What will you have?" he asked. "A cherry martini," she said. "And," the hostess said from behind her, "this goes on Mr. Thompson's tab." "Got it," the bartender said, getting to work on her drink. "Enjoy," the hostess said and then gave her a smile. It was a knowing smile, but not one of disdain. It was more like the sort of smile women share when they know something monumental has happened. It was a "you go girl" smile if Lauren had ever seen one. The bartender served the martini, and then set to changing out one of the kegs. Lauren sipped from the martini, unable to believe how unbearable the waiting was. She wondered if he was doing this on purpose, letting her stew over the fact that she was going to be having lunch with a man who made more money last year than she would probably make in her lifetime. She was nearly done with her martini when a hand fell on her shoulder from behind. She nearly yelped out in surprise, the martini glass tilting in her hand. She turned to see Riley standing there, his face no more than a foot away from her own. She wanted to lean away, feeling that she was being imposed upon somehow. But she held her ground and focused on the feeling of his hand on her shoulder. "Sorry I am late," he said. "My morning meeting ran ridiculously late." "It is okay," she said, nodding towards the drink. "This was worth the wait." "Good," he said. "Go ahead and order another. We have got some talking to do, I think." She pondered this for a moment, and before she could decide, Riley raised his hand to signal the bartender over. "Another drink for my friend, please. And a vodka tonic for me." "Yes, sir," the bartender said, his tone indicating that he was well aware of who he was serving. "Shall we?" Riley asked, gesturing towards one of the booths along the side of the bar area. "Sure," Lauren said, the nerves once again creeping up. Still, as nervous as she was, she noticed that he never took his hand away from her shoulder when they moved from the bar to the booth. Then suddenly, they were sitting down, facing one another. He was smiling at her, her heart was hammering in her chest, and she realized a very sickening thing. "Oh my goodness," she thought. "I have gotten myself into some major trouble here." His Billionaire Dream. Chapter 2, The Lunch Date. When Lauren was 14, she imagined an easy path ahead of her. It would be a path that led her toward finding love easily, toward success in her career, and just about anything else life had waiting for her. At 14, she had been slightly less than average when it came to weight, and she had a good 3 inches on just about every other girl in her class. More than that, her breasts had started to develop almost an entire year before any of her friends, and the attention she had gotten from the boys in their grade had helped her coast through her freshman year of high school. When her senior year had come, she had put on a little bit of weight, but it had not been enough to get alarmed about. She had spent a lot of time dating, which meant she ate out a lot. She had also stopped playing any kind of sport, deciding to instead focus on her grades. It was not so much the little bit of extra weight that had caused her love life to suffer, but because she was not as easy or as desperate for attention as her friends were. While the majority of her friends had spent their junior and senior years of high school getting intimate, 2 had even gone the scandalous route and had gotten pregnant, Lauren had kept her head in books. She had dated 2 guys during that time, eventually surrendering her virginity to a boy named Luke Bornson while his parents were out of town. For reasons she could not understand, it was Luke Bornson she thought of while she sat down at a table with Riley Thompson. She wondered what Luke was up to these days. The last time she had checked, well, let us be honest, the last time she had spied on him on Facebook, he was the assistant manager at a graphic design startup. She had felt ashamed because here she was, not even quite the assistant manager at a mom-and-pop shoe store that had declined in annual income brought in over the last 10 years. However, she wondered how Luke might react if he knew that she was having lunch with Riley Thompson. She wondered what all of her friends from high school would have to say about that. It was easier to wonder these things rather than actually commit herself to the moment, to actually look across the table to see the gorgeous and beyond wealthy man who had invited her to lunch. "I do not even care if this is some sort of sick joke," she thought. "I am going to enjoy this now, right down to the stares of the bartender and the wait staff. I will endure the embarrassment later like I always have. But for right now, I am going to enjoy it." "Okay," Riley said, his voice like wrinkled silk. "You have to tell me what you are thinking right now. You look, well, intense." She sighed, doing her best to bring the strong-willed woman who usually ran the show to the forefront of her mind. But she came kicking and screaming, and when Lauren opened her mouth to speak, it was not the strong-willed woman at the wheel. "This makes no sense," she said. "What does not?" "You asking me to lunch. If I had more influence with Mr. Farr, it might make sense. But me being here with you does not add up." He was about to say something, when the waitress came by to take their orders. Riley ordered the house burger, and at his suggestion, Lauren did the same. They also both ordered another drink. When the waitress was gone, Riley continued on, not missing a beat. What exactly does not add up? She frowned at him. You are really going to make me say it? No, I will say it. May I? Go ahead, she said, not trusting the smile on his face. Tell me if I am wrong, he said. But you are probably thinking that a man as rich as I am, and who is known for being involved with a certain type of woman, does not usually go out with women who work at failing shoe stores. That about right? Partly, she said. You are far too kind to leave out the part about my weight. He rolled his eyes at her in a way that was almost demeaning. You are a big girl, he said simply. He shrugged and then laid that same smile on her again. Why would that keep me from wanting to have lunch with you? I do not know, she said. I have seen pictures of the women you date, and I am nothing like them. He nodded, giving a guilty as charged look. That is sort of the point, he said. Look, if you want, honestly, I will give it to you. Honesty is so much easier, a lot more direct. So yes, I am well aware of the difference. Truth be told, I do not really care. That type of woman is. I do not know, they care too much about dumb stuff. I get so tired of women who order a salad or stay up late doing yoga poses, or are on the treadmill, because they have to burn off those last 200 calories of the day. But they are so pretty, Lauren said helplessly. So are you. The comment was so unexpected that it came like a slap across her face. She felt warmth swell up in her cheeks and her heart skipped a beat. This was unreal. This was not real. Was it? What are you doing? She asked, the question barbed with an accusatory tone. What do you mean? You are messing with me, she said. This does not happen. You want something, maybe to get closer to Mr. Farr so you can get his business and knock it to the ground. He rubbed at his forehead, aggravated. Lauren, if that is what you think, then I invite you to get up and leave right now. But I assure you, when I saw you in the shoe store, something about you struck me as peculiar. In a good way, I mean. I was not sure what it was, but it excited me. And it was even stronger when you laid into me, calling me a bully and all that. That takes courage. And if we are still sticking with honesty, it caught me. It was attractive. She did not know what to say. She was grateful when the waitress brought their drinks by, buying her another 10 seconds to think of what to say. I do not get it, she said simply. No one has said anything like that about me since high school. It is a shame, he said, his eyes locking on hers. And the heck of it was that she did see something in his eyes that she used to see in the boys in high school and her longtime cheating boyfriend from college. She had to take her eyes away. His stare alone was doing weird things to her. She was starting to sweat a bit, and her heart was hammering away in her chest. I am sorry, he said softly. Am I being too forward? Forward, she thought lightly. This is a man used to getting what he wants. If he really did feel this way about me, he knew that there was no way I would say no when he asked me to lunch. And even if I had turned him down, he would have jumped right over the rejection by buying something expensive or hooking up with a model or actress. No, she said. Not at all. It is nice. Good, he said. And with that he reached out and stroked her hand. And God help her. She let him interlace his fingers through hers, and give a squeeze that sent electricity surging through her. Scene break. Lunch was pleasant enough. The burger was delicious, and the 5 drinks she had taken on had given her a pleasant buzz. As she had worked her way toward her buzz, Riley had managed to keep most of the conversation on her. He had asked about her family, her education, her interests, and so on. She noticed that he had not mentioned the shoe store or Mr. Farr a single time. She had told him the basics. She had told him that she had been raised by a single mother since the age of 9, when her dad had walked out for a younger woman. She had told him about her brief obsession with softball, something she had been very good at in middle school but had been replaced by boys and then grades in high school. She even told him about the devastating breakup with her boyfriend in college, and how it had affected her grades so badly that she had had to go back for an extra semester just to bring them back up. "Can I ask you something?" Riley asked. "Sure," she said. "So you went to college, and you majored in what?" "Economics?" He laughed a bit, and then shook his head in a comical way. "Economics? Forgive me for asking this, but, well, why are you wasting your time in that shoe store?" "Because a degree in economics is not enough to land a job. I do not have experience, and when you look at my college transcripts, you see that 1 year went to pieces." Riley seemed to think about something for a moment. "Let us get out of here," he said. Every nerve in her body seemed to catch fire when he said this. She could not even start to imagine what his house would be like. And what in the world would he do with her when they got there? Despite his kind words, she still found it next to impossible to imagine his flawless body next to hers. He apparently saw the shock on her face, because he held up a hand in a hold-on sort of gesture. "No. Oh dear, no, I did not mean it like that." He checked his watch and added, "It is nearly 2 o'clock. Would you like to come down to my offices to check it out? I will not lie to you. I do not really need anyone with your skills right now, but I know a few people that we can check with." "Really?" she asked. "Really? Come on." And with that, he did not even wait for her to answer. He simply raised his hand to request the check, paid it, and with his hand ever so gently touching her back, led her out of the restaurant. It happened in a whirlwind, so fast and unexpected that she did not even realize that she was sitting in the passenger seat of his Ferrari until they were in motion. Scene break. His offices were located on the cusp of downtown, where the quaint part of town merged with the money-poisoned part. He pulled his ridiculously expensive car into a parking garage that looked more like a bunker than a garage, pulling into a spot that looked out over most of the western edge of the city. An elevator sat directly in front of them, layered in steel and glass panels. When they got out of his car, a valet or doorman or something, what in the world did they do all day, Lauren wondered, pressed a button on the elevator and gestured them politely inside. "So is it this entire building?" Lauren asked. "My offices, you mean?" "Yes. This building and the one next door." "What do you use them for?" "Well, this one is all for my business. There are 2 mortgage companies, 3 lenders, the finance department, an architecture department that takes up 2 whole floors, and then the executive suite with a bunch of offices. Next door we only occupy 3 floors, all construction-related things, and rent out the other 8 to some pretty high bidders." "It must be nice," she said. "It can get dizzying sometimes." "Just out of curiosity," she said, the buzz from lunch loosening her tongue and moral compass. "How much does one of your office spaces rent for next door?" $5,000 a month." She laughed out loud. "I do not make that much in 3 months." He smiled at her and they locked their eyes. "That can be different, you know," he said. She again saw that glimmer of what she dared to think might be an actual desire in his eyes just before the elevator came to a stop, and the doors slid open. She felt his hand on her lower back, and even through her shirt it was pure electricity. She felt a tingle as he gently ushered her out of the elevator doors. It was not just that she was with him that was making her feel this way. It was that he was not rushing her through the place as if he was ashamed of her. He did not care that people saw her with him, here in his place of business. Sure, most people who saw them together in this environment would likely assume that she was there on business, but that was okay too. She had never been seen as anything important. On the heels of this odd feeling of pride, there was her awareness of how absolutely grand everything on this floor looked. The paintings on the wall were all beach and ocean themed in nature. They were enormous paintings, and some of the most beautiful that Lauren had ever seen. There was a small waiting area halfway down the hall, adorned with a couch that was roughly the size of her entire apartment, and a reception desk that looked like it belonged in some incredibly successful New York publishing house. The entire place smelled freshly cleaned, and there did not seem to be a speck of dust or grime anywhere. The few people they passed along the hallway gave Riley quick smiles and waves, which he returned. The most that was spoken were two simple greetings of hello, and nothing more. On one occasion, Lauren did notice a svelte redhead of about 30 or so give her a "what in the world are you doing here" sort of look that she enjoyed far too much. Riley led her to the end of the hallway, where he ushered her into a large room. By the time he had shut the door behind them, she realized that she was standing in his office. The room was enormous, easily twice the size of the reception area. A large bookcase sat against the far wall, crammed with books and binders, but not enough to seem packed. A huge desk sat in the center of the room, littered with just a few stacks of paper and a sleek-looking laptop. On the right side of the office, a huge picture window looked out onto the city. She stepped over to it and looked out, her breath catching in her throat. It had to be the best view of the town, from anywhere within its limits. She was so taken by it that she did not notice when he stepped up behind her. His voice startled her, and he was so close to her that she could feel his breath on the back of her neck. When she felt it, she had to suppress two things at once: a shudder and the urge to wheel around and pull him against her. In the end, she was able to merely turn around and face him. He was standing less than 6 inches from her, and his stare was burning into her in a way that made her knees wobble a bit. "I am sorry," she said. "The view distracted me." "What did you say?" "I asked if you could see yourself working here. Or if not here, in a place very much like this." "Honestly, no," she said. "I feel like a little kid that all of a sudden has been transported into the working world. This place is gorgeous." "Thank you," he said. He stepped away from her and she found that she was let down by this. She wanted to follow him, to eliminate the growing space between them. But she stood her ground by the window for a moment and watched him cross the office. When he took the seat behind his desk, she could not get over how perfect he looked behind it. Even with the sexy smile on his face, he looked all business. It is because he probably does this all of the time, which is part of her thought. This was apparently the part of her that had not yet been blindsided by his raw charm. "I guarantee you he does this all of the time. He knows what he is doing. He has tons of money and looks like that. He probably does this to gullible women all of the time." The sad thing was that she did not even care. Let him do this to her. She had no qualms with being another woman that he seduced. And while she was sure that it was a naive thing to think, she saw something in his stare that she could not quite place. If whatever was developing between them was intended to be some hidden fling, if it even came to that at all, he was doing a darn good job of hiding it and camouflaging it with something else. With a sweep of his hand, he gestured to the 2 chairs that sat in front of his desk. "Have a seat, please," he said. She did as asked, walking across the large office and settling down in one of the chairs. She tried to bring about a calm exterior, hoping that she could fool him and as such, also managed to fool herself. But even the lush material of the simple chair she was sitting in made her feel out of place. "You do not belong here. You do not belong here." It kept ringing in her head like a siren. "How do you feel about blunt people?" Riley asked, almost at random. "I consider myself to be blunt," she said. "Yes, I saw some of that yesterday afternoon," he pointed out with a smile. "But what I meant was that, given any general conversation, do you like for people to beat around the bush, or do you prefer a more direct approach?" She was not sure if she liked where this was headed, but she was helpless not to play along. "It depends. When it comes to money or business, I like some padding. But when it is direct conversations and things that are of a pressing matter, I like to have it all on the table right away." He nodded, and she saw the corners of his smile return. "That is good to know," he said. "And that being the case, I am going to shoot straight with you about why I asked you out to lunch. I did not tell you at lunch because I felt like I needed to gauge the sort of person you were, to really get a feel for how you carry yourself in a conversation. Okay, was all that she said. This is it, she thought. This is when I find out that this was all just some sick little prank. Very few people have ever spoken to me the way you did last night. Usually, when they do, it is cranky businessmen who are trying to intimidate me. Truth be told, I get tired of people faking sincerity and respect for me. So to hear honest anger and contempt from someone outside of my usual circle was, in an odd way, refreshing. Beyond that, if I am being honest with you, I think you have a beautiful face. She was so astonished by what she was hearing that she was not sure she would be able to speak. You look stunned, he said. No one has ever said that sort of thing about me in a very long time, she admitted, feeling any barriers around her vulnerability vanishing at once. She felt raw and naked, totally exposed. She wondered if that had been his intention. That is because most men are fools, he said. Once you get to a level of wealth and respect near what I have, you begin to understand that. And that is not to simply boast. What I mean is that when you have been spoiled by money and luxury, you start to understand that things you dreamed about and worked your tail off for are really just fluff. You mentioned earlier the type of woman that I typically date. They are that. Fluff. While money and success were my goals from my teenage years, those women only ever wanted to find a man who had all of that. Are they beautiful? Most would say so, and before I actually get to know any of them, I would agree. But they are fake. You, on the other hand. I am normal, she said, mocking his earlier statement. He pointed a playfully accusing finger at her. You know what I meant when I said that. And you know I meant it as a compliment. I am sorry, she said, trying to bring some annoyance to her tone, but I thought I was here because you could make some calls for me about a job. He seemed stunned for a moment but then nodded. I did. One moment. He thumbed through the contacts on his cell phone, and she watched as he went to work like some sort of machine. He selected someone and placed the phone to his ear. She listened to his end of the conversation, both impressed and appalled at the way he spoke so nonchalantly to what was surely another man just as wealthy as he was on the other line. Derek, hey, it is Riley? Yeah. Oh no, I heard about that. Yeah. Did you get a quick second? Thanks. Look, I am looking for a position for this promising young candidate. An econ major with a heck of a lot of drive. A promising future for sure. You got anything? There was a lengthy pause here, just long enough for Lauren to feel the weight of her future shifting with every word that Riley spoke into the phone. Oh, I get that. No worries. Oh, is that right? Great, I will do that. Yeah, I have it. Thanks again, Derek. He hung up the phone and gave her a smile that was too playful for her liking. Strike one, he said, already thumbing through his contacts again for another name. He grinned when he found the next name, pressing it with enthusiasm. Linda, hey, it is Riley Thompson. There was another pause here, and Lauren could briefly hear a woman laughing loudly on the other end. She said something that she could not make out, to which Riley responded, absolutely. I will hold you to that. Just no tennis this time. My shoulder has been acting up. Yeah, I know, old age. Look, I need to make this quick. Derek Solder told me to call you. I told him about this really passionate candidate that I ran into. I would love to take her on, but we really just do not have the need right now. She is an econ major with a world of talent and... He stopped here, listening intently. Then within 10 seconds, he was smiling at her. It made her weak in the knees, even when she was sitting. Oh, that is great, Linda. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, I am sure it will not be a problem. Awesome. I will talk to you soon. Thanks. He ended the call and set the phone down lightly on his desk. You know where the Perryman building is, on 7th Street? I think so. Well, look it up soon, he said. You have an interview with the Vice President of Alderholt Lending tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. What? For what position? Riley shrugged. I am not sure. But Linda seemed excited to have someone with an economics background. "Is this a joke?" she asked. "Not at all." "What time tomorrow?" 9 in the morning. Dress nice. And do not be nervous. The guys at Alderholt are really chilled out. Nothing to be nervous about. And not to sound too pompous, but a recommendation from me should get you up the chain. "You do not even know me," she said. "Why would you recommend me?" "Because you have spirit. You are driven. And I am pretty sure you are far too smart to stay in that shoe store for much longer." "Why would you do something like that for a stranger?" He smiled. "Karma," he said. "And if you want the honest pig-headed male answer, I figured it might make the chances of you saying yes a little better when I invited you back to my place." "When?" she asked, the schoolgirl nerves coming back tenfold. "Now. I go to sleep pretty early because I have to wake up at 4 every morning to work out, answer emails, and all that. So I try to do all of the active afternoon stuff early. I am usually wrapped up and in bed by 9 o'clock every night." She did not know why, but she found that very hard to believe. On the heels of that, she started to piece together the fact that she had just been propositioned. Not only that, she had been propositioned by Riley Thompson. "That seems underhanded," she said. "What does?" "To so easily get me a job interview that I do not deserve, and then ask me to come back to your place." She knew she should be highly offended, but it still did not feel real. "I said nothing about intimacy," he said. "I just asked you back to my place. Sure, I think most people assume that intimacy is implied. But no, not here. I enjoyed lunch, and I like speaking with you. I would simply like to do that some more." "Okay," she said, not even realizing that she was going to say it until the word was out of her mouth. "Great," he said. Without taking his eyes off her, Riley reached out to the desk phone and punched a button. A cheerful-sounding woman answered right away on the other end. "Yes, Mr. Thompson?" "Danielle, do I have any meetings this afternoon?" "Yes, you have a 4 o'clock with Astrid Richards." "Can you push that to tomorrow morning for me, please?" "Before or after the meeting with the bank?" "After, please." "Roger that, sir." Riley ended the chat and got up. He then gestured to the door and said, "Shall we?" Lauren could only nod. When she stood up and walked toward the door with Riley beside her, she felt like she was floating, and was deathly afraid that she would wake up at any moment. Scene break. When she first saw Riley's house from the private drive that was paved better than the street she lived on, Lauren nearly started laughing. "This is ridiculous," she thought. "This sort of thing only exists in movies, right?" His driveway was flanked by countless elms, aligning the route all the way to his house. The house, Lauren was surprised to find, was rather simple. There were no huge fountains out front, nor any elaborate decoration or architecture on his large porch. The house itself was at least 4 times as big as the house she had grown up in, but she had been expecting something much more grandiose. "Surprised?" "I get that a lot," Riley said as he parked the car at the top of his circled driveway. He had apparently picked up on her baffled expression. She frowned, ashamed he had caught on to what she had been thinking. "It is okay," he said. "I can be arrogant. So people expect that to reflect in my house. But I am not married, I have no kids, and I rarely have guests. So what in the world do I need a big house for?" Something about his ability to admit such a thing in a level-minded sense appealed to her, and oddly enough, it made him even more attractive. He led her up the porch, where he punched a 6-digit passcode into his electric locks. He ushered her inside, and when she stepped in, she had a horrific thought that this could still be a prank of some kind. More than that, there was the extremely paranoid fear that she could be the topic of a headline in the paper tomorrow: "Woman harmed after following someone into his home." When he closed the door behind them, this thought magnified for a moment, and then disappeared. He walked casually across the modest foyer and into an adjoining hall. Lauren followed him slowly, taking her time to look around. She did not disguise the fact that she was checking the place out. She thought that some small part of Riley wanted her to be impressed. For all of his talk about being drawn to her normalcy, she was sure that he still craved the awe from other people. "I would ask to give you a tour of the place," he called out from ahead of her. "But that would be cliched. And besides that, I do not feel like giving a tour." He led her down the hall, where she was further impressed to not see any pretentious artwork on the walls. It was done up simply, with a few decorative plants here and there, as well as pieces of furniture that she felt certain he never even used. Really, who had furniture in their hallway? They entered the kitchen, where she was taken aback by the beauty of the house for the first time. The dining table was finely polished and unblemished. The marble counters were similarly cleaned and shining, as well as the immaculate stove and oven. "Have a seat," he said. "The kitchen is where I usually have my conversations. I have an office upstairs, but that is pretentious. I might go in there once a week, but it is usually not for work." She pulled a chair out from under the table and almost sat down. But as she looked around the place and saw him standing like a tentative king over a kingdom that he was beginning to resent, something shifted in Lauren. Things like this never happened to her, but they likely happened to Riley all of the time. If he wanted something, he got it. And in situations like these, he was probably also accustomed to running the pace of things. She had no idea where the courage was coming from, but instead of sitting down, she walked across the kitchen to where he was standing at the counter, reaching into the cupboard for a glass. She knew what she intended to do, as she closed the space between them to less than 3 feet, and it terrified her. If nothing else, she guessed, this would prove once and for all if he was stringing her along on some sort of messed up joke. "You okay?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "But I do not feel like talking." With that, she leaned forward and kissed him. There was a heart-crushing moment when he pulled away, their lips nearly separating. At this moment, her head was flooded with fear, and the type of rejection she had grown so accustomed to over the years. See, this was some weird prank. Someone like him would never want someone like you. Are you kidding? But then he took a half step forward, placed a hand on her hip and returned the kiss. It was awkward at first, as they both wanted to set different paces, but they fell into a rhythm. Within moments, he was leaning back against the counter, pulling her close to him, and running his hands up and down her back. Their tongues met, and a spark erupted somewhere inside of her. He responded in kind, the grip on her back growing tighter. She sighed against the feel of him, and it was at that moment that he broke the kiss. "What are you doing?" he asked. She saw a rise of red in his cheeks and was set at ease. He was just as flustered as she was. She had caught him unsuspecting and had knocked him off his game. "Things like this never happened to me," she said, having to hold herself back so she would not start kissing him again. "I am taking every advantage I have. No sense in wasting it." "See," he said. "You are going to be a great employee for Alderholt Lending." She managed to keep from kissing him again, but found her hand on his chest, wishing the fabric of his shirt away. "I do not want to talk about that," she said softly, still feeling guilty for getting such a generous handout. He grabbed her waist and drew her closer. The bottom halves of their bodies were pressed tightly to one another, and feeling his warmth sent a spike of aching desire through her. "Then what do you want to talk about?" "I do not want to talk," she said, her eyes now on his mouth. She had never spoken so brazenly to a man before, and something about that was just as exciting as the idea of being close to this man within the next few moments. He smiled at her and kissed her again, this time finding the tail of her shirt and slipping a hand up it. His hands along the skin of her back made her shudder, sighing into the kiss. With their mouths still connected, he led her away from the counter and through the kitchen, moving slowly as they kissed while leading her along. They made their way slowly through the downstairs like this, the kissing not allowing her to see any more of his house, but at that point she did not care. Somehow, in a dizzy motion that made her swimmy, they were in the bedroom. What followed needed no words, only the quiet dark and each other. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in shared closeness and connection, until the intensity carried them through to its natural end. Scene break. Lauren was lying on sheets that cost more than her rent. She was sweating and still catching her breath from what had just happened. She looked beside her and saw Riley just as he had been moments ago. As for Lauren, she could not wait to have her clothes back on. While they had been intimate, she had caught Riley looking at her, taking in her body. And while there had been admiration and no disgust, she still felt the need to hide her body in some way. That is why she was under the sheets in the afterglow, while Riley was stretched out in all of his glory on top. "I hate to say this," Riley said, "but you look distressed. And as far as I am concerned, there was nothing at all distressing about what we just did." "Oh no, not at all," she said, finding it hard to believe that the closeness had felt so powerful and affirming. "Are you okay? You look troubled." "I just do not get it. I am F.A. If you say the F word, I might just have to withhold any future closeness from you." This comment surprised her more than his ability to look past her weight. "You mean you see this happening again?" It sounded like a dumb question, but she had assumed that this was going to be some sort of one-time thing. Why would he stick with her when there were countless other options out there? "I would like it too," he said. With that, he reached over to her and threaded his hand under the covers, where he started to caress her in a way that was almost comforting. "Me too," she admitted. "But I still do not understand it. This is like, I do not know, like some sort of fairy tale." "Well," he said, sitting up and studying her shape beneath the sheet, "I do not ride horses, and truth be told, I am a terrible dancer. So there is no fairy tale to be had here." "You do not think so," she said. "But it is very much like a fairy tale for me." "That is setting a high bar," he said with a laugh. He then seemed to consider something for a moment, looking at the clock. "What is it?" Lauren asked. "I am trying to decide if I should invite you to stay over or not." "You mean for the night?" "Yes." She giggled. She hated the sound of it, especially that it had come out in front of Riley, but she could not help it. The thought of staying overnight in this amazing house with this gorgeous man was almost ridiculous. "What is funny?" he asked. "Nothing. It is just, this is unreal." "Oh," he said, looking a bit awkward. "And I will make it easy for you," she said, sitting up and making an effort to let the sheets fall off of her body. She did not understand it, but he seemed to like her body, so she figured she would try to be as open as he was. "How so?" he asked. "You got me that interview tomorrow," she said. "Getting ready for something like that takes time. I cannot stay here tonight." "Good point," he said. "Well, I can give you a ride back to the restaurant to get your car." "Sounds good," she said. "However, if you are not staying the night, I wonder." "Wonder what?" He smiled at her, gave her what she had always referred to as the up-down as he stared her over and then leaned in to kiss her. The kiss was deep and passionate, and as he pressed into her, there was no fighting it. She lay back down, and he was on her instantly in a way that felt alien to her. She thought briefly of the shoe store and how Brittany and Shelley would react if they could see this. She almost started giggling again, but then Riley was close to her again, and there was nothing at all funny about that. She loved the way he felt as he pressed against her. He was eager to be with her, to be against her, and to touch her. Somehow the idea of Riley being close to her and leaving all her friends and co-workers in shock was just as exciting as the closeness itself. She felt desired and popular, as if this were high school again and she was the prom queen. He was truly the ego boost of a lifetime, and the more she thought about how good it felt to be desired, to be irresistible to someone, the more excited she became. And he loved the way she sighed and let go. It was like music to his ears. He would become even more intense the more she let go of her inhibitions. Her voice felt erotic to her, and reminded her of just how beautiful a moment this was. To have a man at her mercy, or to be at his, at any given moment, the power exchange perfectly balanced. Even if their real lives were anything but equal. He certainly did not need her, but he made love to her like a man obsessed and in desperate need of her closeness. When he reached his peak again, his whole body shook, and she watched his face in fascination as he tensed up and then let go a hard sigh. She loved to see him lose control and become almost a little scared, or at least strong, hard, and intense. It made her doubly drawn to him. Never before had a man been so close to her, not only in body but closer to her heart. So close that even when they both fell upon each other's bodies after a shaking climax, she never wanted to let go. Scene break. As she had expected, Mr. Farr had been more than understanding about her needing to take the morning off. On the phone, he sounded chipper and in good spirits. "I have to ask you though," he said. "Does this have anything to do with what I told you the other day? About Riley Thompson wanting to buy the store?" "More than you know," she thought, but kept it quiet. "I would rather not say, sir." "I understand," Mr. Farr said. "But know this, Lauren. After much thought and conferencing with my accountant, I have decided to sell. The transaction should go through next week. So if you are looking for employment elsewhere, I am not going to get upset." She felt a sting as she heard him say that he was selling the store. Again, that old anger for Riley reared its head, but in a different form this time. While she understood the situation much better now, there was still the fact that Mr. Farr was selling his family business essentially to have it torn down. Something about that simply did not feel right. "And this is what you want to do?" she asked. "You are sure?" "Want is a strong word. But with the selling of the business, and then liquidating assets, I will be set up to retire with a much larger sum of money in my account than I thought. Most men my age could only dream of such a thing." "As long as you are happy," Lauren said. "I think I will be," he said. "Thanks for your concern, Lauren. Come by afterward and let me know how the interview goes." She realized that she had said nothing about an interview. He had simply guessed. All she said was thanks. "I will." She ended the call and looked around her apartment. It felt far too small after having been in Riley's house last night. As she laid the phone down, she was torn by two conflicting feelings. On the one hand, thinking of Riley made her think about their afternoon together, and how the closeness had felt so powerful and affirming. On the other hand, it made her slightly aggrieved to think of him haphazardly writing a large check for Mr. Farr. It would be a large check, but for Riley it would be nothing. And she resented him for that a bit. "But I still do not have a problem taking the interview he lined up for me," she thought, as she checked herself over in the mirror. As she gave herself a once-over, she was surprised to find that she was very pleased with the way she looked. Her cheeks looked bright, as did her eyes. Her hair was cute and she looked, well, happy. She grinned in spite of herself, well aware that the events of yesterday afternoon were fully responsible for the way she looked. She felt good too. She could not remember the last time she had felt so confident. Directly after college, she had gone through at least a dozen interviews and had been nervous as anything at each one. Just before one, she had rushed to the business bathroom and thrown up. But now she felt in control. If she got the job, that would be fantastic. But if not, well, this thing with Riley Thompson was showing her that life was full of surprises. Before leaving her apartment, she took a single look back inside. It was a quaint little place that it had taken her a few years to get looking respectable. She had a feeling sliding through her that told her she would not be here much longer. It was a fluttering feeling that told her that regardless of how today went, her life was headed somewhere else. Scene break. An hour later, she was sitting on a large leather couch waiting to be called in for her interview. She had already thumbed through the two magazines sitting on the coffee table and found nothing of interest. While she still was not nervous per se, she was beginning to feel a twang of uneasiness, the same sort that had plagued her yesterday while she had gotten to know Riley much better. As she made the decision to pick up one of the magazines again, her phone started vibrating in her pocket. She had set it to vibrate before walking inside, not wanting to be one of the horror stories of a ringtone embarrassing the phone's owner during important life moments. She did not recognize the number and nearly ignored it. But the area code was local, so she figured it would be worth checking out. "Hello," she said. "Hey. It is Riley." "Oh hey," she said. "I do not remember giving you my number." "You did not," he said. "Then how did you get it?" "Hard work and determination," he joked. And dear me, she wanted him to be there right then and there. Well, if she was being honest, she would rather be with him right now. In his bed. Or maybe in his office, after having thrown everything from that large desk of his into the floor. Stop it, she thought, realizing that she was getting turned on just thinking about it. "What is up?" she asked. "I wanted to call and wish you luck before you head in for your interview." "Oh. Thanks. Look, I made some calls. The woman who will be interviewing you is named Robin Staley. She only seems like a strict person. She goes into these things looking to see how you hold up under scrutiny. She actually prefers laid-back people with a sense of humor, which I did not think existed in the world of economics." "Funny," she said. "I try. Anyway, let me know how it turns out. Feel free to come by the office and share the good news with me." "And if it is bad news?" He only chuckled and then said, "Goodbye, Lauren." She looked at her phone for a moment, trying to make sense of the last 2 days that brought her to this position. It made no sense. She had used the term fairy tale with Riley yesterday, and it still felt like that. Even Mr. Farr played a part. He was the innocent farmer who was going to lose his land to the powerful, greedy, and extremely attractive king. She was toying with this analogy when an older lady stepped through the door at the end of the room. She gave Lauren a genuine smile and said, "They will see you now." "Thanks," Lauren said, getting up and walking toward her. She followed the woman down a long hallway that ended in a large conference room. The door that she was led through was to the right of the conference room. As Riley had indicated, there was only a single woman in the room with a few forms positioned in front of her. The older lady excused herself and headed back the way she had come, closing the door behind her. "Lauren, it is good to meet you," the woman said, getting to her feet and extending it for a shake. "My name is Robin Staley." It is creepy the amount of information he can get, Lauren thought as she took her seat. "Pleased to meet you," Lauren said in return. "So," Robin said, "you are coming at the recommendation of Riley Thompson. It seems that you have made quite an impression on him." She only smiled, but in the back of her head a quiet little voice said, "Yeah, and he has made one heck of an impression on me too." "Okay," Robin said. "So, shall we begin?" "Yes, please," Lauren said. Robin began to explain the job in question, sliding forms and paperwork across the table, and Lauren could practically feel her life beginning to change. His Billionaire Dream. Chapter 3: Closing Deals. Going to work the next day was tortuous. Lauren found herself trying to hide 2 different secrets in a number of ways, all of which felt lazy and thinly veiled. The only thing that worked in her favor for the first few hours of her shift was the fact that Mr. Farr was holed up in his office, making phone calls to help wrap up the sale of his store. It was all but final now, the sale being held up by nothing more than some bank processes and paperwork. The fact that he wasn't very involved in events on the floor meant that Lauren didn't have to keep the secrets of her interview too closely guarded. The interview had gone incredibly well, and when she had left, she'd been told that her chances looked very good, even though there were a few other candidates in the running. And of course, it was also made clear to her that the recommendation from Riley Thompson went a long way. And speaking of Riley, that was the second secret she went to work having to hide. To say that she was happy was an understatement. She had the clear feeling that whatever was occurring between her and Riley was not some fleeting thing. He wasn't playing a prank on her, nor was he using her as some weird conquest as part of a one-night stand. But the fact that she was happy would seem peculiar to Brittany and Shelley, both of whom were also on the clock that morning to help with the biannual inventory check. She did her best to don her usual chagrined and borderline grumpy expression, but it apparently did not work. In fact, It took less than half an hour of working the floor and assisting with inventory before Shelley pointed out that there was most definitely something different about the way Lauren was carrying herself. "Someone woke up on the right side of the bed," she said. "What do you mean?" Lauren asked, trying her best to play it off. "Well, I saw you staring into space with a smile on your face a little while ago," Shelley said. "But just now, you were actually humming." "Humming? I was not." "Yes, you were," Brittany said, stepping to Shelley's side. "I heard it too." "So what gives?" Shelley asked. "What's turned your usual frown upside down?" Lauren's first instinct was to turn away and get back to work. She could feel the redness rising in her face and knew that it would be a surefire giveaway. But as usual, both of her promiscuous co-workers picked up on the awkwardness right away. "Uh-oh," Brittany said. "She's blushing." She then started giggling and nodded in a manner of approval. "Oh my God," Shelley said. "Do you think?" "I do," Brittany said. Shelley grinned wide and said, "Lauren got laid." That did it. Lauren's face grew bright red and she could not contain her smile. She didn't nod or answer yes, but she might as well have. "Good for you," Brittany said. "It's about time." "Who's the guy?" Shelley asked. "Do we know him?" "No, you don't know him," she answered quickly. A large part of her desperately wanted to tell them who it was, but there was no way in hell they'd believe her. And for now, she just liked having the attention and approval, albeit a skewed approval, of the two women who, although a little on the easy side, had always done their best to include her in their lives. "We'll find out sooner or later," Shelley said. "With a smile like that, I don't think you'll be able to hide it for long." The scary thing was that Lauren feared that Shelley was right. The secret of what had happened to her over the last few days was a huge one, and it was literally fighting to get out from inside of her. Brittany and Shelley had some more good-natured fun teasing her, but eventually let it drop. They went back to their inventory, while Lauren dealt with a customer on the floor. As she went through the monotony of retrieving shoes for the picky customer, Lauren couldn't help but wonder what it might be like to actually have a job at Alderholt Lending. The mere idea of having a job that wasn't dominated by the cloying smell of new, overpriced shoes made her heart do cartwheels, but she still tried to keep her hopes in check. The idea that she could actually get a job somewhere like that still seemed too good to be true. Her mind was on this when Mr. Farr finally stepped out of his office for the first time that morning. The last time Lauren had seen him, and they had discussed the sale of the store, he'd been in good spirits and seemed to be looking forward to the money. But now things seemed different. Now he looked like a defeated man with no other options. "Everything going okay?" she asked, feeling slightly at odds over the fact that she was now deeply involved with the man on the other side of the sale. "As well as it can be, I guess," he said. "As you might imagine, the rest of my family isn't really keen on the sale." "Do they have any money tied up in the store?" Lauren asked. "No, but there are still the sentimental links. A family business can be tricky like that." "Is it too late to back out now if you change your mind?" Mr. Farr only shrugged. "I don't know. There's probably still time, but I don't know if I want to change my mind. I stand to make a lot of money on this. My grandfather started this business, and I think he'd understand. Besides, you know as well as I do that we've sort of been tanking these last few years. This could really just be speeding up the process of going out of business. Only this way, I get some monetary rewards, you know?" "That makes sense," Lauren said. "But, well, can I be honest?" "Of course," he said with a tired smile. "You look depressed. You look like you're on the verge of tears." "I am," he said softly. "I've been on the brink of losing it since last night, when I started to realize that this store could be gone in less than a week." Silence fell between them, and just before he turned back to his office, Lauren reached out to him and took his hand. "Is there anything I can do?" she asked. She was thinking of Riley when she said it, feeling those old pangs of anger toward him starting to resurface. "No," Mr. Farr said. "But you're sweet to ask." With that, he went back to his office and closed the door behind him. Lauren fought the urge to go after him, and occupied herself instead with the inner turmoil she felt towards Riley. She sat down on one of the benches the customers used to try on shoes, and looked at the floor for a very long time. Following her interview the day before, Riley had called her and set up a dinner date. She was very surprised to find that he wanted to meet her at a place called Low Jack's, a simple little Mexican eatery that catered to the everyday folks with 9-to-5 jobs. There was cheap Mexican beer on tap, and not a single bottle of expensive wine anywhere to be seen. She was even more impressed when he showed up dressed in a simple polo shirt and a pair of baggy khaki shorts. But the flip-flops were what really took her by surprise. Seeing him dressed like a casual beach bum did something to her that she had not been expecting. Viewed as just another normal man, he was somehow sexier than before. He surprised her further by giving her a small kiss directly on the mouth before he sat down in front of her. He had kissed her in front of all of these people. If she needed any final confirmation that this wasn't some huge elaborate prank to be played out on the unsuspecting fat girl that had done it. "How was your day?" he asked. "Glamorous as always," she said. "Sorting shoes, touching people's feet, you know." "Awesome." He nodded, smiling. "And how is Mr. Farr holding up?" "I spoke with him briefly earlier in the day, and he didn't seem as excited as before." "I'm not sure I should be telling you that sort of stuff," she said. "If it's okay, I'd really like to stay out of that." He nodded. "That's understandable." "How about you?" she asked. "How was your day?" "Boring." "Tell me," she said. "I'd love to know what a typical day is like for you." The waitress came by to take their orders, and Lauren noticed right away that she was gorgeous. She was Latin, had long raven black hair, and her cleavage and short shorts left very little to the imagination. However, the entire time she was leaning somewhat provocatively over the table to speak to them, Lauren noticed that Riley never really paid her much attention. He kept his eyes on Lauren, looking at her in a way that made her heart melt. "My day," he said once the waitress was gone. "Let's see. Well, I had breakfast with this local business organization and committed myself to giving a lecture at one of their fundraisers in 2 weeks. After that, I played 9 holes of golf with the vice president of the city's electrical co-op. All of that was done by 10 o'clock. I then went to the office, made a few calls, attended a tedious conference, and did some research into some of the areas in the surrounding states that are expected to be great developmental opportunities. When all of that was done, I rushed home and changed clothes to go out on a date with this smoking hot woman." Lauren rolled her eyes, but it was so good to hear him talk about her like that. It had been far too long since she had been peppered with little compliments. She still wasn't quite sure how to react to them. The date went better than she could have ever imagined. It went so well that any thoughts of how she had seen Mr. Farr earlier in the day quickly evaporated. When Riley spoke to her, he did so as a man who was interested in another woman, not as a millionaire who was looking down on someone else and trying to bend them to his will. On a few occasions, Lauren was aware that some of the other people in the restaurant were looking at them. She assumed that these few people recognized Riley Thompson and could not quite make sense of the woman he was with. Where were the scrawny, generic, model-looking women? Who was this overweight nobody having an intimate dinner with Riley Thompson? It made her feel good, and certainly more special than she had ever felt in her life. The conversation itself even spoke of a good date. They shared their passions about music, movies, and books. Unsurprisingly, they didn't agree on much, but they did both have a fairly intense hatred for badly written cheesy romance movies. They also discovered that they both liked Johnny Cash, blueberry cheesecake, and had a strong distaste for patriotic holidays. They downed a pitcher of margaritas and toyed with the idea of ordering a second. When the waitress came by and asked if there would be anything else, Lauren looked across the table, only slightly buzzed, and shrugged. "What do you say? Can you do a few more drinks?" He leveled his eyes at her, and something about the way he looked at her made her want to leap across the table and kiss him. With their eyes locked, he said, I think I'd rather make a picture of them back at my place." Without looking away from him, Lauren told the waitress, "No. That will be all. Just the check. Quickly, please." Without the pretense of getting to know one another, which had been an obstacle during her first visit to his house, Lauren felt more freedom the second time. They had barely made it into his front door before she pressed herself to him. They fell back into the wall and kissed fiercely, with the sort of passion that she thought only existed in those god-awful romantic movies that they both hated. She felt his hands on her hips, gently sliding her along the wall towards what she assumed was the den or living room, a part of the house she had not seen on her last visit. Their bodies were pressed tightly against one another, as if they were trying to break through the fabric without taking anything off. They were both sighing against each other's kisses, and by the time they reached the living room, and he laid her down roughly on the sofa, she thought her heart was going to explode. Every nerve in her body was on fire, and she did her best to catch up to what was happening. He was so easily bailed to put her into a whirlwind-like state where everything was just him, and the rest of the world sort of sped by. Then something happened, something that neither of them had been expecting. A sharp beeping noise sounded out, making both of them freeze. It was agony for her, feeling the heat of his breath below her waist, and having him stop so suddenly. "Shit," he said. "What?" she asked, having to catch her breath just to get the word out. "That's an emergency beeper. No one contacts me through it, unless there's an immense work emergency." "Oh," she said. "I'm so sorry, but I have to take it." He placed a hand where his mouth had been headed, and gave a gentle brush with his fingers. "To be continued." "Okay." She shuddered at his touch and, although she was frustrated, said, He got up, eyeing her fully as he did so, and crossed the living room. As he did, she got her real first glimpse of the room. It was the size of her entire apartment, all crammed together. There was a large flat-screen TV on the wall, a desk that looked to be for nothing much other than looks, and 2 large bookcases, each filled to the seams. He retrieved the paper he had mentioned from a small mechanical device that was sitting on the desk and read it for a moment. "Ah, hell," he snapped. "This could be bad. I have to make this call. Give me a second, okay?" With everything inside of her still throbbing in anticipation, Lauren could only nod. She watched as he fumbled awkwardly in the pocket of his shorts for his phone. He kept looking at her, with great regret in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he mouthed as he scrolled through his contacts. "Me too," she whispered. She lay there and listened as he started to speak to a man that she assumed was Mark, as he said the name several times. She was never one to eavesdrop, but the gist of the conversation let her in on some of the drama that a billionaire land developer and real estate mogul went through on a daily basis. Apparently, a party that had refused to sell a property a little over a year ago was desperate to sell the property now. It had something to do with legal jargon, all stuff that went well over Lauren's head. She watched him as he spoke, and at some point his head cleared from the fog of lust and started to focus more on business. While this disappointed her more than she cared to admit, there was something about seeing him at work that kept her aroused. Sure, he wasn't doing anything but talking on the phone, but he was passionate when talking about his business. His tone was fierce when it needed to be, yet conversational and almost cheerful at the appropriate times too. She lost track of time, and by the time he was finally off of the call and came back to her on the sofa, she was just about out of the mood. He looked at his phone and frowned. "An hour and a half," he said. "Lauren, I'm so sorry." "It's okay," she said, only partly meaning it. "It's sort of interesting to watch you at work." "I'm glad you think so," he said. "And if you're wondering if that call was worth delaying what I was about to do to you, well, not to brag, but that hour-and-a-half conversation is going to result in getting a check for a little over $300,000 a few days from now." "Yeah, I'd say that's worth it," she said. "Please don't take this the wrong way," he said, "but can we take a rain check? I don't know if you can understand this or not, but those sorts of calls take it out of me. Besides, it's past my bedtime, and I have a big day tomorrow. Part of it has to do with Mr. Farr." She nodded, trying not to let thoughts of the sale interfere with what she was feeling. While she was absolutely disappointed that there would be no sex, she was also glad to see that he was so considerate. He wasn't only interested in the sex, but seemed to want something more. "Yes, a rain check sounds great," she said. "You're more than welcome to stay here, though," he added, leaning down and kissing her softly on the mouth. "I'd like that, actually." "I don't know," she said, trying to tiptoe around, giving him a simple no. "It doesn't quite feel right. I don't think it's time for that just yet." "I understand," he said. "When would be the time?" "Well, if this is just some fleeting sort of thing, then maybe not at all. But if it's something else..." "I think it is something else," Riley said. "I don't know how to explain that, but it's not a fling. I think I knew it wouldn't be a fling after having that first lunch with you." She smiled, and it lured him in for another kiss. It was a lengthy one, and in it, she could feel how tired he was. She broke it and sat up, adjusting her shirt. "When can we see each other again?" she asked. "Tomorrow night maybe," he said. "Sounds good." "Dinner again?" "That would be nice," she said. "And then maybe back here too? Maybe we can cash that rain check in?" "Plan on it," he said. He gave her another sleepy kiss, and then took her almost lovingly by the hand. "Come on. I'll drive you home." It was both exciting and depressing to be working in the shoe store, knowing that she could receive a call from Alderholt Lending at any minute. She felt guilty for not telling Mr. Farr about the interview, but told herself that the fact he had originally suspected as much negated that responsibility. Besides that, Mr. Farr, while at work for most of the day, again remained in his office most of the time. He had spoken with her just long enough to morning to inform her that there was a hold-up with something in the paperwork on his end, some stipulations in the verbiage of the lease that had been put in place by his grandfather more than 50 years ago. The day seemed to drag on forever, as it was excruciatingly slow. Between 9 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, only 7 customers came through the doors. Shelley was working with her, and was entertaining herself by having what was apparently a hilarious and risque conversation via text on her phone with a guy she met out at a club the other night. Lauren found herself wanting to share her own tawdry stories from the last few days. It hurt to not be able to share them, especially with someone like Shelley, who had been insisting for months that all Lauren needed to do to improve her social situation was to get laid on a semi-regular basis. And having to hide who it was that she was seeing made it all that much more tormenting. Although, she couldn't help but wonder if Riley would mind if she started telling people. He had never explicitly asked her not to tell anyone. Probably because he knows no one will ever believe me, she thought. She busied herself with a crossword puzzle from the day's paper during the lulls in business, occasionally peering back towards Mr. Farr's office door. She was debating on the answer for 39 down when the door opened, signaled by the little buzzer bell that was installed over it. She looked up and was floored to see Riley walking through the door. He saw her and gave her a knowing grin, a secret sort of smile that actually made her glad that she hadn't told anyone yet. Still, he didn't say a word to her and barely looked at her after giving her a smile. Even when he approached the counter and spoke to her, it was very informal. His eyes darted around the store, from shelf to shelf. "Is Mr. Farr here?" he asked. "Yeah," she said. She was looking at him suspiciously, trying to figure out why he wouldn't make eye contact with her. "In his office." "Thanks," Riley said again, not so much as looking at her as he started off towards the back of the store. Lauren watched him go, a seed of distrust wriggling into her heart. She understood the need to maybe keep whatever was going on between them a secret to some regard, but it seemed wrong to completely brush her off in such a way. As she watched him go, Shelley came up to the register. Her eyes were also glued on Riley as he reached Mr. Farr's office and gave a knock. "I tell you," Shelley said, leaning in close to whisper to Lauren, "there's not much I wouldn't give to remove that man's pants with my teeth." Lauren felt the redness creep up into her cheeks, but calmed herself with a deep, relaxing breath. "Yeah," she said simply. Shelley gave Riley one last look, gave a cute little growling sound, and then headed back out onto the floor where she started placing up discount signs on certain shoes. Lauren watched the back of the store as Mr. Farr opened the door, gave Riley a weak smile, and then invited him inside, closing the door behind them. Lauren went back to her crossword puzzle, but found it hard to pay much attention to it. She went through a wide range of emotions as she stared at the empty boxes. She felt anger because Riley had basically ignored her, and that didn't make much sense, considering the fact that he had kissed her so publicly in the restaurant last night. But on the heels of that, there was still the intoxicating excitement of having the secret that sat between them. She managed to get the answers to 2 more clues down as she sorted through all of this. Just having seen him so unexpectedly had made her swoon, and good grief, she was having sporadic images of hauling him into the stockroom and doing unmentionable things to him. But she'd be lying to herself if she ignored the fact that he was essentially ignoring her now. Sure, it was only in front of Shelley, but still, what the hell? 15 minutes later, she heard Mr. Farr's door open. She turned slowly, trying to look nonchalant, and saw the 2 men standing in the doorway. Riley's back was turned to her, looking back into the office. She heard him laugh lightly, a throaty noise that reminded her of where his mouth had nearly gone the night before. When he started walking towards the register, she made up her mind. She was going to stand at the counter, looking directly at him. She was going to make him look at her, and see what his reaction would be. He came up the aisle and she kept her eyes locked on him, not in a creepy way but in a praised casual stance. There was a fleeting moment where she saw the man she had been seeing over the last 2 days. There was intent and curiosity in his eyes, tinged with a sexy sort of glare that had let her know that he meant business. She was also vaguely aware of Shelley standing at the other end of the counter, probably bending over strategically, in the act of lifting something at just the right time. Her breasts would be pointed towards him, and she'd probably look up at him with the too sexy smile that, if Lauren was honest, even made her a little hot at times. But if Shelley did any of that, Lauren didn't see it. Her eyes were focused on Riley, and they watched him as he kept walking. He walked to her, past her, and did nothing more than give her a stiff little nod before heading out of the front door. Watching him go, Lauren thought that she could actually feel her heart start to crumble a little bit. She watched him go out of the store, and had to restrain herself from walking out after him to ask him what was going on. She literally held herself to the counter, her fingers digging into the underside of the small ledge on the cashier's side. As she fought this, Shelley came up beside her and looked outside too. "You're doing it too, aren't you?" Shelley asked. "Doing what?" "Undressing him with your eyes." She wasn't, but the anger that was rising up in her pushed the next comment out of her mouth before she could stop it. "No need," she said. "I've already seen it." With that, she left the register and headed towards the back of the store to check on Mr. Farr. She barely heard Shelley give a surprised reply of, "You've already seen what?" as he walked away. She was so upset that she wasn't able to enjoy the slight hint of bewilderment in Shelley's voice. She reached Mr. Farr's door, raised her hand to knock, and did everything she could to not start crying. Lauren managed to not cry at all for the remainder of the day. She left the store at 5 o'clock, headed for her car and anxious for a night of vegging out in front of the TV and shifting through equal measures of lust and anger towards Riley. As she got into the car, Shelley flagged her down and raced over to her car. "You're in a hurry to get out of here, huh?" Shelley asked. "A little." "Any plans tonight?" Shelley asked. "Nothing big," she said. "You okay? You seemed a little distant there at the end of the shift." She shook her head and said, "No. It's just this stuff with Mr. Farr. I feel bad for him. He seems okay. I think it's the family ties that are bothering him more than anything." "Yeah," Lauren said, looking at her keys and making it as clear as possible without being rude that she really didn't feel like talking. "Well, take care," Shelley said. "You too. Are you working tomorrow?" "Yeah. Brittany too. With all 3 of us and Mr. Farr here, I think we're going to probably officially be told that we'll be out of a job very soon." Lauren nodded, now feeling guiltier than ever that she had met for an interview at Alderholt. "We'll see," was all that Lauren said before she started her car. She pulled out of the parking lot, tempted to drive over to Riley's house and confront him face to face. But that wouldn't do any good. She still wasn't even sure if she was angry or just confused and slightly hurt. It would probably be best to sort all of that out first. So she set off to do as she originally planned. She went home and trudged along to her apartment. She hoped against hope that Scott wasn't roaming the halls. She didn't know if she had the patience to soak up his staged kindness. Big talk from a woman who thought it was cute that he was crushing on her just 3 days ago, she thought. You know, before your billionaire boyfriend came into the picture. Hating herself over this just a bit, she entered her apartment, locked the door behind her, and went directly to the fridge. She had never been an emotional eater. All of her weight gains had come from choices she knew were bad, based on horrible diets and a lack of exercise. But damn it, tonight she knew she had that batch of cookie dough in the fridge, and a bottle of cheap red wine that needed to be killed off. She tore the dough open, and plopped a dozen sloppy mounds of it onto a baking sheet. While she waited for them to bake, she uncorked the wine and carried the half-empty bottle to the couch. She brought up Netflix on the television, and primed up the episode of Gilmore Girls that was next in the queue. As she did all of this, she moved as if someone had pre-programmed her. She knew that she had to deal with what she was feeling. She knew that she had to sort out her emotions. If it meant she had to cry like a heartbroken schoolgirl, then so be it. And if it meant that she uncovered from suppressed anger, that was fine too. She lifted the remote and was about to press play to start the episode when a knock came to her door. She jumped a bit and then rolled her eyes. Can Scott actually sense when I'm home? Is it like a needy sort of radar? Again, it was not a fair thought. Maybe it came from the anger that she was beginning to realize she needed to deal with in regards to Riley. She didn't get up, though. Let him knock. She could pretend that she wasn't home, and... Lauren? Hey, it's Riley. I know you're home. Can you please open the door? She looked to the door as if it had spoken the words, and not a man on the other side. Having Riley come to her apartment was the absolute last thing she had been expecting. She looked around the modest little place, and was embarrassed at the mere thought of him seeing it. But at the same time, she knew that she couldn't send him away. Wait, she said, a bit grumpy. She got up from the couch, the wine bottle in one hand, and answered the door. She was hurt and she was mad, but seeing him there was like a breath of fresh air. He was wearing a white button-down shirt and a tie that had been loosened at the neck. His pants were cinched tight, and their charcoal gray color looked almost black in the bright lights of the hallway. He stepped inside without being invited. He instantly brought his hands to either side of her face, leaned in and kissed her. She yielded at first, feeling the posture of her body leaning into his, wanting to melt into him and kiss him forever. But with every ounce of willpower she had, she was able to pull away from him. She gave him a perplexed look and took another step back. Sensing that there was trouble brewing, Riley closed the door behind him. To his credit, he stayed where he was, although it was obvious that he very much wanted to approach her. How did you get my address? She asked. I requested a copy of your application from Alderholt, he said. Sorry. Sort of sneaky on my part. It was, but she didn't say so. I need you to explain to me what happened when you came into the store today. What the hell was that about? He grinned, but it was one of disdain. He then gave a shrug, and when he looked to her, she saw genuine sorrow in his eyes. It was the first time she had seen anything like it in his expression, and it made her want to instantly go to him. I don't know that I could explain it. Is it because there was a pretty girl there? She asked, thinking of Shelley. Did you not want to seem too into the fat girl, with the pretty skinny girl standing right there? Stop it, he said. That's not it at all, and you know I don't see you that way. Then what was it? She asked. I'm not used to public displays of affection. I've always thought it was a sign of weakness to appear as if you're attached to someone. Sure, I tried to break that wall down at dinner the other night and it was exhausting. Oh well, I'm sorry that trying to make me seem ordinary or pretty or whatever tired you out, she snapped at him. He took his first additional step inside. They were now less than 3 feet apart, and it was killing her not to reach out and touch him. It's not like that, he said. I'm glad I was able to do it at dinner. You deserve it, and it made me so happy to be able to tear that wall down for you. It's just going to take some time. Some time, she asked. Yes. I can do it, I know I can. But today at the store, I was so preoccupied with Mr. Farr, I felt like I had to keep my business face on. I felt like hell when I left. I knew I had hurt you. I almost called you, but I didn't think it would help. She didn't say anything. If anything, she felt bad for blowing the whole thing out of proportion. There's another reason I didn't call or come back by the store, he added. What? He stepped forward again and reached out, taking the hand that was not occupied by the wine. After talking with Mr. Farr, I don't know that I can go through with the sale. What? He smiled, nodding. It all comes back to what you yelled at me about on that first night at the shoe store. That store is his livelihood. He's put time and effort into it, more than I've ever put into anything, that's for sure. So what? She asked. You're going to put a stop to it? I don't know. But more important than that, do you forgive me? Can you understand what I was trying to do? She nodded and stepped towards him, setting the wine bottle down on the end table by the couch. Of course I do, she said. Thank you for trying to explain. I know it must have been hard. It was, he said, their faces inching towards one another. But not as hard as I thought it was going to be. It was easier once I saw you. She knew she was blushing, but she didn't care. His mouth was coming towards hers, and in that dizzy speed that she was getting all too familiar with. She pulled away and said, That's the oven. I thought I smelled cookies, he said with a chuckle. Yeah, she said, going to the stove and taking them out. She put the tray on the stovetop and said, This was how I was going to deal with what happened today. He looked around the apartment, smiling. Wine, cookies, and the Gilmore Girls. Sounds like fun. Don't make fun. I'm not, he said, reaching out and taking one of the cookies. Can I join you? She was taken aback at the idea of Riley sharing her couch space with her, drinking her cheap wine, and zoning out in front of the TV. Somehow, it was a much more intimate thought than being with him. Something else she hoped they might get to, if he did indeed stay here for cookies, wine, and TV. Of course, Lauren said. That would be great. It really would, he said, kissing her softly on the side of the mouth. And something about that little kiss, complete with the cookie crumbs on the top of his upper lip, meant more to her than anything else that had happened over the last 3 days. The last thing Lauren remembered about that night was falling asleep, wiped out from a mind-shattering orgasm, with their legs entwined beneath the sheets. She hadn't had a man fall asleep beside her since college, 6 years of loneliness, and wondering if she'd ever experience it again. So she fell asleep that night feeling fulfilled in a way that couldn't be achieved by just sex. Still, when she woke up in the morning, he was gone. In his place, there was a note. He had written it on the back of one of his business cards. It read, Early breakfast with boring people. I'll call you when I'm freed up. She read it 5 times, unable to stop herself. I'm giddy, she thought miserably. Oh my God, I'm falling for this man far too fast. But there was a smile plastered to her face as she readied herself for work. She knew that there could be devastating news today, as well as a hugely emotional moment for Mr. Farr. And while she knew that she should be alarmed and upset about both of those things, she simply couldn't find the room in her heart for anything other than joy and excitement about what was happening in her life. On the way to work, she checked her name tag, admiring how cute it looked. No matter what happened with Mr. Farr or the potential job with Alderholt Lending, she thought she might always hold on to this name tag for sentiment. She again thought of what Mr. Farr might be going through this morning, and of Riley's talk of changing his mind the night before, and everything seemed to be entirely unpredictable. This had the potential to be a very big day indeed. She received further evidence of this shortly before she turned into the shoe store parking lot. It was 10:02 when her cell phone rang. She beamed for a moment, sure that it was Riley. But when she picked it up, it was from a number she didn't recognize. She answered it hesitantly, bringing the phone to her ear as she parked in the shoe store lot. "Hello," she said. "Hi, Lauren. This is Robin over at Alderholt Lending. I wanted to call and let you know that after speaking with the directors and the vice president, we believe you'd make a fine addition to Alderholt Lending. If you're still interested in the job, we'd love to offer you the position." Lauren literally could not form any words for a good 3 seconds. The silence on the phone seemed to grow as she drew in a breath. "Lauren?" "I'm here," she said. "I'm sorry. But this is fantastic news. I'm a little shocked." "No need to be," Robin said. "We liked what we saw and believe that if we can get you some additional training, you can be incredibly successful here. Now, we have a package put together for you that goes over salary, benefits, and things of that nature. Depending on the roles you end up taking, the position pays anywhere between $70,000 and $78,000 annually. Is that going to be acceptable?" She was again speechless, but managed to cut the silence short this time. "Yes," she said, trying to wrap her head around such a figure. Compared to the $13 an hour she was making at the shoe store, $70,000 a year seemed like a fortune. "Great. Can you come in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to get everything underway?" "Absolutely," Lauren said. "I'll be there. And thank you so much." "Thank you," Robin said. "We're excited to have you join our team." Lauren ended the call and opened her car door right away. She felt that if she didn't start moving instantly, she would freeze up and have some sort of joy-induced panic attack in her car. She walked directly into the store, barely seeing Brittany and Shelley speaking with Mr. Farr behind the counter. She was in such a daze that she initially missed the good mood that everyone seemed to be in. Even Mr. Farr was smiling ear to ear. From the looks of his eyes, he had also been crying recently. "I'm only 5 minutes late," Lauren said. "What did I miss?" Mr. Farr approached her and gave her a large hug. He even kissed her on the cheek, making her laugh out loud. "The sale is off," he said, stepping back so that she could again see the wide smile on his face. "Riley Thompson called me early this morning and invited me to breakfast. He said he no longer needed the store and that he appreciated local businesses. But it gets better. Not only is the sale off and I'm keeping the store, but Riley is giving me $400,000 as an investment towards another shoe store. He'll go in as my partner and earn a percentage, but I'm in full control." Lauren couldn't contain her own smile. "Oh my God," she said, starting to laugh again. She looked to Brittany and Shelley, and while they were also in good moods, there was something in the way they looked at her that made Lauren think that there was something else going on too. In fact, they were looking at her as if they had a secret that they were bursting to tell. "What?" she asked. "What is it?" "We sort of know something else," Brittany said. "Oh God," Lauren thought. "What?" Her answer didn't come from either of the preppy young ladies at the counter, though. Instead, it came from a male's voice near the back of the store. "They know about us," this male voice said. Lauren looked down the aisles and saw Riley walking towards the counter. For reasons that she didn't understand at the moment, she found herself wanting to cry. This, she assumed, was her life's weird version of the knight in shining armor that most girls fantasized about in their youth. "I told them about you and me," he said as he reached the register. "And I also told Mr. Farr that it was you that originally set my mind to killing off the sale. Would it make this new development easier for me?" "Sure. But are there other ways around it without putting a family business in the ground?" "Absolutely." Lauren opened her mouth to say something, but Riley was suddenly behind the counter, putting his mouth on hers. He kissed her in a way that was slightly too much to be in front of 3 other people, but she didn't mind. As he kissed her, Lauren heard a slight giggle from Brittany. When the kiss was over, Lauren looked guiltily at Mr. Farr. "What is it, dear?" he asked. "Well, I'm glad you were able to keep the business, but I got a job offer." "I got it literally as I was pulling into the lot." "Alder Holt?" Riley asked, taking her hand. "Yes." "Alder Holt Lending?" Mr. Farr asked. "Yes, sir," she said with a curt nod. "I'm sorry." "Don't you dare be sorry," he said, still beaming. "In fact, if you show any guilt or think about not taking it, I may have to fire you." She smiled at him and took a quick look around the shoe store. Her head was reeling, and the feel of Riley's hand on her own anchored her as well as it could, but it was all still so surreal. "How did I get here?" she wondered, a smile plastered to her face. "Mr. Farr," Riley said, "I wonder if I might add one stipulation to our agreement from this morning." "What would that be?" Mr. Farr asked a bit suspiciously. "I ask that you accept Lauren's resignation right now. Her time here is over as of this moment. I'd like to take her with me for the day." "Done," Mr. Farr said. He then turned to Lauren and said, "Just come to the opening of the new store in a few months and say hi, would you?" "Of course I will," Lauren said, giving her ex-employer another hug. Shelley and Brittany hugged her next, and when Brittany pulled slowly away, she whispered, "You need to teach me some of your magic, girl." She fought away a few tears, and gave several more hugs and well wishes before she actually walked out of the shoe store doors. In the parking lot, Riley led her to his car, and she had to lean against it for support. It was all just too overwhelming. "You okay?" Riley asked, gently rubbing her shoulders. "Yeah," she said. "It's just a lot to take in." She looked him in his eyes and added, "You did a remarkable thing by letting him keep his business. Most men wouldn't have done that. I would have been one of those men 3 days ago." "What changed it?" Lauren asked. "You?" "How?" she asked. "Why me?" "I honestly don't know yet," Riley said, placing his hands on her hips and drawing her close. "But I hope you'll let me find out." He kissed her softly and deeply, and she was again reclining against the car, only for a different reason. When he broke the kiss, he opened the door for her and ushered her into the car. "Congratulations on your new job," he said. "I believe a celebration is on order." "Where are we going?" she asked. "It's a surprise," he said, closing the door and then walking around to the driver's side. When he was behind the wheel, Lauren reached out and took his hand. "I don't like surprises. So just tell me where we're going." "Sorry. I can't. Just trust me when I say that you'll like it." "Do you trust me?" She was surprised to find that she did, without any reservations. So she nodded, and the smile he gave her in return spoke volumes. "Good," he said. "Then let's go." She didn't know where they were going, and quite frankly, she didn't care. This man had come to her as if straight out of a fantasy, and since then, her life has been totally turned upside down in the best of ways. So yes, she trusted him, and for now, she would lead wherever he asked her to follow. He drove towards the interstate, and as they picked up speed, she looked at her little nameplate still pinned to the shoe store uniform. She plucked at it and slowly removed it from her shirt. Smiling, she kissed it lightly, placed it on the dashboard, and looked forward to whatever lay ahead of them. His Billionaire Dream. Chapter 4, New Beginnings. The field looked like something straight off of a scenic calendar. There was only wheat, and the occasional speck of weeds as far as the horizon. And there at the horizon, the sky looked flawless, even the afternoon clouds were perfectly shaped and sculpted. "This is more beautiful than the ocean," Lauren thought. "How did I even get here?" The answer, of course, was in the form of the man standing beside her. Riley was holding her hand, looking out towards the horizon with her. It was hard for Lauren to believe that it had only been this morning, just 9 hours ago, that she had been standing in Mr. Farr's shoe store listening to Riley's gracious gesture towards Mr. Farr. Looking back on it was like flipping back to the beginning of some elaborate fairy tale book. This field was the place that Riley had wanted to take her, the thing he had said he wanted to show her when they had been leaving the shoe store that morning. He had not dropped any hints along the way. Not in his car on the way to the airport, not in his private jet on the way to Idaho, and not during the 40-minute car ride from the Idaho airport to this beautiful field. He had said nothing about the field, and absolutely nothing about the small table, decked out with chairs sitting in the middle of it. They had walked at least 300 yards before they came to the table. Sitting on it was a bottle of wine, 2 steaks, and a plate of delicious-looking vegetables. "How in the world did you pull this off?" she asked. She was sweating a bit from the walk, but was beyond caring. This moment was beyond words, and she was not going to let a little sweat ruin it. "I made some calls," he said. "This is too much," she said. "Some might say so," Riley said as they reached the table. He reached out and pulled her chair out for her. The wheat of the field lay down beneath the chair. When she sat down and he pushed her chair in, his hand brushed her collarbone, and it made her ashamed that such a gentle touch could push her over the edge. "What is this for?" she asked. He sat down opposite of her and opened the wine. As he poured some into their glasses, she could tell that he felt very awkward giving an answer. "Far too many of my relationships with women have been quick and meaningless. I admit that, and if I am being quite honest, I have no regrets. But there is something different here, and that sort of baffles me. I will not say it scares me, but it is something like that. I wanted to make some sort of gesture to you, a way for you to know that this is not some quick and fleeting thing for me. I feel things for you that are new to me, that are a little overwhelming. I wanted to do this for you so you know that I am here to stay, if you will have me. It is easily the most romantic thing anyone has ever done for me," she said. "And as soon as I can accept the fact that a man like you wants a woman like me, then of course I will have you, as you put it." He only smiled in response. He started cutting into the steak, and looked out towards the horizon. Lauren saw the glimmer of happiness in his eyes, and could not stand the mystery any longer. "Where are we anyway?" she asked. "Well, I grew up about 30 miles that way," he said, stabbing at the dusk air with his fork. "When I was 15 or so, I discovered this field while driving around one day. It struck me as peaceful, as a place that seemed out of place, you know. I always came here to think, to sort out life. Even in college, and after landing the bigger jobs that got me to where I am today, I came here to think when a big decision needed to be made. It is a place of peace and insight for me. I have never shared it with anyone before." "Why me then?" she asked. "Because you are a pretty good source of peace for me, too," he said. "I know that sounds cheesy, but I am beginning to understand that." Lauren thought she might cry at that response, so she did her best to distract herself with the gorgeous sunset over the field. And again, that same question was in her head even though she had the answer right in front of her. How did I get here? Scene break. Dinner ended as the first fireflies began to glow over the field. They walked along the edge of the field afterward, heading back to the road to where Riley had parked his car. She wanted to ask him more about what his childhood was like. He had offered a few minor details during dinner, recalling memories of discovering the field and how he would sometimes ditch his friends just to come out here to be alone. But Lauren feared that digging for more information, after he had so willingly given up some personal items, might seem like prying, so she kept quiet for the moment. It was completely dark when they reached his car. He had parked on a small dirt track that had fed off of the secondary road the field sat along. There was very little traffic on it, but the buzz of the highway less than half a mile away could be heard. At the car, Riley moved to open the door for her, but when Lauren reached for it, he took her wrist, turned her to him, and kissed her. The kiss had heat, but there was something else there as well. Call it passion, desire, whatever, all Lauren knew was their bodies were starting to sync now. She pressed into him, gently pushing him against the car, and pressed her body to his. They were like that for the better part of 5 minutes, their hands exploring and their lips as busy as ever. It made Lauren feel like she was in high school again. It made her feel more than wanted. It made her feel young again. Riley was the one to break the kiss. Lauren could have stayed there forever. They stood nose to nose, Riley still pressed against the car. "You okay?" she asked. "Yes. I am just wondering, do we fly back tonight or get a room for the night?" She ran a hand along his chest and smiled at him. "Would we have privacy on the plane?" He grinned, understanding what she was insinuating. "I can make sure we have it, yes." "Then let us go home," she said. "I start the new job on Monday, and I would like to rest fully over the weekend." "Sounds good," he said. "I will call the airfield from the car." She laughed out loud as she finally got into the car. "What is funny about that?" he asked. "Just the idea that I am dating a man that does things like calling his private jet from his nice, rented car after flying me out of a remote field where we had a spur-of-the-moment romantic dinner. It is crazy." He smiled at her. "I guess it sort of is," he said. "But you had better get used to it." With that, he gave her one last kiss before starting the car and driving back out to the main highway towards the airport. Scene break. They did indeed have the privacy they wanted. The pilot was the only other person on board, and Riley led her to the back of the plane, where there was a small love seat next to a tiny bar area. Once the plane was in the air and flying smoothly, Riley came to her and they wasted no time. What followed needed no words, only the quiet dark and each other. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in shared closeness and connection until the intensity carried them through to its natural end. When they landed 3 hours later, she still did not quite trust her knees. From the airport, Riley's private driver took them back to his house, where they shared another moment of closeness and fell asleep. The following morning, Saturday, Lauren slept in until 11 o'clock. She could not remember the last time she had slept in so late, or gotten such a peaceful night's sleep. She thought she might have slept right through until noon if she had not heard Riley's voice. He was speaking on the phone in another room, his tone a bit dramatic and filled with flair. She liked hearing him talk like that. There was something about the idea of him being able to influence others so easily that drew her to him, which was odd because she did not like bossy men as a general rule. She got out of bed and walked down the hall into his study room, where he was on the phone. He acknowledged her with a smile, rolled his eyes and pointed to the phone. She smiled back and took the time to take a quick tour of the parts of his home that she had not seen yet. She found the bookshelf in his small reading room entertaining. There were classics, as well as huge volumes on how to run a business and influence people, but there were also graphic novels, horror and sci-fi collections, and even 2 cookbooks. She was also equally surprised by his movie collection, which was shelved neatly on his enormous built-in entertainment center. There were plenty of cliched action movies, but there were also goofball comedies and even a few romantic movies. It made her wonder if some of the titles might have once belonged to other women who had spent any considerable time here with him. "Do not judge a man by his movies," he said, sneaking up behind her. "Hey," she said, holding her hands up in mock surrender. "Sometimes you just have to own the notebook. I know how it goes." He grimaced. "Yeah, not very manly." "Does not bother me," she joked. "That just means that I will not have any problem getting you to watch the rest of Gilmore Girls with me." "We will see," he said, coming to her. "Look, the man on the phone is a developer that is quite upset that I called off the deal with Mr. Farr. I am meeting him in about an hour to go over other alternatives. I cannot miss this meeting." "It is okay. I understand. I was not expecting to spend the entire weekend with you." "That would be nice though," he said. "So, I have to head out in about 10 minutes. Can I give you a ride to your place?" "Sure." They both went back to the bedroom, where she brushed her teeth and tried to get her hair in working order. While she fussed in front of the mirror, Riley changed out of the t-shirt and athletic shorts he was wearing and into more business-appropriate attire. Lauren caught glimpses of him changing as he walked around the room, watching him in the mirror. The man was a perfect male specimen, from his washboard abs to his wide shoulders. She loved to just look at him, and was still in shock that she got to touch and kiss that body whenever she wanted. She quickly found that Riley was very punctual, as he kept poking his head into the bathroom to see if she was ready. "Sorry," he told her after checking in on her for the second time. "One of the annoying little quirks you should probably learn about me, as quickly as you can, is that I am a stickler for time. I cannot stand to be late." "No worries," she said, giving up on her hair and following him out of the bedroom. He practically marched out of the front door, and she had to dash down the sidewalk to keep up with him when they were outside. When they were in his car, he sped down his driveway to the point where Lauren was slightly scared. "I guess this is an important meeting, huh?" she asked. "Sorry," he said. "I guess it is partly my fault. I should not have agreed to meet him so quickly. It made me rushed, and I hate being rushed. Almost as much as I hate being late." She frowned, wondering if she was picking up a tone of annoyance in his voice. "I am sorry," she said. "I did not know it was a huge deal. You should have said something, and I would have." "Do not sweat it," he said. "I will still make it on time. But the next time I tell you I need to be somewhere at a certain time, you need to start to get moving. My time is valuable, you know." What a jerk, she thought. Was he really being so uptight because he was being rushed? She supposed it was likely. A man of his stature had to be on time for things. It was part of his reputation. But still, did it warrant his sudden transformation from Prince Charming into this rude jerk that currently sat before her? It was too much. She had never been the best at keeping her mouth shut when she knew it was going to get her into trouble, and now was no exception. "I am sorry," she said. "Did you seriously just say, 'My time is valuable'?" "I did," he said. "Look, I am sorry, but when it comes to work, I have to take every bit of it seriously. Working at a shoe store, I know you punch a clock, and if you are a little late, it is no big deal. Someone else will sell the stupid shoes and—" "Riley," she said, cutting him off. "Stop right now." He looked as if she had reached out and slapped him. It was clear that he was not accustomed to being interrupted. He looked furious, but before he could get out a rebuttal, Lauren went on. "There is talking down to someone, and then there is insulting someone. Besides, you did not seem to mind the shoe store a few days ago when we were having lunch for the first time." He was fuming, but she thought he had figured out that he had gone too far. They rode on in silence, until he pulled up in front of her building. She could tell, even by the way he slammed the car into park, that he was upset. But she did not care, she was too. More than that, she was hurt. "Bye," she said curtly as she stepped out of the car. She looked back briefly and saw that he looked torn. He wanted to say something that was clear. But she assumed that the last several years of his life, as he had built his empire, had told him that apologies were never needed. She saw some of that in his character, but it was part of the power that she was drawn to. She understood it, she supposed. But right now, quite frankly, it sucked. He decided to say nothing at all, throwing the car into drive and pulling out into the street. Lauren stood there and watched him go, wondering if that was it. Would that one stupid argument effectively end what she had started to think might be the one real chance she would ever have at love, at the happy ending she had always dreamed about ever since she had been a little girl? She did not want to depress herself by even thinking of such. She stormed up the stairs to her building and walked through the doors, leaving an otherwise glorious Saturday afternoon behind her. Scene break. Once she was in her apartment, she was actually relieved to find that her anger was winning out over her worry of losing Riley. She would be darned if she was going to cry over him, especially over such a ridiculous argument, so she held tightly to that anger to keep the tears away. But when she closed the apartment door behind her, she simply stood there for a while. She looked around her apartment and could not help but feel, well, a little snobby. After seeing how Riley lived and experiencing that side of life, how was she supposed to be happy about returning to her own life? Sure, if she excelled at her new job, She would be able to knock out her debt and start saving, eventually moving up a few rungs on the social ladder. But there was something about the way she felt as she looked around her apartment. She felt distant from everything. Had being around Riley really disenchanted her from the life she had been living so quickly? That, of course, brought up another question. Was she really so crazy about Riley because of the person he was and the traits she was seeing, or because of the lifestyle he offered? As she sat on the couch, she actually allowed herself to think about this for the first time since they had kissed. The man was gorgeous, there was no doubting that. And the fact that he was rich offered a sense of security that she was not accustomed to. But beyond that, was there anything else? She felt that there was. If there was not, she would not have felt butterflies in her stomach whenever he touched her. She would not have felt so utterly whole and blissful while being close to him on the plane, looking down to the earth. Also, she probably would not have been quite so at odds with herself, sitting alone in her apartment and analyzing every moment of the argument they had just had. "Darn," she said. She looked out of her window and saw that the afternoon continued to be gorgeous. She wondered if Riley was at his meeting yet. She wondered if he was as torn up about what had happened as she was. And it was in that wondering that she came to understand one very scary thing. She was falling in love with him. Scene break. She used some of her pent-up frustration and worry to clean her apartment. She put on some music, and even had a casserole baking in the oven while she cleaned. It was how she usually spent her lonely Saturdays. Cleaning to her was cathartic, a nice way to expel negative emotions. As she cleaned, she managed to temporarily stop worrying about Riley by envisioning what the new job was going to be like. Based on the job description, she had no doubt that she would be able to do the job, and do it well, but there was the unknown factor of it all that had her dream. She could not imagine a salary of $70,000 per year. She knew that it was not a fortune by any means, but it was a mammoth change to the $25,000 she had made last year with the job at the shoe store and the freelance cleaning jobs she had gotten by placing an ad in the paper. The idea of being out of debt was foreign to her, as was the idea of having access to money to spend. Before she knew it, 4:30 had rolled around. The apartment was clean, the casserole was done, and she had worked up a sweat. Also though, Riley had not called her. She checked her phone to see if the music had maybe drowned out his call, but her display screen showed no missed calls. She toyed with the idea of calling him instead, but thought it might be best to wait it out. She figured she would give him until tomorrow night to call. She was sure that he would. She did not see how he could set up a dinner like the one they had shared last night, and then simply abandon someone because of such a trivial argument. She did not want to assume that the meeting he was having was a small one either. Maybe it would be best to give him a day or so to sort things out and cool off. She supposed she needed to do some cooling off too. It had been a long time since she had felt anything other than slight indifference to a man other than Mr. Farr. If she spoke to Riley right now, with her emotions running wild, she could very well make a fool out of herself. She put her phone down and headed to the bathroom, where she showered the sweat from the cleaning session off of her. She let herself soak for a good long while, before getting out and sitting down to eat by herself. She ate at the coffee table, watching an episode of Gilmore Girls. She did the math in her head and estimated that she could likely watch the rest of season 4 by tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully, by that time, Riley would have called, and her Gilmore Girls binge-watching days would be over. She had made it through 3 episodes, occasionally glancing over to her phone and willing Riley to call. She tried her best to stop because it made her feel like a foolish little high school girl, but it was nearly impossible. Was he seriously that upset with her? A knock at the door had her jumping up from the couch in excitement and anticipation. She shut off the television and did her best to tidy up the coffee table, which was still covered with her dishes from dinner. She glanced at the clock and saw that it was nearly 8 o'clock. Maybe they would have time to go out and grab a drink, or maybe they would just stay here, hopefully mostly in the bedroom. She took a quick moment to primp her hair as best as she could without the aid of a mirror, and then walked to the door, trying to hold back her smile. The knock at the door came again when she reached out for the handle, and her heart seemed to shudder in her chest. She opened the door, and her heart instantly stopped its dance. Scott was standing there, looking forlorn and depressed. He held a to-go box from a restaurant in his hands. "Hey, Scott," she said, trying not to sound too disappointed. "Hey," he said. "You busy?" She glanced back at her phone, and it suddenly seemed like a lost relic. "He is upset," she told herself. "He is not going to call you tonight." "Not at all," Lauren said. "Come on in." Scott came in, walking like a dog that had just been beaten by its master. "You okay?" Lauren asked. "Been better," Scott said. "I had my first date in about 4 months tonight. It did not go well." "What happened?" He shrugged. "We were at dinner, and when the waitress came by to ask if we wanted dessert, my date said no pretty quickly. She then said she could walk herself back to her car. No hug, not even a handshake. She just left me when we got out of the restaurant." "Yikes. Sounds like a jerk." "I do not even know," Scott said. "I did not get much of a chance to talk to her to find out." "Well, you are always welcome here," she said. "I am just watching more Gilmore Girls, but you are more than welcome to stay." "Thanks," he said, stepping into the apartment and heading directly for the couch. "Dating sucks," she said, joining him on the other end. She so badly wanted to tell him about Riley. Goodness, she wanted to tell everybody about Riley. But this was not about her right now. Right now, her friend needed some consoling. "Do you want to talk about it?" Lauren asked. "Maybe some other time," Scott said. "For now, I just need to be around someone I know." The thought of heading back to my apartment after such a failure of a date, only to watch Doctor Who all night long, is depressing. "Okay, then maybe we will not watch my show either," she said with a laugh. "I will tell you what, you have your leftovers and I will mix up some margaritas. Sound good?" "Sounds excellent," he said. Lauren got up and started making margaritas. She felt bad for Scott in a way that she was not used to. After the blissful 3 days she had recently had, it was depressing to know that not everyone got caught up in the same sort of passion so easily. Yes, she had admitted to herself earlier that she was falling in love with Riley, but she knew that to call what they had love might be a bit far-fetched. But whatever they had, recent stupid argument aside, she thought everyone should get to have a glimpse of it at some point in their lives. Especially someone as sweet and well-intentioned as Scott. With the batch of margaritas done, Lauren headed back over to the couch with 2 glasses filled with her concoction. She put on some music and let Scott tell her about his problems. He was a naturally funny guy, so even in his complaining, Lauren found herself laughing a lot. Before she knew it, her first margarita was empty, and she was refilling them, nearing the bottom of the pitcher. She sat back down on the couch and realized that in the hour since Scott had been here, she had not looked at her phone a single time. It was good to be distracted, to be laughing and not worrying herself sick over what Riley may or may not be thinking. "How about you?" Scott asked, apparently done with filling her in on his failed relationships over the past few months. "What is new in your world?" "I am going to tell him," she thought. "Sure, Shelley and Brittany know, so half the town will know soon enough. But yeah, I am going to tell Scott and hope it does not make him too upset." She opened her mouth to do just that, but was interrupted by another knock on the door. She looked at her watch and saw that it was 9:35. She had no idea who would be coming by at such an hour, and Riley, she thought. "1 second," she said, getting up and heading for the door. When her hand touched the knob, she was somehow certain that it was indeed Riley on the other side. Her body could practically feel him there, waiting to see her. She opened the door slowly and peered out. Sure enough, Riley was standing there. He gave her a smile as he held a bouquet of roses out to her. "So that was a pretty stupid fight," he said. "And I was a jerk. I am so sorry, Lauren. Would you?" His eyes narrowed and he tilted his head forward. He was looking beyond her, into the apartment. "Who is that?" Riley asked. His sentiment was gone, as was the good-natured look that he had been wearing on his face. He stepped into the apartment, thrusting the roses out to Lauren. She was so taken by surprise that she could do nothing more than accept them and give him a look of utter shock. "What? What is going on here?" he asked. Scott turned and looked at Riley. He looked like a deer that has been caught in the headlights and is about to get run down by a big speeding truck. "Hey, Scott said. "Who in the world is this?" Riley asked. "This is my neighbor," Lauren said, quickly not liking where this was going. She had never seen Riley like this. It was more than unexpected, it was downright scary. "Hey man, I do not know what is going on," Scott said, "but That is when Riley threw the first punch. It was thrown almost blindly in a rage that was still taking Lauren by surprise. What in the world is happening? This is not Riley, she thought. This cannot be Riley. And then Scott, bless his heart, fell backward on the couch rather than getting up to defend himself. As Riley advanced on him, he looked back to Lauren as if he was hurt and could not believe what he was seeing. He threw a second punch, this one landing squarely in Scott's stomach. Scott let out an oof sound that broke Lauren out of her paralysis. She went rushing to Riley, grabbing him by his shoulders and spinning him around so that he had to look at her. When their eyes met, she could tell that he was already regretting what he had done. But it was too late, and he knew it. "What in God's name are you doing?" Lauren demanded. "He is my neighbor. He is a friend. And you are acting like a psycho." Riley nodded, and she thought he might be on the verge of crying. He looked from Lauren and then back to Scott, still sprawled on the couch and gasping for breath. Riley then took a step towards Lauren, and it saddened her that her first instinct was to take a step back. "I am sorry," Riley said. "I am so sorry." He then brushed by Lauren and headed for the door. "Riley," Lauren said, but there was not much yearning in her voice. At that moment, she did not really care if he turned around and came back to her or not. He made his exit, not even bothering to shut the door behind him. Lauren helplessly watched him go and fought the urge to chase after him. After all, Scott was just now sitting up, his eyes wide with fear as he finally started to catch his breath again. "I am so sorry," Lauren said. "My goodness, Scott. I had no idea he would do that." "Who was it?" he asked. "That is Riley. I think he is sort of my boyfriend." "Nice guy," Scott said. "Seems like the jealous type if you ask me." He was trying to be funny in the face of what had just happened to him, but something about the comment made Lauren wince. Despite the strong and rapidly growing feelings she had for Riley, the fact remained that there was a lot that she did not yet know about him. Maybe he was the jealous type, and if tonight was any indication, he was the extremely jealous type. "I am sorry," she said again, the words feeling empty. "Scott? I have to go. This is not like him." Scott winced as he got up. "Be careful," he said. "The dude packs quite a punch." "Sorry. Should I stay away from you for a while?" Scott asked. "No, I do not think that is necessary. I do not know what happened just now, but I really do not think he is like that. I am so upset and shocked and so sorry." "Stop apologizing," Scott said. "You did not hit me." He walked to the door, holding his stomach. "Just go and talk to him. And be careful. Because if he hits you, I am not much in the way of backup. I am not exactly a fighter." "It will not come to that," she said as she headed out of the door with him. But in the back of her head, she could not help but wonder. Do I know him well enough? Would he hit me if he got angry enough? "Let him try," she said under her breath as she took the stairs. As she made it to the lobby, her fingers itching to get behind the wheel and drive to Riley's house, she tried to remember if she had ever wanted to both kiss and kick someone so badly all at the same time. Scene break. Traffic was relatively light, and she was able to get to Riley's house quickly. She arrived shortly after he did, and she saw his headlights dimming out in the driveway as she turned in. By the time she had parked behind his car, Riley was already on the porch and opening the door. "Do not come after me," he said, his voice stern. "I deserve an explanation," Lauren said, walking as quickly as she could towards the door without actually running. "You think about that before you close that door on me." Riley said nothing, but when he walked into the house, he left the door standing open. Lauren saw that as her invitation to come inside, so she did. She stormed up his porch and walked inside. He was standing in the foyer, waiting for her. He was visibly upset, but she could not gauge whether what she was seeing was anger, fear, sorrow, or something else. She waited for him to say something, and when it was apparent that he was going to stay quiet for the moment, she leaned into him. She did not mean for so much anger to come out, but there it was, spewing out as if it had been building up all night. "You understand how psychotic it is for you to start just wailing on a friend of mine, right?" she asked. "That stuff is for mental institutions. I do not care how rich you are. And you know what? Maybe, and that is a big maybe, we were a couple that had been together for a while, and we were totally committed to each other. I might be able to understand it. Might. But I am not yours, Riley. You cannot just go around beating up any guy that I speak to. Scott is my neighbor and hopefully after tonight still my friend. I have known him longer than you, and he came over to tell me about a rotten date he had had. Imagine his horror when some crazy jerk shows up at my door with flowers and then starts wailing on him." He remained quiet, but he was fidgeting as he stood there. He wrung his hands and pivoted from foot to foot like a kid who was being reprimanded. "What do you have to say for yourself?" she asked. And through it all, she was a little disgusted that seeing him in his turmoil and whatever he was going through made her want to go to him and take him in her arms. "You said that you are not mine," he said softly. "But what if I want you to be? I feel it coming. Something is growing between us and it scares me, Lauren. It just about bowled me over when we were having dinner in that field last night. And then last night on the plane. I do not know that closeness has ever been that intimate for me. Like a clicking, you know? I have never had that." "Me neither," she said. "After the fight today, I was sure that you were starting to see a side of me that would drive you away. So I took some time to think over it. Part of me is so scared about the way I feel for you that I almost convinced myself to leave you alone, to forget about you and continue on with my life. But I cannot do that. I want you, and I am falling for you. And usually, when I want something, I just buy it, you know? So tonight when I saw that guy in your apartment, I saw it as just another obstacle in the way of what I wanted. I lost it. I went crazy. And I hope you can believe me when I say that I am not like that. I have thrown one punch in my life before tonight, and it was in a fight I lost badly in high school." "That is sweet," Lauren said hesitantly, "but I am not something to be owned." How frigging ironic, she thought. How did I go from basically praying for dates to having to tell a gorgeous millionaire that they do not own me? If there is a God, he has an enormous sense of humor. "I know that," he said. "But I guess wanting something, and then just getting it through influence or money, has become so ingrained in me that it has messed up my sense of relationships and how to deal with people that are not sitting at boardroom tables. Look, Lauren, I am so sorry. What can I do to show you how sorry I am?" He stepped towards her now, extending his hand. She took it with some reservation, but when they touched, she felt herself softening to him. It had to have been hard for a man of his stature to expose himself the way he had just done. That had to mean something, right? "Seriously," he said. "Anything." "Well, you can start by coming with me to apologize to Scott." "Absolutely. Can we go right now?" "Yes," she said. "I think we should." They walked towards the front door together, still hand in hand. When they were out on the porch, the front door closed behind them. He gave her arm a tug and drew her into his chest. She was resistant at first, but she allowed herself to remain there, against his body and in his arms. "I meant what I said," he told her. "I want you. I want you to stay. I want this to work for the long term. And that terrifies me. I am feeling the same way, she said, not nearly ready to let him know that she was already falling in love with him. It is scary. But when I start punching people on your behalf, that would be a cause for concern. He grinned slightly, but she thought the jab had hurt him a bit. Still, she did not take it back as they walked to his car. Still holding hands, he drove them away from his house and back into the city. Scene break. The apology was sincere, and Scott had forgiven Riley. Riley had even offered to take Scott out for dinner with him and Lauren, but Scott had declined. He had been a bit rude about the invitation, and Lauren did not blame him. When they had left Scott's place, she had gotten the feeling that things between her and Scott might never quite be the same. She had stayed at Riley's house on Saturday night. There had been no closeness, no kissing, and very little touching. It was not that Lauren did not trust him, but she felt that just acting as if things were perfectly fine might be too foolish. She did not want to make him feel like he had to pay for what he had done, but that was essentially what it boiled down to. When they woke up on Sunday morning, Lauren was overjoyed with how peaceful it felt to wake up next to him. Even with their clothes on and on opposite sides of the bed, having him there did something to her that she could not explain. They stayed in bed for a very long time, and once again there was nothing sexual about it. They talked about the night before, and to Lauren's surprise, Riley opened up a bit more as he tried to explain the reasons for his unbridled rage fit the night before. Riley had purchased his first company at the age of 28. Some of the money had been taken from the inheritance his father had left him, but he had been careful not to use that money as a cushion after that. He was quite proud that he had not had to use a penny of his father's money to help build his career outside of that first company. In the 3 years that followed, Riley purchased 2 more companies, and that is when he got in on the construction and expansion side. Parking lots, shopping centers, open-air malls, and even 2 parks along the East Coast were all his doing, and by the time he turned 34 he had people coming to him with ridiculous offers. At 36, he knew that he could retire and live comfortably. If he had kids, he would have plenty of money to leave them too. But with that sense of security, there also came a sense of entitlement. When he wanted the latest technological advance in entertainment, he got it. When he wanted a new car, he got it. When he wanted a new house, it was not a problem. Lauren discovered that he actually had 3 other houses, one of which was a luxurious beach house somewhere in North Carolina that he rented out during the summer for nearly $10,000 a week. She was glad to hear that he recognized this entitlement as a flaw, and she could easily see how it would lead to a sense of possession in terms of people. "So let me ask you," Lauren said as they lay in bed, the afternoon sun coming in through the windows as if trying to coax them out into the world of the wide awake. "Do you see your employees as people you own? Do you see them as possessions?" "No," he said. "I sign their paychecks. There is a sort of exchange there. I am not using the paycheck to pay for them. So how am I different? Why did you feel like you owned me last night? Why did you feel like Scott was threatening to take something you owned?" "I thought about that a lot last night while you were sleeping," he admitted. "I think it comes down to investment. I have never put the sort of emotional investment in anyone that I have put into you. And in many ways, that is riskier and more exhausting than anything I would do in a business setting. I think it goes back to that entitlement thing. I felt, at that moment, very territorial. You were mine. Anything in the way of that needed to be dealt with. And are you over that now?" "I think so," he said, looking earnestly into her eyes. "I hope so." She leaned in and gave him a sweet, soft kiss. "I hope so too," she said when she pulled away. "You scared me last night. I do not know that I can handle seeing that side of you again. I cannot be scared of you like that again." "You will not," he said. "If you will give me a chance and stay with me, I will see to it that you do not." "Okay," she said. Their hands met over the sheets, and she gave him a slight pulling motion. He came to her. "I think we should get out of bed now," he said. "Nuts to that," she said. "I start a new job tomorrow. I need to be as rested as possible." "Well, there goes the strenuous activities I had planned for the afternoon," he said with a laugh. "Let us not rule anything out," she said. "Just how strenuous are we talking?" With that sensual evil grin that sent daggers of anticipation through her, he said, "Well, not too vigorous for you. You have to sort of just lay there." "What do you?" she started to say. What followed needed no words, only the quiet dark and each other. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in shared closeness and connection, until the intensity carried them through to its natural end. Scene break. "You have got this," Riley said. Lauren sighed, looking at herself in the mirror. She was dressed in an outfit that she got from her apartment last night. Riley had offered to take her out shopping for something new, but she had declined. So soon after their argument and the incident with Scott, she did not want him to spend any of his money on her. It was bad enough that she was less than an hour away from starting a job that he had landed for her. She did not want to feel like she was taking advantage of him. "I think I do have this," she said. "I have a good feeling about it. Still though, I am nervous." "No need to be. You will rock your first day." He kissed her then and led her out of the bathroom, through the bedroom and down the hall. Her knees were shaking a bit, and her palms were sweaty. She knew that she would do well with this job, and even that she deserved it. And she owed it mostly to the enigmatic man that now walked her to the front door and down the porch towards her car. "Want me to swing by and take you out for lunch?" he asked her. "That would be nice, but not on my first day. I do not want them thinking you do everything for me." "Everything?" he asked. "Well, you did sort of get me the job." No. I simply recommended you. Something that they will thank me for within due time, I am sure." "Yes, but the recommendation is why I got the interview." "Yes, but I had nothing to do with the interview. That was all you." "Fair enough," Lauren said. They kissed there in the driveway and then parted ways, Lauren going to her car and Riley headed for his. They gave each other a little approving nod before getting into their cars, and Lauren felt something stir inside of her. If this worked out, this incredible thing that was still evolving between them, was this what it would be like from now on? She was excited about the new job and could not wait to cut her teeth on it, but she also found herself wanting him to come with her, to drive her there and see her off. But she shoved that silly thought aside, got into her car and followed Riley down the driveway. On the way to her new job, in a part of town that she had rarely ever visited in her life before Riley, her heart was hammering, and the butterflies in her stomach were flapping their wings. She pulled into the parking garage, and after getting only slightly confused as to where she was going to park, she allowed herself a moment to collect herself. She was 10 minutes early and, she thought, could afford a few minutes to catch her breath and settle her nerves. It was easier than she thought. This was in many ways a start to a new life. She had this new job, and a man who seemed to have come out of a fairy tale was waiting for her when the day came to an end. It was almost too good to be true. Still, she was incredibly thrilled. The future was waiting for her, and for once, it was not giving her the stink eye that so many slim girls and douchebag guys often gave her for being overweight and different. Finally, the future seemed to be beckoning her forward, promising her better things. His Billionaire Dream. Chapter 5, The School Reunion. After 7 months with her new job, Lauren had stopped thinking about Mr. Farr and the shoe store. Every now and then, she would think of her old boss and hope that he was doing well, but other than that, the portion of her life where she had worked for him was little more than a blip on the radar. From time to time, Brittany and Shelley would text her to catch up, but they had not actually seen one another in nearly 2 months. The reason for this was that Lauren was busy most of the time. When she started her new job, she really gave it all of her effort. Within her first 2 weeks there, she had enjoyed getting accustomed to the 9-to-5 grind, and came to really respect and appreciate a schedule that kept her on track. But on her 3rd week, she had been given her first complicated task, working with a few minor partners of the company that often kept her in the office later than usual. Lauren had found this enjoyable, feeling that by putting in the extra time, she was showing that she had the potential to be one of the company's best employees. After 4 months, her hard work was rewarded, and she had been given a promotion. The money had not really changed a lot, although she was still blown away by her ridiculous salary, but the new position of assistant director for local investments gave her more access to those in charge. It all went by incredibly fast, and there were days when she had worked a full 12 hours that she went home with a smile on her face rather than wrecked with stress. Of course, home was no longer the little apartment she had been living in. 3 months into their relationship, Riley had invited her to move in with him, and after some discussion, Lauren finally decided to take that step. She was thinking about all of these things one Wednesday afternoon while sitting on the front porch. She had enjoyed a fairly lackluster day at work and came home a little early just to read and relax on the porch with a glass of wine. She had made dinner, which was currently in the oven, and the table was set for dinner. She and Riley rarely got the chance to sit down in his amazing dining room and enjoy a meal together, and when they did, it made her feel at home. Lauren was not one to usually look back on her life to try to identify the areas where things had started changing. More than that, she was not one to wax poetic about life's events. But she had received a piece of mail today that had her doing just that. She sat with it in her lap on the porch, waiting for Riley to get home. She had looked at it several times, studying the cheap little flyer and reading the letter several times. And ever since she had read it that first time, she had been caught in the cycle of looking back on her life and trying to see where things had gone wrong, and more importantly, how they had very recently gone right. A flicker of light caught her eye, and she looked up to see Riley's car cresting the slight hill of his paved driveway. She smiled as the car came closer, still unable to believe that she lived here now. Aside from the one jerk in college, she had never had a serious boyfriend. To know that she was now living with a very serious boyfriend still seemed weird to her, even after having lived here for about 4 months. Riley parked his car and got out, carrying his briefcase. His collar was unbuttoned, and his tie was slightly askew. He had been very busy over the last week or so, and he had a very handsome amount of 5 o'clock shadow on his face. Sometimes, when she looked at him, she was overcome by how attractive he was, and wondered if she would ever wake up from what was surely only a prolonged dream. "It is always nice to get home and find you already here," Riley said as he came up on the porch. "Work was slow today," she said. "I came home and made us dinner." He planted a soft kiss on her mouth and plopped down in the rocking chair next to hers. "You did not have to do that," he said. "I wanted to." It was true. While she was not the greatest cook, she certainly was not bad at it. And besides, even if it was old-fashioned, she enjoyed cooking for her man. After sitting on the porch and sharing details about their day, they headed inside just as the oven timer started beeping. They worked together to put the food on the table, a simple chicken parmesan with a side of asparagus, and sat down to eat. "Okay," Riley said. "So I have to ask. What is that?" he asked, pointing to the piece of mail that Lauren had set on the counter as they had gathered up the food. "Just a piece of mail," she answered. "Yes, but you have been clinging to it. Is everything okay?" "Yes. It is just my stupid high school reunion." "Are you going?" You know, when I saw it, I laughed. The idea of going back there seemed ridiculous. But the more I thought about it, I do not know. It is almost like I owe it to myself to go back there. I am a different person, in a way. So why the hesitation? She shrugged. I did not like many of the people there. It was near the end of high school when I started to gain all of the weight. I got some teasing about that during my senior year. Well, high school kids can be creeps. Oh, I know. When is the reunion? Riley asked as he started cutting into his dinner. Friday night. This Friday? Yes. Some of my mail is still showing up here late, redirected from my old address. It was sent about 2 weeks ago, and I am just now getting it. I see. That is short notice. Yes. I do not know if it matters or not, Riley said, but I think you should definitely go. I think it would be good for you. Oh, really? Lauren said, grinning. And do you plan on being my date? If you want me to, I will absolutely go with you. Yes, I want you to go. I can pretty much guarantee that no woman there is going to have a husband as attractive as you. Or let us be honest, as rich. Ah, so you would be taking me as a trophy? No, I meant. Because I am totally fine with that. They both laughed at this, and without even coming to a solid decision, that was what sealed it. Laughing together over something that, less than an hour ago, had been causing her distress, meant that she would be going. And now that she knew Riley was going with her, she found that she actually could not wait to go. Scene break. Thursday dragged on endlessly, not just because Lauren was suffering from another slow day at work, but also because of the knowledge that she and Riley would be taking a road trip the following day. They had not taken a significant trip anywhere ever since the day he had flown her out to the picturesque field from his childhood, so the thought of going away with him was exciting, even if they were only going back to the small rural southern town that she had grown up in. But the end of the day finally arrived, bringing with it the promise of a road trip with her love and a 4-day weekend. And yes, it also brought the opportunity to revisit a place that had once caused her a great deal of anger and depression, in order to show how she had grown and what she was now capable of. She headed home that afternoon, anxious to pack and get on the road the following morning. The drive itself would be about 9.5 hours, and the idea of spending that time alone in a car with Riley was glorious. She sometimes wondered when this giddiness for him would stop. She hoped it never would, but surely every intense relationship hits its peak at some point and settles down into something more realistic, right? That is what she had always thought. But with Riley, that peak seemed to get higher and higher with no leveling out in sight. Once the packing was done, and Riley had made all of the necessary calls to ensure his affairs would be in order at work while he was away, they started getting ready for bed. While Lauren finished up with brushing her teeth, Riley approached her from behind and placed his arms around her waist. "How are you feeling about tomorrow?" he asked. "Surprisingly good. I am getting a little excited." "That is good," he said, giving her a light kiss. "I am excited to be going with you. I would like to see your old stomping grounds." A question touched her tongue, one that she had nearly mentioned at dinner but had kept swallowed down. This time, she let it come out without any hindrance. "My parents still live in that area," she said. "If you are up for it, I would really like to take you by to meet them." He smiled and hugged her closely from behind. "That would be nice." "Do not say that yet," Lauren said. "Not until you meet them." "Whatever," Riley said. "I am officially excited for this weekend." With his arm still wrapped around her from behind, she backed into him a bit more and grinned. "Yes, I can see how excited you are." "Well, that is a whole different kind of excitement." "Yeah? Show me." And he did. They started in the bathroom, pressed against the sink, and then made their way to the bedroom. As far as Lauren was concerned, it was the absolute best way to start off their 4-day weekend together. Scene break. They left early in the morning, with plans to check into a motel to change into more appropriate clothes to attend the reunion. Ever a stickler for time, Riley managed to turn the 9-hour drive into an 8-hour drive and was boasting like a proud kid when they reached the motel. While Lauren found this cute, she was too busy studying the landscape as they entered her hometown of Brenton, Virginia. The layout of the place was exactly the same, but a heck of a lot had changed in the 8 years she had been away. She had caught glimpses of it here and there when she would come home for the holidays, but she had never actually watched it roll by from a passenger seat. It was like watching one long pan shot from a movie about the more financially depressed regions of the country. The tiny little diner/ice cream shop that she had loved as a child had been closed down sometime within the last few years, its windows boarded up because the building was far too old and decrepit to sell. The same was true of the hardware store and the little family-owned craft store. With a population of less than 3,000, Brenton had never been set up for major success. And as the economy had struggled and most people purchased things on the internet, towns like Brenton had suffered. In fact, Lauren thought Brenton was a classic example of it. As they passed through Main Street and saw the abundance of closed businesses and condemned buildings, she found it hard to imagine that the town's only motel was still standing. Sure, Brenton was located directly in the center of a lot of trucking routes through the south, but it seemed like too small of a place for a motel. Thinking this, Lauren got uneasy for the first time. How would Riley react to holding up in a place as simple and plain as Brenton's dinky little Sunshine Lodge, the cheesy name for the town's motel? "What is wrong?" Riley asked from the driver's seat. "Nothing," she said. "It is just getting real now, you know?" "You going to be okay?" he asked. She reached over the car's console and took his hand. "Yes. I might just need to Velcro you to my side tonight though. Let me know how you plan to do that, and I would be more than happy to help." As he said this, the Sunshine Lodge came into view around the corner. It was just beyond the outskirts of Brenton, and it was as if it thought its seedy rooms were too good for Brenton. Any other time, she figured it would be just as abandoned as any other building in the area, but this weekend it would likely be filled for the reunion. It then occurred to her that she could easily be making far too much of the reunion. Her high school was not exactly the type where the students exhibited school pride. The more she thought about it, the more she thought the chances were good that not that many people would show up. She was beginning to feel stupid for coming herself. Stepping out of the car and actually placing her feet in Brenton made her feel oddly nostalgic. It was an entirely different feeling than simply driving through the town. Outside of the car, it was like she could feel the memories of her past trying to press down on her. 3 minutes later, they checked into room 15. The man at the desk had confirmed what Lauren had originally thought. A lot of the rooms had been booked for the reunion. So much for the hope of a small crowd, she thought. Inside the room, she sat on the edge of the queen-sized bed and looked around. "Sorry," she said. "For what?" Riley asked. "Sorry that this is the best my hometown has to offer in terms of lodging." He chuckled and shrugged. "I have seen worse. Trust me. This is rustic. It is quaint." "You are too kind." He looked at his watch and said, "Okay, so we have 2.5 hours. I am going to grab a shower. Maybe we can grab something to eat before the reunion?" "Sure," she said. "But your choices are going to be very limited. I will take what I can get. Is not Southern cooking supposed to be good?" She smiled and said, "Depends on where it comes from." "We will see," he said, removing his shirt as he headed for the bathroom. "You want some company in there?" she asked. She regretted asking him the question as soon as she asked it. She was definitely the more sexually aggressive one in the relationship. She had only had 2 partners before him, and none of them had come remotely close to his physical attractiveness, raw energy, and prowess in the bedroom. They had been dating for more than 7 months now, and it was still rare that 2 days had passed without them being intimate. Usually she was the instigator, and even when he was tired from a 15 or 16-hour day at work, he always obliged. And now was no different. "Of course," he said, unbuttoning his pants to emphasize the point. She grinned and got up from the bed, following him. The shower was small, and she instantly felt big. She had lost a little weight since they had become an item, but not much. She was down to 210 pounds, and the little bit of weight she had lost had not been on purpose. She figured it was the hectic lifestyle and crazy job she now had. She almost turned away, thinking of playfully taking her invitation back. But by then, he was reaching out to her and wrapping his arms around her. And by that point, it was too late. They were playful as everything played out. They got risque with soap, and there was a lot of giggling and nearly juvenile groping. But that slowly dissolved into a heat that existed between them, that Lauren still found almost supernatural. What followed needed no words, only the quiet dark and each other. They gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in shared closeness and connection, until the intensity carried them through to its natural end. In the afterglow of it, they dressed slowly in the small motel room. Lauren tried to pretend that she really did not care how she looked. Who in the world was she trying to impress? You know the answer to that, she thought to herself. Everyone. You want some sort of do-over or repentance for those miserable last few years of high school. It was an ugly truth, but it was still the truth. As she fussed over her hair, she saw Riley peeking at her. He was already dressed and of course looked flawless. He was wearing a simple button-down shirt and a pair of casual khakis. The shirt was unbuttoned just enough at the top to give an indication of what the rest looked like. "You look beautiful," he said. "And if I can be so bold, I think you are trying too hard." "I know," she said. "I hate that this is such a big deal to me." "It is going to be okay," he said. "You are strong as anything for doing this. One night, and no matter how it goes, are you really even going to remember it a year from now?" It was a good point. She looked herself over one more time and shrugged. "Okay," she said. "Let us go." They walked out into the parking lot, where dusk had fallen. The parking lot was nearly full now, as other guests had come to check in for the reunion. She looked at the man at her side and felt a bit more confident. Even if the people she had once known still saw her as the chubby and awkward Lauren that had finished out high school here, the man on her arm was sure to make up for something. "Give yourself some credit," she thought. "You have done so much in the last year of your life. Face it, girl, you might be a little big, but you kick some serious tail." She nearly giggled at that thought as she got into Riley's car. "What is that for?" Riley asked. "What?" "That smile," he said. "Nothing," she said. "Just talking to myself." "You might want to get that out of your system before you get back around all of the people you went to high school with." "Ah, shut up," she said, giving him a playful nudge. "Hey," he said. "What?" "I love you." It was not the first time he had said it to her, but it still had the same electrifying effect. "I love you too," she said. "Now let us go on this high school reunion." He gave her a nod and pulled out of the Sunshine Lodge parking lot, headed down a road that Lauren had not thought of much over the last 10 years. Scene break. Brenton Campbell High School was actually a fairly beautiful building. It had been built in the early 1900s, and when Lauren had attended, the building had been billed as one of the county's premier attractions. The exterior of the building and the well-built hallways was about where all of the greatness ended, though. The high school had never produced a football team that had made it to the playoffs, and the soccer teams had stopped participating in the state league altogether in the late 1990s because they never had enough students to fill a team. The dropout rate was a little above the state average, as was teen pregnancy and drug use. Of those that graduated from Brenton Campbell, about 50% of them never pursued any form of higher education. About 70% did settle for 2 years at the community college, and that was it. "I will not lie," Riley said. "This looks more like some building out of a horror movie, rather than a high school." She nodded. "It sort of does. But it was always heralded as this really beautiful building. This is Southern Virginia. Architecture from the old days is a big deal." "Ah," he said. "It does have its charm. I was just trying to break the ice." "No need," she said. "I think I am going to be okay." "Good," he said, reaching over to give her hand a squeeze. They parked in the back lot, where the seniors and the faculty parked during the school year. There were a few people making the small walk between the parking lot and the school's front entrance. Lauren tried to see if she knew any of the faces, and while a few did look familiar, she was having a hard time thinking of any names. They got out of the car and followed the thin trail of people that were headed inside. Some of them were dressed to the nines, while others had felt that a t-shirt and jeans were appropriate. As for Lauren, she was wearing a low-cut dress that went down to her knees. It was a cute blue and white number that she had purchased with her first paycheck from her new job. She had bought it just a bit too small, promising herself that she would be able to fit into it within a few weeks. They walked into the school and came to a table that was set up just inside the front doors. 2 people were sitting at the table, offering those that came in sticker name tags and a Sharpie. Lauren and Riley filled theirs out and walked past the table towards the gymnasium, where the reunion was being held. As they made their way down the hall, Lauren saw a few people here and there but did not recognize any of them. But then, as they were about to head into the gym, a screeching woman's voice from behind her nearly made Lauren shout out in surprise. "Lauren?" the voice asked, nearly in a scream. Lauren turned around and saw a tall, slender woman coming out of the women's bathroom. Lauren recognized the woman right away as one of the few true friends she had had in high school. Sadly, Lauren had not thought of her recently. "Missy Tanner!" Lauren yelled. The 2 women went running for one another and embraced in the hallway. "How have you been?" Missy asked. "Pretty good," Lauren said. "You?" "Great. I am dateless tonight, and I am surprisingly okay with it. And I have not been able to say that in a long time." "Where are you living now?" Lauren asked. "Roanoke. A nice little 3-hour jaunt away." "A safe distance then," Lauren said. The women laughed for a moment, before Lauren turned her towards Riley. "Well, I am the opposite of you," she said. "I rarely have dates, but this is mine for the night." Missy did a poor job of hiding her surprise. She stared at Riley for a moment, her eyes wide and impressed. "Good grief," Missy said. "Forgive me for saying so, Lauren, but goodness. Way to go." Riley smiled at her and offered her hand. "Riley Thompson," he said. "Nice to meet you." "Same here," Missy said. "So, are you 2 dating, or just together for the night?" "We are dating," Lauren said proudly. "I would say we are doing a little more than dating," Riley said. Lauren blushed and added, "We have been living together for a few months." Missy still looked perplexed, but genuinely happy for her old friend. "Well, let us get in there right away," Missy said. "With something like him on your arm, you should not waste any more time before showing him off." Missy led them into the gymnasium, where about 60 other people were already gathered. A DJ was set up in the corner, playing hits from the early 1990s. Currently, Santa Monica by Everclear was playing. On the opposite side of the gym, a large folding table had been set up and served as the bar area. A woman stood behind it, currently mixing a drink from the numerous liquor bottles that rested on a smaller table behind her. As they stepped further inside, Lauren started to see a few faces that looked familiar. There was Amy Pascal, the head cheerleader. There was Malcolm Highsdale, the star basketball player. She took in these older faces from the past and realized how surreal it was. Why in the world did people join together for reunions anyway? To compare themselves to those they grew up with? To non-verbally describe how much better their lives were than their peers? It seemed very sad. And as she came to this realization, she saw a face in the crowd that she had nearly forgotten. And as she recognized it, she wished she had forgotten it entirely. Jason Gelman looked just about the same as he had when he had graduated. The last Lauren had heard when she had still been in college was that Jason had made it to UNC on a football scholarship but then got kicked out on drug charges. The woman who was with him looked bored, and maybe even a bit angry that she was being forced to endure this reunion. Jason caught Lauren looking and gave her a devious grin. She looked away quickly, fuming and uncomfortable. During their senior year of high school, Jason came to a party that Lauren had been attending, which was odd because they did not hang out in the same crowds. Before the night was over, he had flirted with her, and they had ended up in the back of his car. The most that happened was that she had gotten a hickey, and he had been awarded with her hands down his pants. The following Monday at school, Jason explained the situation away by saying that Lauren was drunk and assaulted him. Because she was much heavier than he was, he had not been able to fight her off, and since he was not the sort to hit a woman, what was he supposed to do? Besides, he had quipped that the poor big girl needs some love, right? The ridicule had lasted about 6 weeks, but had died down by the time they graduated. Lauren rarely thought about Jason and the troubles he had caused. It just was not worth it. But here he was, leering at her from across the same gym she had once played volleyball in. "You okay?" Riley asked. "Yes," she said. "Just saw a face that brought up some bad memories." "So let us stay away from crap like that," he said, pulling her close. From beside them, Missy said, "Get a room already?" "We have one," Lauren said. "I bet you do." This helped erase the tension of seeing Jason and Lauren, and they were able to make it through the next hour or so without feeling awkward or uneasy. She even had a great time, something she had not been expecting at all. She saw several old friends who seemed thrilled that she had shown up. They shared updates on their lives, and Lauren was very glad to see that a lot of them had managed to make it out of Brenton. Also, whenever she glossed over her job, Riley was there, always making sure to claim all of the credit that she deserved. Through it all, unsurprisingly, Lauren saw that just about everyone did a double take when they saw her and Riley together. One man that she saw even knew who Riley was, as he was big into the stock market and kept up with financial news. By the time the first hour of the reunion had passed, the news of Lauren's success and her semi-famous date made the rounds through the gym and was the talk of the party. She took all of the attention as well as she could, glad that the gym was slightly darkened so everyone would not see her blush. "You are so popular," Missy said, feigning the tone and attitude of a snobby teenage girl. "I bet you are really such a jerk." "I have been called worse," Lauren said, and the two women laughed. The party was in full swing, and she was rather glad that she and Riley were comfortable enough not to have to be stuck to one another, even though she had made the Velcro joke earlier. She spent time bouncing back and forth from friend to friend, getting reacquainted, while Riley was trapped in a corner, speaking to several people who were asking him for financial advice. He gave her a thumbs up when she peeked in on him, and she was happy that he seemed to be enjoying it. She spent most of her time with Missy as she made the rounds. They had been particularly close during the last 2 years of school. They did not have much in common, but had a tremendous amount of fun. Missy had been overly athletic, but had also been very involved in church, and had remained a virgin through high school, making her instantly unpopular. As Lauren started to gain weight, and thanks to jerks like Jason Gelman, became something of an in-joke in school, she started to have fewer and fewer friends. So it made sense that the two of them were feeling so connected, in the midst of all of the familiar faces. It was just after 9 o'clock when Lauren found her second rum and coke empty. She headed back to the little bar area with Missy and ordered another. The DJ was playing Name by Goo Goo Dolls now, and the overall vibe of the party was incredibly vibrant and happy. As Lauren waited for her drink, she noticed someone coming in on her right, sliding up next to her. By the time she realized who it was too late to turn away. "How are you, Lauren?" Jason Gelman asked. She turned towards him, but only half looked at him. "Jason. How are you?" "Not as good as you, apparently," he said. "Word has it that you have had a really good year or so." "Yes, I have been blessed," she said. "Sounds that way." Lauren saw that the bored-looking woman who had been with him was nowhere to be seen. She was also pretty sure that Jason was drunk. He was looking at her like something he had just stubbed his toe on. Lauren just hoped she would be able to get her drink and make her escape before anything bad could happen. Of course, that is just not the way it went. "You are no different, you know," he said. "Big shot job, some rich, famous jerk, you are being intimate on a regular basis. That does not mean you are any better than you were in high school." His words hurt, but she was no longer the weak and feeble girl she had been in high school. "Let us say that is true," she said, now looking directly at him for the first time. There was a fire in her glare, and she hoped he felt it. "If that was true, why is it any business of yours?" Before he could answer, Missy was at her side, and getting close to drunk herself, had a few cents to throw into the fray. Because he killed a football scholarship at UNC with cocaine, his first wife left his behind after less than a year. And while you are making bank in a city far, far away, little Jason here cannot get out of the grease pit of the auto garage in Brenton. Jason's eyes flickered over Missy long enough to say, "Jerk." His eyes then went back to Lauren. He was apparently very much bothered with her newly transformed life. Deep down, this pleased Lauren to no end. "Let us head back to my car like old times," Jason said. "If you could land a rich guy that every woman here is drooling over, you must be awesome in bed." Lauren could not help it. She felt her arm moving before she was aware of it. By the time she knew what had happened, the sound of her slapping Jason in the face had already sounded out, temporarily breaking the beat of Dr. Dre's "Let Me Ride." Jason's response was nearly instantaneous. He actually smiled at her, and took one huge stride directly towards her. His hand went to her arm, not in a rough way, but still uninvited all the same. "You can probably get away with that in your big city," he said. "But here, a man will kick your behind for that." Another voice joined in, and hearing it made Lauren's heart soar very suddenly. "Kicking a woman's behind means you are not much of a man at all." It was Riley's voice, and he suddenly stepped between Jason and Lauren. "So let us say you back off before you get yourself embarrassed." Jason smirked at Riley, unmoving. "What are you going to do? Throw your heavy wallet at me?" "No," Riley said. "Just a right hook. Back off and it will not happen." Jason seemed to consider it for a moment, and then shrugged. "Hey man, whatever. You are into heavier chicks, so that is your choice. I do not." Jason faked Riley out, cutting himself off and throwing a hard right hand at Riley. It landed to the left of Riley's mouth, and might have done some real damage if Jason had not been so drunk. As it was, the blow only caused Riley to stumble back a bit. Jason advanced to throw another punch, but Riley was much faster and more coherent. He threw out a right-handed jab that caught Jason right between the eyes. Jason's eyes grew wide, and he looked totally sober for a moment. He stumbled and then kept coming forward. He threw a punch that Riley easily dodged, countering with another right. This time, Riley's punch connected with the side of Jason's head. He spun around and fell to the floor. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Jason got up slowly, his bottom lip bloodied. He sneered at Lauren and Riley, but the defeated look in his eyes was proof that he was not going to cause any more trouble. Resigned to the fact that he had been beaten, and unlike high school 10 years before, he did not have many friends who would take his side in the watching crowd. He then cast his eyes to the floor, and walked to the doors in a hurried sort of slouch. He made a dramatic scene by kicking the door open and stumbling out into the hallway. Someone in the crowd started laughing, and a few others made more cheering noises. "You okay?" Riley asked. "Yes," she said. "Are you?" "Yes," he said, although he was massaging his wrist. As they spoke, a few of the spectators came up to him and patted him on the back. Someone placed a beer in his hand and said, "You are my hero, dude." 7 months together, and this has not come up somehow, she said. "But how many fights have you been in?" "Including this one?" "2. And I lost the other one, pretty badly. I was in middle school, and thought it would be safe to pick on the smallest kid on the baseball team. Bad call." "Whatever," Missy said, interjecting. "You looked like you knew what you were doing." Suddenly very proud and, if she was being totally honest with herself, turned on, Lauren kissed him and put her arm around him. The DJ started playing Inside Out by Eve 6, people started talking again, and the party went back into full swing. Lauren was more jubilant to speak to her old friends now, but she knew without a doubt that the man on her arm was far superior to any of the friends or memories she had had while in high school. Scene break. They left the reunion shortly after 11. Some of those in attendance had started to get a little too drunk, and other concerned parties started organizing designated drivers and calling cabs. Riley, who only had too much to drink on very special occasions, had only had 3 beers in the course of the 4 hours they had been there, and figured he could handle the 12-mile drive back to the Sunshine Lodge. They made it back safely and without incident, but only after a prolonged goodbye from Missy in the parking lot. She and Lauren exchanged numbers, gave a series of final hugs, and then parted ways. As they pulled into the parking lot, Riley looked over and smiled at her. She was not drunk, but she was extremely close. "How you doing over there?" he asked. "Feeling good," she said with a little laugh. "I know we already defiled the shower, but I think you might have to put me to bed. And by putting me to bed, I mean get on top of me." She had a tendency to get very forward when she had too much to drink. Riley thought it was cute, but Lauren was always embarrassed the morning after. "Well then," Riley said, "I guess we should get inside." They went to the room, and just as the door closed behind them, she was standing next to him. She kissed him hard and pressed him against the door. He returned the kiss with equal passion, and she started to writhe against him a bit. Just as it was getting hot and heavy, though, she started to giggle. "What is it?" he asked, their mouths still pressed together. "I am so sorry," she said. "I think I had a little too much to drink. I have to pee really bad." They both bellowed with laughter. Riley honestly did not mind. After 7 months together, 4 of which had been spent under the same roof, things like needing to pee before or after closeness were just common occurrences. Sure, the passion was definitely still there between them, but the blemishes of real life had also crept in. Lauren went to the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Riley plopped down on the bed and looked at his right hand. The knuckles had swollen a bit, but the ache he felt was nothing compared to the absolute pleasure he had taken from punching that cretin in the face. He had never quite felt anything like it before in his life. A few moments later, Lauren came back into the room. Her demeanor seemed to have changed a bit. She came over to him and placed her hands around his waist. She pulled him close and looked him in the eyes. "No one has ever done that for me before," she said softly. "Done what?" he asked. "Fought for me." "Oh. Well, that guy was being a jerk. He deserved it. If I had not done it, I am sure someone else would have before the night was over." "Probably so," Lauren said. "But that is beside the point. You know what I mean. Do not try to wriggle out of my compliment." He nodded. "Okay. Yeah, I fought him because he was disrespecting you. You do not deserve that. No woman really deserves that." She kissed him again, and then nodded towards the bed. "Bedtime," she said. "No clothes in the bed, mister." "Yes, ma'am," he said, reaching to the back of her dress and slowly pulling down the zipper. Scene break. The following morning, they slept in until 10 o'clock in the morning. It was the first time they had been allowed to enjoy such a luxury in more than 6 months. As Lauren showered, Riley went out to get coffee and breakfast. He returned just as she was firing up her laptop with bagels and 2 cups of steaming coffee. "Emails to answer?" he asked, nodding towards her laptop. "Yes. And a quick report to get out." "Sounds good. I have about 50 unread emails I need to get through. How about we do work stuff until lunchtime, and then you go ahead and give your parents a call?" She smiled at him as she went to spread cream cheese on her bagel. "You really want to meet them, huh?" she asked. "I do," he said. "The last time I met a girl's parents, we were on the way to prom." "Wow. Why is that?" He shrugged. "The few long-term relationships I have had were with women that were distanced from their families. I have met a few siblings, but never a parent." "Weird," she said. "And you are sure you want to break that streak with mine?" "Sure," he said. "Unless you are uncomfortable with that." "No, that is fine," she said with some hesitation. "It is just that, well, my parents can be a little much sometimes." "Is not that the case with everyone's?" he asked, now getting out his own laptop. "Okay," she said with a nervous smile. "You asked for it, so I will grant it. It is the least I can do for the man that defended me last night. I beat up a guy that was pretty hammered," he said. "I would not think too much of it." "Shut up and take a compliment already," she said, slapping him on the bottom as he passed by her to set his laptop up on the bed. They shared a brief kiss, and then spent their Saturday morning answering work emails. It was inconvenient, but Lauren was happy to do it. She had never seen herself as the type of woman who would be a workaholic, but she loved her job, and even now, less than a year into it, she could easily see herself doing this sort of work for the rest of her life. She was good at it, and more importantly, those above her in the organization also saw it in her. As they worked side by side, Lauren started to get a little antsy about introducing Riley to her parents. As a teen, her parents had embarrassed her to no end. Her father was a cheapskate and far too protective of her, and her mother had a tendency to drink a little too much. As she got older, Lauren learned that these two things had gone hand in hand. Her father had been a cheapskate because his job had not paid well, and without much education, he was sort of stuck in his job at the local lumber yard. Her mother's drinking was simply how she had coped with the financial struggle, and since it kept her in a mostly jovial mood, her father had put up with it. Of course, as a child, she had never truly understood this cycle. She had just seen her mother as the drunk woman who sang loudly when Lauren had company over, and she had seen her father as the man who raised heck whenever Lauren had spent money she had earned from her high school job at the supermarket on clothes or entertainment. Still, Lauren knew that she had never wanted for anything. Her parents provided as much as they could, and she loved them dearly. That had never changed. But it still did not make it any easier to get beyond the nerves that came up when she thought of taking Riley to their home to meet them. As they had planned, they both finished up work shortly after noon. Riley had been forced to hop on a phone call, but he was still on it when Lauren finished up her work. With her laptop closed and Riley still on the phone, standing out on the walkway outside of their room, Lauren grabbed her cell phone. She pulled up her parents' number, and her finger hovered there for a while. With a sigh, she pushed it. She brought the phone to her ear, and her mother answered on the third ring. "Hello?" she asked. "Hey, Mom?" "Well, hi, stranger," Samantha Hughes said. Even when she was not drinking, her voice had a happy sort of quality to it. "How are you?" "Fine," Lauren said, not sure why she always felt a little uneasy when speaking with her mother. "Did you make it to the reunion last night?" Samantha asked. "I did," Lauren said. "And that is sort of why I am calling. I am still in town, and thought I would swing by for a visit. Would that be okay?" "Well, of course. Do you know when you would be by?" "An hour or so, maybe." "Wonderful. And Mom, well, I will be bringing someone with me. Is that okay?" "Someone?" she asked. "Yes." "A male someone?" her mom asked, amusement in her tone. "Yes." "Did you meet someone at the reunion?" "No. This is a guy they first met back home. We have been dating for about 7 months now." To call what they had dating felt almost like a disservice, but she was not about to get into the depths of it with her mother, especially not on the telephone. "That is nice, dear," she said, the joy slowly starting to drop out of her voice. "But why am I just now hearing about this?" "I do not know," Lauren said. "We have been trying to keep it quiet and sort of private. This was not the case. In fact, just about everyone at Riley's company knew about the mysterious everyday woman that he was involved with." "Well, we would love to meet him," her mother said. "An hour, you said?" "Yes." "Well, we will see you then. Maybe we can make lunch for you." "Mom, you do not have to do that," Lauren said. "Oh, it is no bother. We will see you in a bit." Before Lauren could say anything else, her mother had ended the call. Lauren sighed and set her phone down just as Riley came back into the room. "So that was my mother," Lauren said. "Really? How is she?" "Well, she seems upset that I have not told them about you yet. And she is also set on making lunch for us." Riley smiled and walked over to her. "Is that okay with you?" he asked. "Do not take this the wrong way, but you look sort of horrified." "You will understand when you meet them," she said. They are both very nice people, very kind and sweet. But they are very Southern. And Dad can be sort of gruff. Compared to half the men I deal with in meetings in the course of a single week, he sounds like a pussycat, Riley said. It will be fine. He hugged her and then gave her a playful look. Are you sure you are not just embarrassed for them to meet me? Do I embarrass you? Goodness no, she said. It is the opposite. This is my family, and they can be embarrassing. It will be okay, he said. This should be fun. I am looking forward to it. She turned back to her suitcase and started packing with a serious face. Well, that makes one of us, she said. His Billionaire Dream. Chapter 6, Home. The house Lauren grew up in, the same one her parents still lived in, and according to her father they would both die in, was located 10 minutes away from the Sunshine Lodge. The Hughes house was located on a secondary road, sitting at the end of a short gravel driveway. The yard was lined with elms and oaks, the driveway curving around a large oak tree that had been struck by lightning when Lauren had been 11 years old. When Riley pulled his car into the driveway and parked behind a battered old Ford pickup, Lauren realized for the first time that her heart was pounding and her hands were sweating. And with this came yet another realization. This was the first time she was actually bringing a man home to meet her parents. Of course, to think of Riley as a boy was silly. But still, that is what it boiled down to. She nearly spoke this thought out loud but kept it in. She did not want to make the next few hours any more awkward than they had to be. Ready for this? She asked, getting out of the car. I have already told you, Riley said. I am excited for this. What really confused Lauren was that he seemed to genuinely mean it. As they walked across the yard and towards the front porch, he had a large smile on his face. He looked like he might be headed for some grand party, and not into the living room of two extremely right-wing Southerners that had at one time both been extremely protective of their little girl. The screen door opened before Lauren could knock. Samantha Hughes stood there with a smile on her face, and the first thought that occurred to Lauren was, goodness, Mom is getting old. She had not had this much gray hair the last time she had seen her, at Christmas last year, and there seemed to be a few new wrinkles around her cheeks. But she still looked as happy as ever, and was at least 5 years younger than her actual 58 years. Come on in, she said as if Lauren and Riley were neighbors that they saw every day. Riley stepped in first, Lauren taking a step behind him. When they were inside and the door was closed, the screen door slapping against the frame, Samantha gave Lauren a hug and then peered over at Riley. No sense in wasting time with introductions, she said. Introduce me to your fella. As Lauren was about to do just that, her father stepped into the living room. He was dressed in a white tank top and ripped jeans. The dirt and oil smudges on his arms and pants told her that he had likely been out in the shed out back, working on one of the lawnmowers or some other broken equipment. Hey sweetie, he said. Hey Dad, she said, walking to him and giving him a hug. It was odd, but there was something about the smell of his sweat and the oil and dirt that was almost welcoming. It made her truly feel at home. Mom and Dad, she said. This is Riley. Riley shook both of their hands. Lauren watched closely as he shook hands with her father. Cam Hughes was not a big man by any stretch of the imagination, but he had a quality that was far more intimidating than a large stature. He had a cold stare and a look about him that seemed to demand respect. Lauren was relieved to see that her dad smiled at him. And just like that, the tension that she had felt during the short drive between the Sunshine Lodge and her childhood home was broken for the time being. Scene break. Lauren had secretly been hoping that her mother would make her chicken salad for lunch. It was a staple of the Hughes household, and had always been a highly requested item at potlucks and community functions around Brenton. Lauren was not disappointed when they all entered the kitchen, and there was a large bowl in the center of the table. There were also rolls and an assortment of vegetables. Lauren felt a pang of sweet familiarity at the sight of the sliced red tomato, as she was certain it had been very recently plucked out of her mother's little garden in the backyard. Lauren sat down in the same seat she had taken while living here, and Riley took the seat beside her. While her father walked to the bathroom to wash his hands, Lauren was not at all surprised when her mother essentially started asking question after question. "So Riley, I might as well ask you how you two met because Lauren tends to skip the details." Lauren panicked for a moment. The summary of how they met might make Riley sound pretty bad. "Oh well, I met her when I was trying to buy out this old man's shoe store and essentially put him out of business. In the middle of all of that, Lauren and I fell in love, and here we are." But she knew that Riley was great at speaking eloquently on the fly, and as he answered the question, she found that now it was no different. "I met Lauren while I was visiting a client," he said. "Oh, that is right," Samantha said. "Is this in regards to the new job you told me about on the phone 3 weeks ago?" she asked Lauren. She put extra emphasis on the words on the phone and 3 weeks ago. They were softly landed, but they were still attacks. "Sort of," Lauren said. And then to Lauren's surprise, Riley walked her through most of the story, how he had met her at the shoe store and then how he had simply lined things up for her to get the new job. He took great efforts to make sure he told it in a way where Lauren's own successes were the highlight. She had rocked the interview, and she had quickly climbed the ladder. Halfway through the story, her dad came in and took his seat at the table. At the mention of his daughter getting a pretty quick promotion, he seemed to perk up. He smiled a few times and gave Lauren a few looks that seemed to say, "Look at you, moving up in the world." She had never seen such looks from her father, and quite frankly, it made her feel very good. "So what is it exactly that you do?" her dad asked. "I help buyers research certain stocks and potential investments, so they can." "So numbers and money then, right?" he asked. "Yes." "Say no more. If you do, you will just confuse your old man. I am darn proud of you though." "I am too," Riley said. "And do you mind if I ask what you do for a living?" Cam asked. "Not at all," Riley said. "I am in real estate, mostly in the procuring and developing of land for larger businesses." "And how did you find Lauren if she was working in a shoe store before her big job?" Samantha asked. "Well, I nearly bought out the business owner with the intent of leveling his business to help the development of what was supposed to be a new parking garage and residential lots." There it is, Lauren thought, surprised that he had been so blatant about it. "Yikes," Samantha said. "Not to worry though," he said. "Lauren here she sort of talked me out of it. She introduced me to a part of myself that I did not know I had." Lauren felt herself blushing, and it only got worse when she saw that both of her parents were looking at her with smiles plastered to their faces. "So with a job like that," her father said, "I guess you have sort of got your future all bright and shiny ahead of you. Sounds like a good living." "I do pretty well," he said. Lauren had no idea why, but there was something about his modesty that was very attractive. Her parents thankfully started to realize that they were centering the conversation on work and starting to seem a little nosy. They then turned the conversation towards the reunion, and when Lauren and Riley answered their questions, they conveniently left out the part where Riley had defended her from Jason Gelman. As lunch went on, her mother's chicken salad was just as delicious as ever. Lauren was surprised to find that she was enjoying herself. The conversation was going much better than she had expected. She had come into this expecting some sort of culture clash, but there was nothing there. It was as if someone had replaced her parents with new upgrade parents. Either that or, and this was a tough lesson to learn in such a way, she was not giving her parents enough credit. As she and Riley sat there and spoke with her parents, she got to hear about her parents' hardships as if she were one of their peers instead of her daughter. It was humbling and a little sad. From time to time, she would peek over at Riley and see that he was paying rapt attention. At one point, he reached under the table, found her hand, and held it. Her dad told Riley about how he had been forced to retire about 6 years earlier than expected because the furniture company he had been with for 31 years went out of business. He would pick up the odd carpentry job here and there, and it was just enough to get by. Her mother worked at the bank and had been a teller for the last 8 years. There was not much room for advancement, and she had come to terms with the fact that she would be doing it until the day she was finally able to retire, which might be as long as another 15 years if things did not pick up. "My goodness," Cam said after a while. "What a sob story. I do not want you to think that Lauren's parents are washed up and broke. We get by. And if we have anything left at the end of the month, we put it into an account that we will not touch until Samantha can retire." "So what sort of furniture did you build?" Riley asked, sensing the awkwardness in the conversation and instantly steering it elsewhere. "A bit of everything," Cam said. "Come on to the living room, and I can show you a few pieces." With the majority of the chicken salad and vegetables gone, the men got up and left the table. When they were gone, Samantha looked at her daughter and gave her a generous smile. "And so it begins. The menfolk talk about work while the women stay at the table and talk about girl stuff." "What kind of girl stuff, Mom?" "Well, for starters, we can talk about how handsome Riley is. Honey, you did a great job there." "Gross, Mom. Do you mind me asking how old he is?" 34. "So there is a slight age difference then." "It is not that big of a difference," Lauren said. "And who are you to talk? Dad is 12 years older than you." Samantha shrugged. "Why do not you grab some beers from the fridge, and we will hang with the men in the living room?" "Sounds like a plan," Lauren said, although she had no interest in drinking. In fact, seeing her parents in such a new light was one of the most sobering things she had ever experienced. She grabbed 4 beers from the fridge, all Coors Light in a can, the only thing she could ever remember her parents drinking, and joined her mom as they walked into the living room. When they got there, she saw Riley on his hands and knees, admiring the grooves and detail in the legs of the coffee table that sat in the center of the room. The effort he was putting into pleasing her father meant almost as much to her as the proud look on her father's face. She wondered how long it had been since he had felt that. "And how much would a table like this have gone at your shop before it closed?" Riley asked. "About $600. "That is a great deal," Riley said. "This is really nice. Better than the IKEA stuff lazy people like me tend to buy all of the time." "Thanks," Cam said. "Do you have more?" "Well, there is a bureau in my bedroom, Lauren's old headboard from when she was a little girl, and then a few odds and ends outside in my shed. Cabinets and things like that." "I would like to see those," Riley said. And because he was so good at speaking to people, Lauren could not tell if he was being sincere or just trying to really grease the wheels with her dad. "Well, come on then," Cam said. As the men walked out of the living room, taking the beers from Lauren, Riley asked, "Do you mind?" "No," she said. "My mom and I will just hang out in here and talk about you." "Good," he said. He leaned in, kissed her on the side of the face, and then whispered in her ear. "Maybe leave out the naughty stuff," he said. Lauren gave him a playful shove out of the living room and watched him go. When he and her dad were out of sight and heading through the back door of the house, she had forgotten about the god-awful creaking noise that door made. Her mother's voice spoke softly from beside her. "You love him, do not you?" she asked. "Yes, I do," Lauren said without any hesitation. "A lot?" "Be careful around a man like that," Samantha said. "He seems, well, perfect." "Yes, he sort of does," Lauren said. "Is he good to you?" "More than I deserve," she said. "Whatever," Samantha said. "You deserve the very best. And from what I can tell so far, it seems like that is what you are getting. I am happy for you, honey." Lauren's smile widened, and she found herself wiping a tear of joy from her eyes before her mother got a chance to see it. Scene break. 2.5 hours later, Riley was driving his car up the gravel driveway back toward the secondary road. It was 4:30 in the afternoon, and they figured if they could start driving now, they could probably be back home around midnight. "You know," Riley said, "I wonder if we should maybe stay another night here. I am not sure I have 9 hours of driving energy in me. What do you think?" "Another night in the Sunshine Lodge?" she asked. "Yes. Why not? If that is what you want." But let me tell you, Brenton has no nightlife. It will just be you, me, and whatever reruns or movies we can find on the television at the motel. Sounds fine to me, he said. But another thing I was thinking about might be even more fun. What is that? Well, you know how I took you to my field when we started dating? Yes, she said. She could still see the field that Riley had called his sanctuary in her mind's eye. It had been his secret place, where he had retreated to when life got hard and he needed to be alone. His sharing that with her had been one of the more romantic things anyone had ever done for her up until that point in her life. What was the equivalent of that for you? Did you have a secret place you went to when you were a kid? She did. And when she brought it up in her mind, her heart warmed and she felt the need to cry. How have I not thought of that for so long? I had nearly forgotten about it. Yes, she said. Take me there, he said. I would like to see it. I would do, Lauren said. It has been a while. The car was parked at the top of her parents' driveway. Smiling, Riley looked both ways and said, "Where do I go?" "Turn left," she said. Riley did, turning back out onto the secondary road and through a series of fields, pastures, and forests that Lauren hardly ever thought about anymore. They spent the next 15 minutes taking a series of back roads until they came to an old dirt road. When Riley turned onto it, he could not help but laugh. "What?" Lauren asked. "This is something of a milestone for me," he said. "I have never driven down a dirt road." "I am glad to be your first then," she said with a laugh. "So this is like the country, right?" Riley asked. "The sorts of things they sing about on those country radio stations." "Yes. Exactly the same." Riley slowly led his car down the dusty dirt road. There were dead fields on both sides of the road. Lauren explained to him that these fields had once been lush hayfields, but when the family's grandfather who owned the farm died, his land went to waste. From the age of 12 or so, until she left for college, this property had never really belonged to anyone. It had become a popular spot for hunters in the fall and winter, and according to local lore, a great spot for couples to park and make out. "And did you ever take advantage of that?" he asked. "No," Lauren answered. "I only had one make-out-worthy boyfriend in high school, and all that amounted to was awkward kissing. And it was never in a car." "Well then see, you make fun of me for never having been down a dirt road. I, on the other hand, can tease you for never having experienced the crude joy of necking in a car." "Oh hush," she said. "And right there," she said, pointing to their right. "That is where we are going." Riley looked in that direction and did not see much. There was an old gnarled tree and the ruins of what looked to have once been a small house. Other than that, the place was featureless. He finally saw the place for what it was when he brought the car to the end of the dirt road. It stopped several yards away from the tree in a thick overgrowth of grass and weeds. The house stood in shambles to the right, like a ghost of the land. But behind it all, there was a large pond that looked to be covered in a film of pond scum all the way across. "This is it," she said. "But it looks nothing like it did when I used to come out here." They got out of the car, and Lauren instantly walked to the edge of the pond and looked out. The afternoon sun bounced from it, but its reflection was dingy and dirty. She then turned and looked at the old tree. She walked to it and placed her left hand on it, frowning. "I would come out here about 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes I would have a friend with me, but it was usually just me. And if you look here," she said, pointing to one specific area of the tree, "you can see what was usually on my mind when I first started coming here." Riley came over to where she stood and looked. There were 2 sets of initials carved into the tree. One of them was L.H. Lauren Hughes. The other was P.W. "So, who is P.W.?" Riley asked. "Peter Warden," Lauren said. "Oh, he was so dreamy in 5th grade. Most of us boys are. Except the ones that pick their nose and eat it." She laughed, but the memories of what this place had meant to her came flooding back. Before she knew it, she was sharing some of her most private moments from her adolescence. "When I first found the place, I was with Missy. We came out here and talked about boys and school, and how terrible we thought our parents were. But I sometimes rode my bike out here without her. I would sit in that tree right there and look out across the pond, which was much prettier back then. I would stay here until I could see dusk coming, and then pedal back home. It was just somewhere to come and sort of sit in silence, you know. And when you are a teenager, you sort of need that, you know? Especially when you are a teenager who gets less popular as school goes on. A teenager who starts to put on the extra pounds as high school gets closer and closer to ending. I cried a lot out here, I will not lie about it. But it was good. This was my alone place. Riley took it in slowly, looking from his right to his left in a panoramic stance. It is quiet out here, he said. A good place for thinking. She nodded as he came to her side and took her by the hands. They shared a lingering kiss, and then simply hugged one another. This is so weird, she said. Surreal even. I bet. It was weird for me to share my field too. But I am glad I did. Me too, she said. Now, Riley said. Because this is such a great place for thinking, I have 2 different things I would like to discuss with you. Okay. What are they? Your dad, he seems like a great man. He seems like a man that takes great pride in his work. And I hate to see people like that in a bad financial place. I do not know if it is because I am blessed that I never have to really worry about money or what, but whenever I see people in those situations, I want to help. But I also see your dad as the type that has to work for his money, the kind that will not accept handouts. You got that right, Lauren said. So what if I made an investment, just like I did for Mr. Farr's shoe store? If I did some digging and found a suitable building somewhere within 30 miles or so, do you think your dad would be interested in running his own shop? The furniture he showed me was remarkable. If I did not think he would have seen it as a charity, I would have easily offered him $500 or $600 for that coffee table. And you would do that for him? Well, let us be honest, Riley said. I would be making an investment, and I would have the contract written up to make it very clear that certain dividends will come back to me, but very little. It would be your dad's business. A little town like this needs all the economic help it can get, including businesses that can appeal outside of the immediate area. We could set him up with a website, and I can have someone work out all of the shipping and other things. I would not even think about this sort of thing for just anyone, not even if it is your dad. But that furniture was remarkable. I do not know, Lauren said. I mean, you can ask him and see. But he is weird about stuff like that. And do you really want him to know that you are a multi-millionaire? Riley shrugged. It does not bother me. Would it bother you? No, she said. Not at all. So there we have it. Maybe tomorrow I will ask him. Or rather, we will. I am still a stranger to him, and you are still his little girl. I could see that in the way he looks at you. Yes. I felt that way too. It makes me feel wretched for staying away from them for so long. Last year, I only saw them 3 times and never for more than 2 days at a time. You have a life of your own now, Riley said. I am sure they understand. Anyway, Lauren said. What was the second thing? Oh yes, Riley said, as if he had forgotten that there was a second thing. Well, I have been thinking about it, and I do not get into fistfights at high school reunions for just anyone. And I also do not fly people out in private jets to cherished locations from my childhood. So I hope by now that you know how I feel about you. You know that I love you, right? I do, she said. And I love you too. Then prove it, he said. Let us find something sharp around here, and put my initials over that PW on the tree. What do you say? I say you are cheesy, but that is cute. But alas, I do not have anything sharp. 1 second, Riley said. He went back to the car, and removed the keys from the ignition. There were 5 keys on the ring, and he selected the biggest one. Use this. It unlocks a storage trailer that I have not been in for months. I can get it replaced. Are you serious right now? She asked. Of course, he said. She took the keys from him, and was dumbfounded at how easily the childhood wonder of love was coming back to her as she stood in this special place, with this special man. Feeling like a kid again, Lauren approached the tree with the key held tightly in her hands. She looked back to Riley once more and smiled. This is foolish, she said. What can I say, he said. I am a foolish man. You got that right. Still, she had never felt more loved when she started chipping away at the initials of PW. The wood was old, the tree mostly dead, so the bark came off easy enough. As she chiseled it away, he could almost remember carving those initials 16 years ago. She could not even remember what Peter Warden had looked like back then, much less why she had felt so prompted to carve his initials into this tree with hers. With Peter's initials gone, she started on RT. The key dug into the wood easily enough, the splinters and dust flying. When she finished out the T, she let out a girlish laugh. There, she said, still laughing as she turned to face him. Are you happy, Anne? The last word froze in her throat when she saw him. At first, she could not make sense of it, but within 2 seconds, the reality of what she was seeing slammed into her like a physical weight. She took a step back, her hand going to her mouth. He was kneeling, only not really. He was actually only down on one knee. He had something in his hand, and seemed to be offering it to her. The sunlight hit the ring that sat inside of the small box, and it seemed to wink at her. Lauren, Riley said, his voice softer than she had ever heard it before. Will you marry me? The yes was almost instantaneous, but it got trapped somewhere between her head and her heart. She felt it trying to come out of her throat, but she was physically unable to speak for a second or two. Her hands were trembling, and her heart felt like it might burst. Finally, the word came out of her mouth, and it sounded like music. Yes. She hit her knees, and was then unable to stand. Riley came to her in a half-crawl and kissed her. She returned it and kissed him with a passion that made her dizzy. When she pulled back, the world felt like it was spinning. In some other world, she was aware of Riley taking her left hand and slipping the ring on it. It felt perfect as it slid across her skin. She tried to look at the ring, but the tears that were stinging her eyes made it next to impossible. Are you sure? She asked. Of course I am, he said. As if to prove his point further, he gave her another kiss. When he pulled back, he helped her to her feet. They fell into one another, hugging tightly as she wept her tears of joy. Wait, she said, stepping back to look at him with amazement. You have had this ring on you all day? Yes. When did you get it? A week ago. I did not have the nerve to ask you at first, and kept putting it off. But then the reunion thing came up, and you mentioned meeting your parents. So I thought I would do things the old way, and get your father's permission first. And did you get it? She asked. Yes. I asked him when he took me out to his shed, to look at more of his furniture. Riley Thompson, you are sneaky. I know. She kissed him again and then wiped tears away, finally able to look at her ring. It was far too big in her mind, but then again, who in the world was she to say anything? The happiness inside of her felt like it would explode through her skin, and she felt like she might start floating away on waves of it at any moment. This is, she started to say and then looked out to the pond. This is perfect. Do you want to tell your parents? He asked. The thought made her even happier. Had she always missed her parents this bad but convinced herself otherwise? It was a hurtful thing to realize, but it was better realized now than later on, when it was too late. Yes, she said, kissing him again. One thing first though, she said after pulling away. Anything. What is it? The whole making out in the backseat of a car thing, she said. Let us go ahead and take care of that, shall we? As if he had any choice in the matter, Lauren took him by the hand and led him back to the car. As dusk fell over the pond and the ruined farmland, they gave themselves to the moment, losing themselves in shared closeness and connection until the intensity carried them through to its natural end. Scene break. Darkness had fallen, and despite pulling a muscle in her leg while being intimate in the back of his car, things could not have been more perfect. The crickets and tree frogs of her youth were beginning to converse in the forests around the fields, and it calmed Lauren in a way that startled her. She had gone away, found success, and met a man that she still could not believe. Yet this place somehow was still home. "Are you sure this is how you want to spend the night we get engaged?" Lauren asked him. She was lying against him, her back to his chest. The windows of the car rolled down. "I am fine with it," he said. "I would rather not sleep in the car though." "Well, is the Sunshine Lodge really much better?" "Just a smidge," he said. "By the way, what are the chances of getting caught?" She shrugged. "There is not much of a police force in Brenton. And I never heard of kids getting busted for this sort of thing in high school. I think we are okay." "Well, if you want to make it back to see your parents, I think we probably need to get going." "Yes, good point," she said. They slowly managed to get dressed, laughing like giddy teenagers as they did so. A few minutes later, they were back in the front of the car. Riley had to cut the headlights at this time, and the dirt road looked beautiful rather than meaningful in the glow. "Can I ask you something?" Lauren asked. "Sure. You understand how this all seems too good to be true for me, right?" "No," he said. "I understand how snotty people that are far too enriched in our culture might think so, but no. I personally do not see that." "Well, I feel like a very lucky woman. I am still waiting to wake up." "Why?" he asked. "You are gorgeous and wealthy. You are also extremely kind and loving. I keep looking for flaws, but—" "Oh, there are flaws," he said. "But you drove out the largest ones. And that is one of the many reasons I love you. It is one of the many reasons I placed that ring on your finger tonight." She had always needed reassurances, but with Riley they came so naturally. She even wanted to get in better shape for him, but he never even mentioned it. Either he truly did not care about her weight, or he was doing a very good job of pretending. Still, seeing him with his shirt off made her want to drop about 40 or 50 pounds. And even though he did not make her feel inferior because of her weight, she still needed his reassurance. And she got plenty in the form of the engagement ring and the brief conversation they had just had. They held hands over the console as Riley crept the car back down the dirt road. 9 hours away, their busy lives were waiting for them in tall, cluttered buildings and streets crammed with traffic and blaring horns. But tonight, there were only the crickets and the cool country air. It was like another world, and for the night, Lauren felt like she was the queen of it all. She had come back home to just visit, but had found the rest of her life instead. Scene break. 3 weeks later. On a humid August afternoon, a white pickup truck pulled into a dusty parking lot just outside of the small town of Brenton, Virginia. The lot was empty, as was the concrete building that occupied it. Faded paint on the side of the building read Hudson Textiles, but those letters were old, speaking of a business that had gone under in the early 1980s. The truck parked and 3 people got out, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men carried a toolbox, and the other carried a briefcase. The woman carried a laptop case. In the afternoon sun, a passerby might have seen the slight flicker on the ring finger of her left hand. The engagement ring that was placed there 3 weeks ago looked just as shiny and new as it had when it had first been placed there. The 3 of them walked into the building, using the side door, as the front door consisted of a rolling workshop garage-type door that had been rusted shut for more than 20 years. Once they were inside, they went their own ways. They had visited twice before, and this would likely be the last visit before the building was swarmed with construction crews, estimators, and other busybodies. Cam Hughes went around the open workspace of the old warehouse, measuring certain areas with a tape measure and taking notes. Riley set up a makeshift desk with an old sawhorse and a mildewed piece of plywood. He opened his briefcase and started sorting through contracts and spreadsheets. Lauren stood by him, powering up her laptop on the same piece of plywood. "This is the biggest office I have ever had," Riley joked. "The maid sucks though," Lauren said. They all set about their own tasks, Riley made a few calls as he looked through everything, and Lauren asked her dad a few questions as he looked around, the answers of which she placed into various emails and working documents. After half an hour or so, Cam closed up his toolbox and headed over to Riley and Lauren. He waited a beat, and then asked Riley a question that, unknown to him, his daughter had also asked him 3 weeks ago while standing by a pond from her childhood. "Are you sure?" Riley smiled as he started putting an assortment of paperwork back into his briefcase. "I am," he said. "Based on the research, it is a no-brainer. You will have no competition within a range of about 70 miles. Also, websites for custom furniture are a hot-ticket item, mostly for wealthy, well-to-do people. And the last bit of proof is the photos I showed my experts. They loved your furniture and believe that the same coffee table you previously sold for $500 could fetch as much as $1,500 in larger cities." Also, Lauren added, "This place was dirt cheap. It will cost another $10,000 to get it fixed up the way we need it, and even then it is a steal. Mr. Hughes, I have been doing this for nearly 15 years, and if I do say so myself, I am very good at it. All signs predict that I will make back my original investment within the first year. And you will make nearly 3 times more than you did at the old furniture plant within that year." "I do not even know what to say," he said. "There is no need to say anything. If you want, you can call the carpenters and the masonry workers and set up their schedules for next week. Say something to them. Make sure they are here on time and all of that. Also, Dad," Lauren said, "do not forget that your first batch of interviews starts tomorrow. Do you need help with that?" "No, I think I am good. Thanks though." "Then I think we are done here," Riley said. "For today, anyway. Now, one thing you can do for me, Mr. Hughes." "Sure. What is it?" "Can you please call your wife and ask her if she has the time to whip up some of that amazing chicken salad for dinner?" Scene break. Lauren sat on the front porch and looked out to the little 2-lane road. The traffic was non-existent. In fact, the only traffic to be seen was 2 preteen boys driving their bikes. She was looking out onto Mayflower Street, one of the most picturesque streets in the town of Harper Heights, a quaint little town that sat 15 miles to the east of Brenton. She looked out to the yard of the house that she was currently sitting in front of. From the cozy little rocking chair, she could see the for sale sign sitting at the end of the paved driveway. She guessed that sign would be coming up in the next day or so. Beside her, the front door opened and Riley stepped out. "You know," he said, "I think we could finish that attic and it could make a really sweet double office." "You are sounding pretty certain that everything is going to work out," she said. "Everything already has, for the most part." He was right. In the week following the reunion and his proposal, they had both returned to New York. Riley had spent most of that week in meetings, pulling 16-hour days. When Friday came, he had had several surprises waiting for Lauren. The first had been that he had located a great property that could potentially be her father's future furniture shop and storefront. It sat 30 miles away from Brenton, closer to the little town of Harper Heights. This was perfect, as Cam Hughes had called Riley on Wednesday to accept his offer to invest in a future business. The second surprise was that he had organized things so that he would be able to work remotely more easily than before. When Lauren had not understood this at first, Riley explained it all to her. And when he did, she was floored. She had no idea that he had been thinking such things. Furthermore, she continued to fall more and more in love with him. "I saw how you were around your parents last weekend," he had said. "And no offense, but you will not stop talking about them. I think deep down you were eager to leave home because of the nastiness of high school and the stereotypes of a small town. But I saw the yearning in you when you were with your parents. You have missed them, have not you?" She started crying then, and only nodded. "Well, I am in a career position where I can pretty much work wherever I want. So here's what I think. I think we should go back to Brenton this weekend. Maybe Harper Heights too. I think we should look at some houses, look into real estate down there. Now, I am not saying we move down there for good, not at all. I am a city boy, and I need the noise and business. But we can find a cute little house and use it as a second home. I do not see any reason why we cannot spend a week or so out of every month down there. Maybe even a month or so at a time over the summer and holidays. Riley, you are amazing and I love you for this. But there is no way I can pull that off with my job. Well, I would not have even proposed this if I had not already figured that out. So I made some calls. Maybe you forget just who pulled the strings to get your initial interview. But it is not a problem. They say as long as you are present for the monthly status reports and can be available to travel with a decent notice, they do not care. Lauren wept, throwing herself at him and embracing him. What did I ever do to deserve this life? She had wondered. What did I do to deserve this man? Maybe she was finally getting some sort of well-deserved break from the fat jokes and the snickers from the skinny girls in high school and through college. Maybe this was the universal definition of karma. Lauren thought of that night as she and Riley sat on the front porch of the house that, when the paperwork was filed, would be theirs. She still felt a little spoiled, especially when she thought of how Riley had been able to pay for it by just pulling out his checkbook and writing the check. Yet, when she had asked him if he was doing too much to try to make all of her dreams come true, he had simply smiled at her. I have got dreams too, you know, he had said. Thinking about that, Lauren reached out and grabbed his hand. They rocked back and forth, and she was awed by how normal it seemed, how perfect. So you are sure this is one of your dreams? She asked him. I think it is, he said. Honestly, I think I could live anywhere with you and be happy. I know that this small-town life was once a part of you. And I know you miss your folks. So if this is where the other part of you is happy, then yes, dream come true. And you are sure? He got up from his rocking chair and took both of her hands in his. He looked her in the eyes so strongly that it felt like he was looking into her. I have never felt like this about anyone, he said. It feels like it was just yesterday that I saw you in the shoe store, yet at the same time, I feel like I have known you my whole life. When I am with you, work takes a back seat, and that has never happened. I love you, Lauren. Sometimes it scares me, but that is a good thing. Going through this adventure with you, this house, your dad's business, getting to see the work side of you, all of it is incredible. I love you, and yes, I have never been so absolutely sure of anything in my life. Okay, she said, nodding. Okay. Now, let us get out of here and start looking for a good moving company to bring some of our stuff down from New York. Also, your mom's chicken salad is waiting for us. That is really why you wanted to have a second home here, is not it? Darn? Am I that obvious? They kissed one another on the porch as the afternoon grew cooler around them. They left, pulling out of their driveway for the first time. There was chicken salad waiting for them. And somewhere after that, there was marriage and a future that Lauren could not even begin to imagine. But with Riley, she knew that the inability to imagine what was next was one of the best things about him. The future was wide open in front of both of them. It would be that way whether they were here among two-lane roads or the busy avenues of New York. Wherever they were, she would be happy as long as they were together. Besides, they had a romance that had started in a failing shoe store and had somehow blossomed around career opportunities and her rediscovery of home. With such milestones already in place, how could she possibly be able to predict what might happen next? Scene break. 2 weeks went by, and much to long-suffering Lauren's surprise, no reversal of fortune or sinister surprises awaited her. This was usually the part, at least in those cheesy romance movies she hated, where the hero died and his woman cried for years on end. But no, Riley stayed. He stayed faithful, and her family accepted him. He did not just humor her, but loved her enough to cater to her every whim. What could such a great man want with me? She sometimes thought to herself late at night, held tightly in his arms. Of course she knew he was simply special and a great catch. And yes, sure, luck, karma or whatever probably helped too. But deep down she knew what Riley's attraction was, even beyond all the closeness and good conversation. He wanted a wife, a real woman, and a kind-hearted woman just like himself. He wanted children, and wanted someone worthy of his investment. Not a fluff girl, but a real woman who loved deeply, and would be a good and attentive mother, in addition to a kick-tail career executive. While Lauren had never thought about children before, and probably because there were no offers or hardly any decent men available, when she was with Riley, it felt like a beautiful and natural thought indeed. It was almost an erotic thought to let him impregnate her and have their baby. It was a bit surreal and even a little scary, but it could easily have been the highlight of her life. Riley sure made it easy on her too, insisting that they find a place in town, within 20 miles of Lauren's parents. It was a great place too, a hipster little place with available storefronts that naturally Riley found advantageous, he being the keen businessman, and there really was no off switch on that. Lauren's dad, goodness bless him, also seemed to be in love with his son-in-law, so grateful for his new opportunity in life, and determined to help Riley make it profitable. Of course, Lauren knew that Riley would always be Riley, and to insist he become just a little more perfect, and give up his businesses, his world travels and international deals, just so he could stay with Lauren 24/7 would be asking a bit much. The truth is, she did not want Riley to change. Only to love her, and to continue being the great man that he already was. She knew he would be an amazing father when that time came, every bit as driven to succeed in parenthood just as he dominated the business world, and yes, just as he persistently won her heart that one magical day in Far Brothers' shoes. One early morning, the sound of Riley's voice on his phone woke Lauren up. Still in bed and half asleep, Lauren heard Riley close some business deals, not understanding very well what he was talking about. When he finished his call, he came to bed and lay next to her, staring at her, smiling and caressing her still sleepy face. He told her that he decided to sell most of his other houses and properties, because whenever he was out of town on a business trip, his main motivation was to come back to his house with her, the only place he wanted to call home. Lauren closed her eyes and smiled, feeling immense joy and happiness inside. Riley has decided to finally become a family man. The end. We hope you enjoyed the first story in this audiobook. Thank you for listening to her billionaire dream. Now please listen to Love Unexpected by Michelle Love and Eliza Duke.
Eric. Thumping beats pulsed throughout the new club. The intensity of the music created an electrifying motion of energy that could be felt all over. As I looked around at all the attractive people, I felt alive. This was certainly the place to be, if you wanted to be surrounded by plenty of gorgeous women dancing all over the floor. I looked over at Matthew, my best friend, and winked. "Pretty cool party, is it not?" he yelled over the crowd. "Yeah, this is awesome," I yelled back. I was happy to have Matthew by my side that night. He was the guy who could cheer me up no matter how down I felt. Our friendship went as far back as high school, and I could depend on him always, no matter what. He used to be on the golf circuit, but his career took a tumble when he tore his rotator cuff a few years back. We had been playing together all through high school and college. The fact that he could not play golf had totally devastated him. He had not let it get him down, though. He was not the kind of guy who would fall into a depression. He was always laughing, the life of the party, and in general, his outlook was always positive. These days Matthew worked for me. He did not want to give up on golf. He had made it his personal mission to make sure that I got to the Masters, and he had succeeded. It was awesome to have a friend like that behind you every step of the way. What more could I ask for? He had agreed to work as my caddy, and having him on the courses with me was beyond what I could ever hope for with regards to a support system. It was certainly more than my father did, though I could not discredit the money he had put into making sure I was a success. I smiled as a few girls approached our booth and asked if they could come in. We had a private area with bottle service, and people had been in and out all night. As the girls started chatting among themselves, Matthew started pouring them some drinks. He looked over at me, and I nodded for him to make me another. So, your father was harsh with you today. It was not him being harsh, as much as making it obvious that he did not want me embarrassing him again on this tour, I said indignantly. Matthew laughed. He acts like you do these things on purpose to aggravate him. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I want to win more than anything. You will, buddy. Trust me. I have your back, and you are going all the way this time. So, what was his whole deal anyway? I shook my head. You would not believe it if I told you. Try me. He wants me to get a girlfriend. A fake one, and pretend that I am settling down. He said that I have embarrassed him too much with my playboy party ways, and that he is cutting me off if I do not do as he says. Holy cow, man. What are you going to do? I frowned. I am going to do whatever he wants. I cannot get cut off from money, man, and it is just until the masters are over. I just have to put up with him and what he says until then. Apparently, they are bringing in some unknown actress to play my girlfriend. Matthew laughed. Are you serious? Yeah, ridiculous, is it not? Wow, your dad does not mess around. Nope. So, this is probably going to be my last night as a single guy until the tour is over. Well, we better start enjoying ourselves, Matthew said, laughing. As the bottles kept coming, our eyes glazed over from intoxication, and girls came in and out all night long. They were all so beautiful. While on the dance floor, I was feeling so free. My feet felt light, and the music coursed through my veins. In front of me danced a pretty blonde. She started to unbutton my shirt, and I moved my gyrating body closer to her. She was stunning, and she had a huge smile on her face. Miss Blondie and I began dancing closely on the dance floor, and eventually left the club sharing a kiss. Several minutes and a taxi ride later, we drunkenly stepped into my apartment. It was a luxury apartment that my father paid for, and it was a total draw for admirers. Black leather, high-tech entertainment, all the amenities of riches with a killer view. She oohed and awed all over the apartment before I pulled her close to me. Wrapping my arms around her attractive figure, I pulled her into me, kissing her deeply. Our connection was intense. She giggled under her breath, and I realized she might be thinking we would be an item after this. They all thought that way. I had a reputation for being a ladies' man. What followed needed no words, only the quiet dark and each other. We lost the night in each other's arms until morning.
Nikita. It was Friday night, and I was hoping to forget my crushed dreams for the time being. It was just one of those days that I needed to learn to get over and let loose for a little while. I tried making light of the situation, but when it came right down to it, I was devastated that I did not get the role on the reality show I had auditioned for. It would have meant everything for my career. For most people, a reality show is nothing special, but for me, it would have been a beginning. It was the exposure I needed. What was I thinking quitting school though? The last thing I needed was to prove my parents right. I would never hear the end of it, and that alone was enough to send fear flooding through my veins. I wanted to be a movie star. It was something that I had dreamed of my whole life. I remember at around 5 years old, taking a candlestick as though it was an Oscar, and standing in front of our little coffee table, giving my acceptance speech. My parents knew I wanted to be an actress from that day forward. I stared at myself in the mirror, noticing the layers of my long brown hair curled around my shoulders. I looked hard into those emerald green-hued eyes staring back at me, attempting to change the desperately saddened look into something more positive. People say, fake it until you make it, but wow, that was hard to swallow when things were not going as planned. You look great, my sister Mandy said as she peeked her head into the bathroom door. I smiled at my sister and then looked down at myself. I was wearing a tight red dress that hugged my every curve in all the right ways. Thanks, you do not look so bad yourself. We were planning on going out for dinner and drinks. It was exactly what I needed to get my mind off everything. My sister was always very supportive of my career, and I was not sure what I would have done without her. Our parents lived in Europe, and when I chose to leave, I took Mandy with me. Mandy jumped at the opportunity, and considering her job, she could work anywhere. Mandy was a freelance writer, which gave her amazing flexibility to work anywhere. Although we shared the same emerald eyes and brown hair, we did not look much alike. She took after our father, and I more resembled our mother. Her eyes were a bit smaller with shorter lashes, her nose a bit longer, and her lips were a tad thinner. She was still a beauty, but not quite the Hollywood type. "Let us get going. You are taking forever in there," Mandy said impatiently. "Well, excuse me, I am trying not to fall into a depression in here," I said, half joking and half serious. "Oh, get over yourself, let us get to it." The great thing about having Mandy as a sister was her straightforward nature. She would never let me stew in self-pity for very long. We strolled into the restaurant chatting it up, and were seated rather quickly. As we feasted on an array of appetizers from the local Kelsey's, I started to feel like myself again for the first time all day. I could not believe the day I had had, but considering Mandy was with me, things were starting to look up. "Maybe you should start dating someone to get your mind off things." I laughed. "What are you talking about? That is the last thing I need to do. I do not have the time or the patience. I need to focus on my career, because right now it is falling apart." "Oh, come on. It is not that bad. Plus, you would have probably hated being on reality television anyway. Just focus on television and movies for now. Look at Kim Kardashian. Do you really want to walk in the footsteps of that train wreck?" I laughed and then said, "No, that was not really my goal, but the thing is, it would have allowed me some exposure, and that has certainly launched a few careers." I winked. "Ah yeah, who needs it?" she said with a fry in hand and a cavalier expression. She was probably right. As much as I loved the idea of being an actress, reality television would have completely forced me out of my comfort zone. I guess I just wanted it all too much. Jillian, my trusted agent, was working on new gigs as we spoke, and for all I knew, I would be getting a call tomorrow for a new gig, a better gig than the last one. Just then, my phone rang, and it showed that it was Jillian. Oh, thank goodness, I hoped she had good news for me. "Hello," I said with an eager and somewhat chill-faking voice. "Nikita, it is Jillian." "Oh, Jillian, I was just thinking about you. You must have especially. What is up? Do you have anything good for me?" I had my fingers crossed with anticipation of a possible audition. "We need to talk. I would like us to meet for coffee and talk, sooner rather than later." Her voice sounded rushed and intriguing. I thought this could be promising, but I was not quite sure. I decided to invite her to Kelsey's, so we could talk right then. It was not long before she arrived at the restaurant, and she sat down with a smile on her face. Jillian adjusted her glasses before saying, "I am glad this could happen so quickly." "Yeah, of course. I have been hoping and wanting good news after such a disappointing day." "Well, I guess that depends on your definition of good." The quirky smile on her face made me wonder what she was about to offer me. I laughed. "Great, I cannot wait to hear about it." "Okay, so here it is. I got an interesting call last night, and it might be something you would be interested in, but it is unusual. This gig is the first of its kind I have come across." I nodded nervously. "Well, let me hear it, and we will go from there." "All right." She pulled out her day planner where she had some notes jotted down. After scanning the notes, she looked up at me. "Okay, so here is the deal. There is a pro golfer in Miami that is, believe it or not, looking for a fake girlfriend for 3 months." "What? That is crazy. What does that even mean?" "I am not an escort, for crying out loud, Jillian." I started feeling anxiety build up. Was this what it was coming down to? I was going to have to take gigs like this until I got my big break. Jillian adjusted her glasses, showing her own nervousness. "Hey, relax. That is not what I am talking about here. It is nothing like that. He is not looking for anything physical. It is an acting job, strictly acting. He basically wants a trophy girlfriend, someone to put on his arm, have pictures taken with, parade around with. It is all a facade, he just needs it to appear as if he has a girlfriend. I could not believe what I was hearing. Are you sure? You are confident that it has nothing to do with anything physical, that there are no expectations? I looked at Mandy and she had a wide grin on her face. Absolutely not. I made sure of that when I discussed things with him. He is strictly looking for an actress, someone who can play a role properly, and you can certainly do that. 3 months in Miami? I guess it could be worse. Nope, it is quite hot and mostly sunny days there. You will love it. Not to mention, as his girlfriend, he will probably wine and dine you quite lavishly. I nodded, my interest piqued. How much does it pay? She slowly and deliberately said in a higher than usual voice, $50,000 for 3 months. My jaw hit the floor. Holy cow, that is fantastic news. I could not believe what I was hearing. Holy cow. I thought you might like that. Money is no object to this guy, and I know you can use the money, she said enthusiastically. Okay, who is he? I do not know the first thing about golf. My head was whirling with excitement and an overwhelming feeling I could not pinpoint. Eric Van Laer. Mandy responded, yes, I have definitely heard of him. He is a real player in more than one sense. Yes. Well, apparently, his father threatened to take his money away if he did not clean his act up until the Masters were over. I looked to Mandy. What should I do? You are obviously going to take it. This could open a lot of doors. You are going to be photographed with someone famous. It was slowly sinking in, and I knew this could turn out to be an opportunity of a lifetime. I turned back to Jillian. Okay, let us do this. Nikita. It was Saturday, and I was flying to Miami on United, first class. I could not help but think to myself, you are so crazy, Nikita. A girlfriend to a famous golfer for 3 months, what in the world are you getting yourself into? It was all a little insane, but it was also really exciting. When the plane touched down, the butterflies in my stomach went into my throat. I quickly grabbed my carry-on, hurrying off the plane. I could not believe how nervous I was. As I exited the gate, I saw a handsome gentleman waiting for me. I knew right away that it was not Eric, since I had already seen him on video. He was obviously someone important. He carried himself with total confidence and was definitely in charge. He held out his hand as I walked up to him. I took it, and he shook with a firmness that confirmed his character. Hi, Nikita, I presume. I am Matthew. I am Eric's best friend. He asked me to come and pick you up, he said unapologetically. Well, it is nice to meet you, Matthew. Thanks for picking me up, I said with a nervous giggle. Were all the men in this sunny state that handsome? First Eric and now Matthew. Matthew led me towards a luxurious black Lexus. I could see the all-leather interior, and it had obviously been washed and waxed recently. He took my bag and opened the front passenger door in a gentlemanly fashion. Sliding into the cushiony soft leather, I felt myself momentarily relaxing. We are heading to Eric's home. You will love it there, it is quite beautiful. The estate is well taken care of. I just nodded, trying to take it all in. I was so nervous to meet Eric, and I was not sure how it was all going to work. When we pulled up to the estate, I could not believe my eyes. The house, which was more like a mansion, was situated overlooking the ocean. The property was vast and lusciously green. The ocean waves could be heard crashing against the shoreline. It was heavenly. Who lived like this? As we rounded the driveway, I noticed the exquisite nature of the front door. Everything was designed perfectly, creating an air of wealth. I tried to shake off the intimidation that I was feeling, being in the midst of such affluence and the kind of people I knew I was going to meet. Matthew came around and opened the door for me in his courteous fashion. I stepped onto the brick-layered driveway and followed slowly behind, looking all around. As we entered the house, I became overwhelmed seeing the marble floors, lavish furnishings, and incredible artwork hanging from the walls. He brought me into the study, where Eric was sitting behind a mahogany desk. He smiled and immediately got up to walk towards me. I was taken aback by the magnitude of his good looks. His body was chiseled, which was well defined by his fitted gray polo shirt. Photos did not do him the justice he deserved. His face was distinguished and incredibly handsome. He had big eyes with thick dark eyelashes, a refined nose and full lips. Nikita, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am so happy to have you come all this way. It must be quite the unusual gig for you, Eric said with a cheerfulness and just a hint of sarcasm. I grinned and chuckled. Yes, I have to say I was a little surprised, but also intrigued as well. Good. I just want to say first off, I have no interest in having a real girlfriend. I laughed and then responded sarcastically, obviously that would be why you hired someone to play this part. Matthew swallowed hard and slightly chuckled. She got you there, buddy? You are cute, Nikita. You will have to keep on your toes with this one. Yeah, I guess she told you, Eric started laughing. I just wanted to make sure things were clear. This is a very unusual situation after all. Even having a fake girlfriend is a whole new experience for me. It is no problem. I totally understand. He smiled and I felt almost faint. It was important to keep my cool though. He had already made things clear, this was to all be an act. Let me show you around the property. Of course, I would love to see. I followed him out of the study, walking through a beautifully decorated hallway and a huge kitchen with an entrance onto the patio. The patio had a large entertainment area with a below-ground pool and a sweet gazebo next to it. When you looked outward, the landscaped property went out practically to the ocean front. It was absolutely astonishing. The three of us stopped and sat on the cushioned patio chairs to admire the view. I could definitely get used to this, I thought to myself. Eric looked over at me and smiled. So, Nikita, you will be living here with me? He asked in a somewhat rhetorical manner. Sure, thank you, I said. Of course, I was not going to deny an invitation to stay in such a heavenly place. We will put you up in an excellent Airbnb for a few weeks, and then we will set you up here after we officially meet at my favorite club. That will technically be the first time we meet. I will, of course, be behaving myself since that is what I do these days, Eric said jokingly and then laughed. Matthew was loving every minute of this meeting. It was pretty obvious that Eric and Matthew were close. After all, he was sitting in on a pretty important meeting. I will expect you to come on to me, Nikita, if you think you can handle that. Eric winked at Matthew. I smiled. I am a great actress. Flirting is easy. Great. So, when is this epic night supposed to be happening? Matthew interjected. Tonight. I would like to get on with things if you know what I mean, Eric said while starting to fidget in his seat, getting seemingly restless. Okay, I am in, I said, excited by the prospect of standing next to such a hot, rich, and what seemed to be charming man. He nodded with a smile. You will not regret this, Nikita. You are going to have the time of your life. Well, you might regret this, Nikita, but he is not wrong about having the time of your life, Matthew added with a big grin. I laughed. Okay, great. You will see a lot of Matthew as well. He is my right-hand man, and when I am working, he is my caddy, so we are around each other quite a bit. Okay, that is not a problem. Two stunningly gorgeous men by my side, nope, no complaints there, I thought to myself. Good. He will always be keeping an eye on you, so you do not need to worry about being in a situation that is not safe for you. I smiled. Well, I certainly appreciate that. It will be my pleasure, Nikita. He winked at me. Oh, I was going to have quite a handful with these two, I could already tell. Well, I'm looking forward to working with you guys. It was not a job that I expected to ever come up, but it is one that will keep me working until the next gig, so I appreciate the chance. I think it is going to be a great opportunity and a lot of fun. I have never been to Miami. You will love it here, they both said in unison. The two guys started making plans while I listened in. My heart was beating a mile a minute. I could not believe it was all going down that night. I was cool with it. It was just all happening so fast. When Eric looked over at me and smiled again, my heart started beating fast again. He was so hot that it was hard to look right at him. It was like looking at the sun. Matthew was going to bring me to an Airbnb that day to get settled in, and then I would start to prepare my role for that evening. It had to look authentic, and it had to appear as if I was the one hitting on him. He already had a terrible reputation for being a playboy. We all got up to leave, and I could not wipe the grin off my face even if I had wanted to.
Eric. We could not keep our eyes off Nikita the whole time we were interviewing her. She was gorgeous. When she made jokes, there was a glimmer in her eyes that was intoxicating. It made me want to know more about her. The picture they gave us did not do her justice. Sure, I thought she was pretty, but meeting her in person put her on a whole new level. She was incredible. She was beautiful, intelligent, and joked around like some of my guy friends. She had no problem telling it like it was, which was refreshing to see from a woman. This was certainly going to be interesting. Matthew and I were at the same club that we visited the night I had fun with Miss Blondie. Not only was it an awesome place, but I wanted to come back with a cleaner reputation so that people would stop talking about me. We got our regular booth, and the girls started hitting on us immediately. Under Armour should not be just sponsoring you. They should be hiring you to be an underwear model, a pretty blonde said. I laughed. Right. That is what I thought. The girl laughed. What took you so long to come back to the club? We have all missed you. Well, I needed to lay low for a while. Make everyone happy. I smiled at her, and she was eating it right up. It was not hard when she was making it so easy. I could have told her just about anything. She was not really interested in me, but my status and fame. I glanced around the room to see if I spotted Nikita, but it did not seem like she had arrived yet. A few of my friends came up to the booth, and we shook hands. I asked, "How are you guys doing tonight?" "Great, just blowing off some steam, you know how it is." "Are you ready for the Masters?" "As ready as I am going to be. I am looking forward to getting started. It should be awesome." "No kidding," his friend stated. "Excuse me?" Both my friends and I turned around to find Nikita standing there. She was dressed in a red skin-tight strapless dress, black heels, and she was breathtaking. Her brown hair was curled over her shoulders, and her bright emerald eyes just lit the entire room. She was the most beautiful woman in there, hands down, and the way she was smiling at me hinted at a bit of allure. She came across as ultra-confident, and probably could have had any man in the room. I glanced at my friend, and judging by the look on his face, he was sizing her up for himself. "Yes," I said before he could. "I was wondering if you would mind if I joined you. I could use a drink if you are pouring them," she spoke over the music, but with a sultry tone that was noticed by both of us. I grinned. "Absolutely, the more the merrier," I said, forgetting the fact that I had a girl beside me already. I heard a gasp next to me and glanced at the blonde. "Let us make room for the lady to sit down, please." We both shifted down to allow Nikita to sit alongside me. The blonde was immediately upset and got up to leave without another word. Nikita sat down, and there was not even a look of recognition on her face when she looked back at me. She was really playing it cool, and I loved it. "I am Nikita. My friend ditched me for a guy," she said with half-hearted relief. "So I need a new friend. Can you help me with that?" She raised one eyebrow in a very seductive, coy fashion. She was being very charming, and I almost wished that it was real. "I think I could." I glanced at my friend. "I will catch you later, man." "Sure." He walked away, looking disappointed. I turned back to Nikita. "Let me grab you a drink." I quickly mixed her up a cocktail and handed it to her. She took a few tentative sips, her eyes never leaving mine. "Thanks. So, do you have a name?" she said convincingly. I laughed. I am Eric Van Laer. It is nice to meet you. What do you say we do a little dancing? She smiled that stunning smile at me. I would love that. We got up and made our way to the dance floor, which was packed with people and blaring music moving the crowd. We started dancing very close together, our bodies getting into a rhythm. She was acting the part of a flirty woman who wanted to take a man home. I could not help but respond to her. In fact, she was affecting me in ways that I did not expect. She turned around and started moving against me. She was incredibly alluring. I could have easily placed my hands on her, in the same way I had done with many women before her. I had to snap myself out of the spell, though. I was acting a little too much like my old self, getting too close to her. It was easy to get drawn in and lose yourself in this woman. She was amazing and could captivate me as quickly as flipping a switch. The way she was moving, I wondered if things would progress past this into the evening. I shook the thoughts off immediately and tried to remember that she was playing a part. She was no more interested in me than she was in anyone else in that room. If she was coming on to me, it was just an act. But she was a very good actress, because I was completely captivated by her. My body was reacting in a way that could get me in trouble. I needed to keep my cool and remember that we were both acting until the masters were over, and then she would return home. It was no big deal. I could totally handle the situation. But when she turned around and smiled up at me, I was not sure I believed what I was telling myself.
Nikita. The next day, I got a call from Eric, telling me to meet him in the lobby of the Airbnb luxury building I was staying at. He said we were going to the beach. It would be our first official day of being a couple in public. I pulled out a hot pink bikini and a sexy-looking wrap to go along with it. I was glad that I had brought the cutest sandals to match. It was a great outfit that showed off all my best features. I slipped into it quickly, thankful that I had waxed earlier that week. One less thing to worry about. I looked in the mirror and touched up my waterproof makeup and pulled my hair up in a pink and black clip. I tied the wrap around my waist and slipped into my sandals. I was all ready to go and looking forward to a glass of champagne. I hurried out of the room and headed downstairs. I found Eric sitting on a sofa, drinking coffee when I arrived. Well, the rich certainly are well taken care of, I thought amusingly. Hi, I am ready, I said while flaunting all my curves to drive him a bit crazy. He looked up and smiled at me approvingly. You look fantastic, Nikita. Why, thank you. What do you plan on wearing to the beach? Oh, do not worry about me. I am covered. We went back outside to the car, and I put my beach bag in the back seat. He got inside as well and smiled at me. He was so handsome that I found it hard to breathe at times. It was not a long drive to the beach, and when we got there I almost burst out laughing. I assumed that we were going to grab a couple of lawn chairs and sit on the beach. What I did not expect was to find a beautiful beach house. Wow. Do not get too excited, it is not mine. It is my father's, but why not go to the beach in style, right? He said in his usual charming way. This was the most majestic beach house I had ever seen. The walkway was surrounded by beautiful flowers and plants. We walked into the foyer that had an exotic fish tank centered in the midst of marble-walled fountains. Everything was so breathtaking, I was captured by the ambiance. Off the sitting room was a massive patio that had an incredibly shaped pool and jacuzzi, with a set of steps leading onto the beach. I am going to go change. Make yourself at home. There should be some champagne in the fridge. If you do not mind, you can put it on ice. Yeah, sure thing. As I watched him leave the room, I spun around in awe of everything. What a life! I made my way to the kitchen and opened the fridge to find it fully stocked. I grabbed a bottle of champagne and found a bucket for the ice. While filling the bucket, I noticed the intricate detail of the splashback, which looked hand-carved. Then I carried everything outside and sat with my legs crossed, letting the warmth of the sun wash over me. Suddenly realizing I had not put sunscreen on, I grabbed my Macy's beach bag and pulled out Hawaiian Tropic. I lathered my skin to ensure an even tan. I had to look my best for Eric and all his friends. I was just finishing up when Eric came outside. He was shirtless. I immediately noticed his ripped six-pack covered with curly soft chest hair and his bulging biceps. You could tell he spent a lot of time in the gym, and I was going to appreciate the view. "Do you need some help with that?" he asked while watching me apply the sunscreen to my nicely shaven legs. "You can do my back if you do not mind." "I can never get it," I said with an innocent-sounding voice. "Sure." He grabbed the bottle and I turned around. He squirted the sunscreen onto his hands and then started rubbing it into my back. The feeling of his hands made me flinch, and the coolness of the sunscreen gave me goosebumps. It always felt cooler when someone else applied it. I felt a bit awkward having him put the sunscreen on, but it brought a smile to my face nonetheless. His hands were strong, and I felt like I was getting a massage from a masseuse. He took his time and made sure every inch of me was covered. "Thank you," I said, "for more than just the application," I thought. "No problem." "It was my pleasure," Eric said in a somewhat flirty manner. I turned around and took the bottle from him. "Do you need some?" "I took care of that when I was changing, but thanks." I felt slightly let down by that response, but it was probably for the best. He went to the bucket and pulled out the champagne. He pointed it in the direction of the water and popped the cork. "Oh, I forgot glasses," I said, embarrassed. He chuckled. "No problem, let me get them." He went back inside and returned with 2 flutes. He proceeded to pour us both a glass of champagne and handed me one. I took a sip and sighed. It was the most delicious champagne I had ever tasted. "Wow. That good, is it?" I giggled. "Yes, oh my goodness." "Thank you. The intense flavors can overwhelm the senses." "I am glad that you like it." Sitting out there with him was truly relaxing, and I was glad that I had agreed to it. The beach entertained the most prominent individuals, their families, and friends. It was a beautiful day, with the sun beating down on us. The sounds of the ocean filled the air. I leaned back in the lounge chair, enjoying the company and the impeccable champagne. We enjoyed chatting and getting to know one another. After several glasses of bubbly, my mind felt a little heavy. The buzz did not ruin the ability to savor every aspect of that beautiful day. At one point, he asked me if I wanted to go for a dip. He grabbed my hand and we went down the steps onto the beach. The sand was hot beneath my feet, and I ran straight into the ocean. A few people recognized Eric and came running up to him. They got pictures with him on their phones, and it was obvious that they were taking pictures of us while we were in the water together. I was sure we would see some social media posts the next day. We might even find ourselves on the cover of a magazine. I felt both excited and nervous all at the same time. Things were starting to get interesting.
Eric. We were in the water cooling off from the hot day, and I could not stop looking at Nikita. She was so attractive in the pink bikini. Her stomach was flat and toned, and her figure was captivating. She was incredibly alluring, especially when she laughed, and she laughed a lot. All I wanted to do was pull her into my arms and never let her go. How did I get so lucky that this beautiful woman was going to be in my company for a few months? I kept having to remind myself that it was all just pretend, but she was a great person to pretend with, that is for sure. I was not the only one checking her out either. She was being noticed way more than me today, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. They were probably wondering if she was some kind of celebrity that they did not recognize. Where had I plucked this new woman from? The questions were most likely circulating on social media sites. Who was that mysterious woman hanging out with Eric Van Laer? Thankfully, she was there with me and could not be taken away. Her cheeks were flushed from the sun, or maybe it was the champagne, but she had never looked more beautiful. I moved closer to her and put my arm around her, pulling her close. She smiled up at me. It was the perfect scene for photos. Two people out in the water embracing each other. I could not have planned it better if I had tried. The water was cold, so it felt nice having our warm bodies close together. She wrapped her arms around my waist and hugged me closer. "Are you having a good time?" I asked, looking deeply into her radiant emerald eyes, which sparkled brightly in the sunshine. "The best. What an awesome day." "Thank you," she said, as the waves gently rolled over our shoulders while we bobbed in the water. "Do you want to go in and dry off?" "Yes, I do. Maybe we can have another glass of champagne." I was thoroughly enjoying spoiling her with my riches. "Sure, anything you want. I can grill us up some dinner, too, if you would like." "That would be great. I should probably eat something with all this champagne." I laughed. "No problem. Let us go in." We started walking back along the beach, and she slipped her feet back into her stylish sandals. I noticed people staring at us and taking pictures, so I pulled her close for a hug and squeezed her tight. She giggled and embraced me convincingly. We were supposed to be a couple after all. It felt good to hold her close and warm her skin that had cooled from the water. Camera clicks continued, and I played it as casual as possible. There were times when it felt awkward to be that close to her. I barely knew her, and this was a scene that was more romantic than anything else. Nikita naturally attracted attention in all the right ways, which would help rebuild my personal brand, the new me, a handsome gentleman and taken. A girl approached us and asked for my autograph. I let go of Nikita, and she turned and smiled at the girl. She was completely sweet and gracious as a few people approached us to talk. I could not have asked for a better opportunity to show her off to everyone. As I signed autographs, one girl piped up and asked, "Are you guys dating?" I smiled. "This is my girl, Nikita. So you will be seeing a lot more of her around. I was looking for better, and I have found it." "Ah." I laughed. "My goal right now is winning the Masters. It is going to be quite a year." There was clapping as the crowd before us got bigger. Everyone had their phones out, and I was not sure who was taking pictures and who was recording video. Nikita looked up at me and smiled, just the way a girlfriend would who was proud of her man. I grinned down at her, looking forward to sitting on the patio with her and making some dinner. There was no doubt we would be gracing the front covers of magazines the next day for sure. There were a few squeals, and they asked if they could take pictures of us together. Nikita agreed, and we posed like the good couple we were pretending to be. These impromptu photo opportunities hopefully would get my father off my back for a while. Dealing with him could be so exhausting at times. "She is so pretty," one bystander said. "Ah, thank you," Nikita said, smiling warm-hearted ly. "Well, we have to get going. I have promised my girl that I would make her some dinner." As they walked away, I took Nikita's hand in mine, and we made our way up the steps and journeyed back to the luxurious outside entertainment area. I turned, waving to my fans, and they returned the wave, calling out that they loved me. Receiving such adoration was great for the ego. As we ventured over to the table, Nikita laughed and said, "Wow, that was intense. So that is your life, huh? Talk about a little crazy." "Yeah, well, sometimes. You might want to get used to that if you continue your acting career." She smiled. "I suppose you are right." She seemed lost in thought. She did not talk much about her career, and I did not want to pry. I was surprised she had not made some kind of name for herself. She was definitely a Hollywood beauty, and her acting skill was impressive. "Have a seat. I am going to get another bottle of champagne and get the grill heated." "Thanks." I poured us both another glass of champagne and handed it to her. I was tempted to lean in and kiss her, but I knew it was not the right time, and I did not know how she would react. Timing is everything. I walked back in the house to gather the ingredients for grilling. "Everything okay in there?" "Yes, I just got some chicken and vegetables together." "Oh, cool. Do you need any help?" I smiled. "No, I have things under control, thanks." She nodded, and looked out at the water. I had never seen her looking more at peace and genuinely happy than she did right at that moment. She was beautiful in any light, but right then she was positively stunning. I sat down beside her and sipped the best champagne money could buy. "I just want to thank you for being here," I said with overflowing gratitude. She looked at me in surprise. "I mean, I know this is a job for you, but I think you are doing a fantastic job, and I just want to thank you." She grinned. "It is no problem. I am having a great time, so it makes the job even easier. I am glad to have this opportunity. It is all very exciting for me." "Great. I am glad it is not torture for you," I said with a hint of sarcasm. "Of course not. Do you want to go have a few drinks later, after we eat?" She giggled. "I guess we will have to see how I feel after this. I do not normally drink this much. I do not want to be too tipsy in public." I laughed. "I guess we have been drinking all day. How about we hit up a restaurant and have coffee and dessert instead?" She smiled. "That sounds perfect, actually. Let us do that. Are you sure you do not just want to stay here?" "No, let us go out in public. That is what we are doing together, after all, is it not?" "Sure, no problem, whatever you want. You are the boss." I frowned slightly. Yes, that was true. There was nothing more between us than that. I could live with that, I supposed. It really was not a big deal. I just wanted us seen as much as possible, so that the word would get out fast that I was making changes and had a woman in my life. Once that happened, people's opinions of me would start to change, and that was what I wanted and needed most of all. I started grilling the chicken and glazed it with a mild barbecue sauce. The breeze caught the aroma, filling the air, which captured the attention of both of us. The vegetables were sautéed in a separate container with spices and olive oil on them. Though this was a quick meal, I knew she would love it. Everything looked and smelled delicious. I served our dinner on handmade ceramic plates I had received from a devoted fan. They had been handmade in Thailand. "This looks great. A chef in the making. Ooh, pretty design." She noticed the carvings immediately. I laughed. "Hey, what can I say? I try. They were given as a gift, and they are handcrafted, made in Bangkok. Incredible, huh?" She smiled joyfully as we ate. Her smile was contagious, and I had a permanent grin throughout dinner. I started to formulate a plan for the evening. Word had probably gotten out, so there was no need to do anything crazy, but maybe crazy was what we needed. A devilish smile crossed my face. Eric. A few days later, we entered the club and went to the private patio with the amazing oversized grills. The music pulsated inside, projecting out for us to still enjoy the beats. I saw that Nikita was talking with Matt. Matt had arrived with a few friends, and everyone was gathering on bar stools around a few high tables. Matt and I never had that much fun with women before, and we usually wanted to rid ourselves of them shortly after our needs were met. But the scene on the terrace was unique, because everyone got along as if they had been friends forever. Nikita and I were starting to become friends, which made things feel more comfortable and less contrived. In fact, it almost felt like we were really dating. Imagine that. That made the situation a lot better for both of us. Matt was at the grill, cooking up some delicious steaks while another woman was making salad. The distinctive smells in the air were unimaginable, and it was nice to have everyone together for a meal. We all fit together quite nicely. Nikita offered to get everyone another beer, which would be my first for the evening. Whether drinking or not, I always knew how to have fun and chat it up. "How can I help?" I asked. "Oh, you do not worry about anything, old man. We would not want you to pull anything," Matt said humorously. I was not old, but I was getting older as a golfer, and I needed this win. I had momentarily taken rest on a nearby leather lounge chair, but it turned into more than a minute. I laughed. "Easy there, big guy. It was just a nap. I had a roaring headache, and it hit me fast. I did not want to be a party pooper all night, so I just needed to close my eyes for a second. Yeah, Matt said mockingly. I sat down beside Nikita, brushing my hand against the side of her thigh, initiating a little wiggle, and toasted a cheer with her. The night was going to be fun and possibly surprising. As it began, I inhaled carefree and relaxing feelings. Matt finished up on the grill, and he plated the steaks. Another woman, Sabrina, added baked potatoes and a bowl of salad on the side. The meal looked sinful, and my stomach growled. I cut into the steak, and it was juicy and tender just as I liked it. Matt was a genius chef, especially with grilling. You would not want anyone else cooking a steak for you. This is fantastic. You guys did an excellent job, Nikita said while savoring every bite she ate. I agree, everyone said in harmony. Well, thank you. I will cook steaks any day for the future champion, Matt boasted with confidence as though the win was already mine. I smiled. That is what I like to hear. We all chatted among ourselves, mainly about the tournament and what there was to do in Miami. Miami had a Latin flair that could get anyone dancing and eating all the spice they could get their hands on. You guys are going to have to catch up on the beers, because Sabrina and I are ahead of you for sure. Oh, that sounds like a challenge, Matt said. The whole table laughed, and I was starting to feel like myself again. It was the first time in a long time that I was genuinely having a great time. We all enjoyed each other's company. Dinner was great, guys, thank you, I said. Do we have room for dessert? The women shook their heads. No way, that was a lot of food, Sabrina interjected. Yeah, I am good too. I think I'm getting full on beer, Matt added. Okay, fair enough. Let us get another round. Let us go swimming, Sabrina added. This was the greatest club. Offset from the private patio was our own pool with a jacuzzi. There were different colored lights in the water to create a dance floor effect. The design was impeccable and brought out the best vibe. We all got up, headed towards the pool, and slid down in. The water felt heavenly, a perfect mild temperature to feel refreshed and relaxed. Matt left to get us more beer, and the partying really started to get serious. As the night went on, everyone got pretty intoxicated. There were no awkward silences, it was just talking and laughing all night long. It was one of the best nights of my life. I could have easily had those people around every night. The moonlight cast a reflection on the pool water as the party started winding down. Sabrina ended up passing out on the leather lounge chair, looking quite relaxed even in that state. Matt stood up ready to leave. I am heading home, you guys, he said with a slight slur. You cannot drive home, you are too intoxicated, Nikita asserted. Oh, no worries, little lady. I will call an Uber. Why do not you just come and stay at my place? It is closer, I said. I cannot. I have an early morning meeting and I cannot risk sleeping in. It is just better if I am home. Okay, man. Well, thanks for everything. Have a good night. Yeah, you too. I watched as Matt swayed out the door, and I turned back to Nikita, who was staring at me. I guess we should probably head home and get some sleep as well, it is getting late. I flashed her a charming smile, then said, absolutely not. We are going to have some shots at my beach house. I will get my driver to drive us. Shots, she exclaimed. We were driven quickly and stumbled into the house. Come with me. I grabbed her hand and led her towards the kitchen. I staggered when I got closer, and Nikita snickered at me. We were like two crazy high school teenagers fooling around. The distance between us was small, and I could feel the heat coming off of her. I felt my body respond to her close presence. Just looking at her affected me. I could scoop her up and take her to my bedroom in a second. I did not even care at that point about complicating things. So, what kind of shots are we doing? She asked with a sense of reluctance. I took a deep breath, trying to get those thoughts out of my mind. Looking around the room, I headed towards the liquor cabinet and pulled out a bottle of Jack Daniels and brought it back to the island that was in the center of the kitchen. Whiskey. Oh dear, you really are hardcore, she said with wide eyes. I grinned. Grabbing a couple of shot glasses from the cupboard, I poured and handed her one and said, "Ready?" "As ready as I will ever be, I guess." We raised our shot glasses, and down the hatch they went. I took mine pretty well, but Nikita started coughing and laughing at the same time. Oh man, that was brutal. I feel an awful burn. No more shots. She began to gag, just a little. I was laughing. She looked cute as anything standing there sputtering after her shot. Sorry, maybe I should have picked something less harsh. Or maybe not. I was having such fun with her. She wiped the burn-induced tears from her eyes and stood there smiling. No, that is okay. I just do not normally drink whiskey. I forgot how strong it is. Our eyes locked, and we stared intently at each other. Suddenly, her smile faded a bit as we became entranced. My senses overwhelmed me, and I forgot why I should care about complicating everything. I could have cared less what those reasons were now.
Nikita. The whole evening had been a blast, and for the first time in a while I felt like I was living life to the fullest. I had been stressed out with auditions and with my career. I had thought of giving up and felt things were becoming hopeless, which was not like me. That night with the group, everything had been perfect and tons of fun. Sabrina and Matt had given up on the night a bit early, and that left Eric and me with a chance to go back to the house and have more fun. So there I found myself, my throat still burning from the whiskey as I stared into his eyes. There was something happening that was inexplicable, and I did not know what to do about it. Eric reached down and kissed me. It happened in slow motion. That kiss was not like any I had ever experienced. It was intense and passionate. When our lips touched, a feeling of pure heat washed over my body. The energy between us was electrifying. When the tip of his tongue brushed mine, I found myself eager to respond. He was hot, and I could not seem to get enough of his kisses. My heart raced and I became breathless the more he kissed me. Suddenly I shivered with the realization that his hand was moving up my shirt, caressing my stomach and then higher. He unclasped my bra with only a couple of fingers. I gasped as I continued to taste the sweetness of his kisses, which grew more passionate. We just stared at each other intensely. The heat between us was burning like a blazing fire. The whiskey on your lips, Nikita, is tantalizing. I grinned. I loved the way he tasted as well, whiskey or not. My body was desiring so much more than what was being offered in that moment. I had waited so long for a connection like this, and right then I did not care about anything else. I wanted him fully, and the consequences could wait until morning. We kissed again. He pulled me into his arms, and I could feel the heat coming off of his chest. This was nothing like anything I had known before. He kissed me again, and I inhaled his musky cologne, breathing through each kiss. His fingers were gliding through my hair, making my scalp tingle, and the hairs on the back of my neck rise. Every cell in my body was aching with anticipation of more. He grabbed my hand and led me out of the kitchen. Our fingers entangled, and every few steps he would lean over and kiss my lips. As we approached the stairs, he kissed behind my ears and gently moved the tip of his tongue down my shoulder to my clavicle. I could feel the pulsing of my heart through my chest and the rushing of heat streaming through me. I was not thinking about what this would mean for the two of us, and I did not care. All of this clouded my mind, and right then I just knew that I desired him more than ever. I could not have said no to Eric, even if I had wanted to. My body yearned for him. I was eager for his touch. He led me to his bedroom, where he lifted me up and tossed me on the bed. I felt his strong arms as I grasped them out of surprise. I looked into his eyes and saw the passion consuming him. Without hesitation, I opened myself to him, ready to feel his closeness. My desire was screaming for connection. I kissed him hard, indicating my willingness to give myself over to him completely. What followed was a night of shared passion and closeness that neither of us had expected. We lost ourselves in each other until the early hours, waking tangled together with smiles we could not hide. The intensity of the moment had shifted everything between us. The pretend had become something real, something neither of us could deny anymore. He got up to use the bathroom, and I rolled over in bed, resting my head on his musky cologne-smelling pillow. My whole body was warm from him, and I had a smile on my face. I had never felt that good. Thinking of his strong body close to mine was the last thought that came into my mind before passing out.
Eric. Nikita and I never talked about our night of passion. It was like it never happened. I worried that she would be upset, but she just acted in character, as if we were two people working together. Things between us were definitely different, though. We had been getting closer than ever, and I was enjoying my time with her. Things were coming to a close soon, and I wondered what it would be like once she was gone. We were out with Sabrina and Matt again, and we left them to take a walk on the beach. The night was warm, and the beach was not too crowded, so it was the perfect time for a stroll. I wanted to spend some quality time alone with Nikita, and a walk on the beach sounded like a perfect way to do that. My life had been so hectic lately that I could not even remember the last time I had taken a leisurely walk on the beach. Before Nikita came, the club scene was my focus, so visiting the many beaches of Miami rarely occurred to me. The sun was setting, so the view was beautiful. The pink, purple, and orange hues blanketed the horizon. It was captivating. We both took off our sandals and let our toes sink into the soft sand that was starting to cool from the hot day. The sand between my toes felt nice. I would probably fall asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow that night. We walked in silence for a little bit, listening to the sounds of the waves and enjoying each other's company. As we continued walking, I said, "Nikita, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you being here." She looked up at me with surprise and a slow smile forming on her face. I could not read her thoughts. Her expressions were still perplexing since I had not known her long. "What are you talking about?" she said. I know. It is your job, but you have done such an amazing job already, and the sponsors are thrilled with everything. The fact is, you did not just come down here and do the bare minimum to get the job done, which you could have. You genuinely helped me out. It has been fun having you around, and that is why I am thankful, because it could have been a nightmare if we did not get along. She laughed. I agree. But you do not have to thank me. I like being here, and it was not at all what I expected either. I was worried that it would be weird or uncomfortable, but it has not been, not for a while anyway. It is fun here, and you have helped me out as well, and for that I am grateful for this opportunity. Things are good for me too, you know. I am making money, and doors are opening for me. We are helping each other. Good, I am glad to have helped you out too. I want you to be happy. I think you are really going to go far in life. You are smart, and you know what you want. Plus, you are beautiful, which is always a bonus in Hollywood. She smiled slightly as her eyes drifted to the ground, and I could see a blush forming on her cheeks. I do not think she realized just how beautiful she was, or the kind of effect she had on me. This stunning woman was truly one of a kind. We both got lost in thought. I thought back to the night we shared together, and how much I wished we could do it again. She was so captivating that night, and free with herself. Thinking about being close to her was easy with someone like Nikita. I genuinely liked her. She was great, and there was so much to like about her. I was insanely attracted to her, which made it hard not to act on it sometimes. It would be nice to spend the night together without alcohol, knowing there was a mutual wanting without any excuses getting in the way. I was not sure how possible that would be. She had been firm on the fact that we should just stick to business. I wanted to be close to her that night so badly, but I did not know how to go about doing it without scaring her off. Nor did I want to do anything that would ruin our working relationship. She had already been so good to me so far. I did not need my impulses wrecking anything. It is 2 weeks away before the Masters happen in Augusta. I cannot believe how quickly time has passed. It was scary how close it was coming, but I was determined to focus properly this time and bring home the win. She smiled. I know. I am really proud of you, and I know you will get through things just fine. You are stronger than you think. I am glad that doctor is helping you to focus on the good things in your life." We exchanged a smile while I said, "Thanks, Nikita. That is cool of you to say." "You are welcome. You will be by my side, of course, helping to make everyone believe that our love affair is headed for marriage." She laughed nervously. It was the most awkward laugh I had ever heard. I laughed along with her, not knowing what to say. Maybe I should not have mentioned marriage. Would that be too soon? I had not dated a woman in so many years that I really did not know what expectations there were these days. Lately, I had just been swiping left or right, without a care in the world. We had to make people believe that we were marriage-bound, which was out of my comfort zone. People needed to believe that there was more going on between us than just casual dating. We would be okay, though. Nikita had done an excellent job so far, and I was not worried about her ability to convince people of anything. She was one incredible actress, and if I needed people to believe that we were headed towards marriage, then she would make it happen. I stopped walking and turned towards her. She stopped as well, looking up at me expectantly. Did she expect me to kiss her? I could not judge her expression at all. "I thought you could come back, and we could watch a movie. Maybe snuggle up and have some popcorn, keep each other warm for the night." I hated myself for wanting to blur the lines of our agreement, but I longed for her touch. I wanted to be close to Nikita, even if it was just snuggling in front of a movie. She was an amazing woman, and if there was no job, I would have made her mine in an instant. I wanted her by my side always, and I had tried to keep my cool. I had not made her uncomfortable enough to leave since our passionate night together, but at that point, I was sure she would stay the course because we were friends now. I did not want to push my luck, but if she agreed to watch a movie with me, then I would at least be happy with that. She looked up at me and smiled. "Sure, I am all for it," she said with a chuckle.
Nikita. I opened the fridge in the kitchen to get a drink. We had been watching a movie for most of the night, which had really been a good idea. I loved snuggling up against him, though I had a hard time concentrating the whole time. I could not even recall the name of the movie. My heart beat hard the entire time, and it was exhausting. I finally needed to get up to catch my breath and grab a glass of water. I brought the water jug to the counter and retrieved a glass from the cupboard. I was pouring when Eric came up behind me and wrapped his arms tightly around me. My eyes closed as I reveled in his embrace. I felt so safe in his arms, and given his reputation, I really should not feel safe with him at all. He hugged me tightly, which made me feel completely amazing. He bent down and kissed my shoulder, and chills radiated down my spine. My eyes fluttered closed, and I remembered what it was like when he touched me. "You are such a vixen, Nikita," he whispered against my skin, and I felt the coolness of his breath which left goosebumps. "Oh, am I?" I said in a nonchalant manner. "Yes, you have me falling for you, which is very dangerous." I could not believe what I was hearing. He was falling for me? I wondered if he was only playing, in the same way he played with so many other women in his life. Falling for Eric would be dangerous indeed, he was right about that. I was a good woman, and he was a bad boy. Situations like these never ended well for the woman. When had a bad boy not broken a good woman's heart? I was not sure there was ever an instance when it ever worked out. There I was with Eric tight against me, whispering sweet nothings in my ear, and I was falling right along with him. "Are you just playing with me, Eric? Because I did not think it was possible for the Bachelor of the Year to fall for anyone," I said jokingly, hoping to lighten the mood. There were sparks flying, and I did not know how to get a handle on it. He laughed. "Stranger things have happened." I turned around, and he released his grip on me, not that it mattered, because his mouth instantly met mine, and I did nothing to stop it. What followed needed no words, only the quiet dark and each other. We gave ourselves to the moment, losing ourselves in shared passion until morning.
Eric. Friday arrived, and so had the masters. The crowds were thick, and there was plenty of tension in the air. Everyone knew what was at stake, and you could feel the fear and the nervous energy all around. I knew exactly what that feeling was like. I had been there multiple times, and the feeling was always the same. I had reminded myself to focus and not think of what had happened in the previous years. The past did not have to determine the present. I had a choice. I was not going to choke, not this time, not today. I needed this win. I saw Matt talking with my sponsor, and I walked over to them. They were chatting casually, and they both seemed to be in good spirits. "Hey, Eric, how are you feeling today?" asked Daria. "As good as I can, I suppose." I smiled, but I did not feel like smiling at all. My emotions were starting to get the best of me. As I looked around, I saw my parents standing and talking to some of my peers. It would have been better if my father had stayed home. The last thing I needed to worry about was him breathing down my neck, or possibly being disappointed in my performance. Matt leaned over to me. "Relax, man. It is going to be okay." Matt could see the tension in my face. I knew I was clenching my jaw out of anxiety. I nodded, appreciating the fact that Matt could read me like a book. I started to take more steady breaths in the hopes that my heart rate would slow down and I would feel less anxious. I could not believe how many people were here. It seemed like so many more than in past years. Though it was probably just an illusion of my mind. Things were beyond stressful for me at this point. I needed to listen to Matt's advice and chill out. It was only the beginning, and we had a long way to go. I left Matt and Arya to talk while I started to walk around. Matt called out to me that things would get started soon and not to wander too far. I waved him off and kept on going. I wanted to try to find Nikita, and I was not sure where she would be. I had left the hotel earlier, and I knew we would meet up at some point. It was not long before I found her. I was completely caught off guard when I saw her. She was wearing a light pink sundress, and her beautiful brown hair caught the sunlight, reflecting light brown streaks. She was talking to a few random people, and her smile was radiant. She could not have looked more beautiful, even if she had tried. It was hard to picture life before Nikita came on the scene. She had become a staple in my life, and I knew it was going to be very weird when she was no longer by my side. In fact, imagining life without her suddenly brought about a tightening feeling in my chest. Could I really go back to clubbing and taking random women home? I was not entirely sure that I could. It would seem so foreign after being with Nikita for 3 months. I had to wonder if I would think about Nikita the next time that I was with another woman. We had been close for a while now, and thinking of anyone else made my stomach queasy. I approached her and pulled her away, apologizing to the people she was talking to. "Sorry, I need to steal this beauty for a moment," I said, and Nikita laughed as she waved goodbye to them. She was glowing, and I could not stop looking at her. "Hey, handsome, how are you feeling today?" "Not good, to be honest with you." "It is happening already. You need to think good thoughts." "Well, maybe you should think about last night. Because it has been giving me good thoughts all day, that is for sure." I laughed. "No kidding, it was great. You really do know how to make me feel good, do you not?" "Well, I try," she said, blushing. I grasped her hand in mine, and I looked around the event. There was a buzz in the air, but as long as I was with Nikita, I felt much better about things. I could do this, I was sure of it. I was determined to win this year. I just needed to focus and keep my eye on the prize. I looked at Nikita when I thought that. I did not want her to go, and that was certainly a new feeling for me. I was not in love with Nikita, but I liked her in my life more than I ever imagined. I felt so much that it made me sad that she was going to go away. I hated the thought of it. It drove me nuts just thinking about it. How long could I pay someone to play my girlfriend? I almost laughed. It was a ludicrous thought. There was no way that Nikita would be okay with that. She wanted a life, a real life. She did not want a pretend boyfriend for the rest of her life. She had a bright future, and she deserved someone amazing to share it with. I looked over at her and smiled. I leaned over and pulled her towards me, planting a big kiss on her sweet lips. I lingered with that kiss as long as I could, not wanting to let her go. I heard a long awe around us as we kissed, and she started to laugh as we pulled apart. I smiled, knowing that she thought we were just acting once again. The crowd really ate it all up, and that probably would not change. Well, I should probably get out there. The show is about to start. She nodded. Good luck, Eric. I will be watching you. Just relax and you will be fine. I nodded and walked away from Nikita. I needed to find Matt so that we could get on the green and get the party started. We were at the Augusta National Golf Club, where the Masters were held every year. It was an exciting event, and I was glad to be there. Matt and I walked to the first hole and waited our turn. If you won the Masters, you received the green jacket. It was the most prestigious reward for golfers all over the world, and we were all vying for it. Looking out on the fairway, I noticed the beautiful lush long rough and the thickness of the green. The grass was much longer and thicker on either side of the fairway to challenge golfers. I started to think about the notoriously difficult 12th hole. It was famous at Augusta, and just the thought of it gave me cold sweats. It was only 150 yards, which was quite difficult even for the most seasoned golfer. I was not even close to that hole yet. I needed to pay all my attention to every hole leading up to it. The better I did, the less I would lose if I struggled at that hole. Matt was carrying my bag. At the Masters, there were no carts. The caddies were there to carry bags, make suggestions, and ensure success. I turned to Matt, who was smiling. It was my turn to go up, and he gave me a thumbs up. He handed me the correct club as I approached the tee and got into position. I knew every swing must be calculated with absolute precision. I knew all eyes were on me, and I decided to think of Nikita. She was out there somewhere watching me, and probably casually talking to all the new people around her. She was proud of me already, and that thought gave me a boost of confidence. I swung back, hit the ball with a solid strike, and saw it heading right for the hole. Unbelievable, I just hit a hole in one. I kept my cool, but I wanted to jump up and down with excitement. The crowd went wild, and I was smiling ear to ear. Though caddies were supposed to stay calm, Matt was cheering loudly. I walked back over to him, whispered, "We got this," and handed him the club. "One down, only 17 more to go," he said with a laugh.
Nikita. Walking to every hole was exhausting, but the thrill of seeing Eric lead over the other pros made it all worth it. I did not realize the suspense that hole 12 would cause the golfers and the crowd. We stood holding our breath, waiting to see who would come out on top. I was a little worried at first. Eric chipped into the rough, but others did it more than he did. He ended up with a bogey, which was awesome since everyone else got double bogeys. It was crazy. In the end, he was 1 under par, giving him the lead. I screamed in excitement when I saw Eric make his final shot and win the Masters. I was jumping up and down, probably looking ridiculous, but I did not care. He had won, and I was insanely proud of him for doing so. He had finally made it, and I could see the pride washing over his face. He had his hand raised in the air, the club pointing toward the stars. He looked so happy, and tears filled my eyes as I watched him revel in his well-deserved win. Many people went up and congratulated him on the win. He deserved it, and I was thankful that his parents were there to see it. His father would not be able to hound him any longer. It was time for the customary passing off of the green jacket. It was a Masters tradition, with tons of pomp and ceremonial prestige. Last year's winner would put the green jacket on the new winner. Perry Davenport approached Eric and presented him with the jacket, and shook his hand. Eric was elated, even a bit tearful. I stood off stage, beaming with such pride for him. Eric's parents were there suddenly, surrounding him with congratulations and hugs. His father was practically glowing. I was happy for the whole family. His father looked very proud of his son, and I hoped that pride would last a long time. Eric deserved to be there with all the hard work he had put into this. He had finally made it. I was happy that he no longer had to be the laughingstock in front of the media. I decided to make my way over to him and congratulate him myself. As soon as he saw me, he threw his arms around me, picking me up and spinning us. "Congratulations, I am so happy for you," I said, feeling a bit dizzy and smiling fervently. He planted a lovingly intense kiss on me. I melted into his arms, not caring that his parents were standing beside us. We parted, and I looked over at them and almost laughed at the surprised expressions on their faces. "Hi, I am Nikita. It is nice to meet you." "Nikita, it is a pleasure. You have changed our son, he is barely recognizable." Eric rolled his eyes as I almost laughed out loud. "Oh, I did not do anything. He was always in there somewhere." "Well, it is just wonderful having you here." "Thank you, you must be very proud of Eric," I said, looking at him and winking. "Oh, we are," said his father. "Very proud," his mother added. She was beaming at her son, and it appeared as if they were both genuinely happy for their son. Eric turned to me and kissed me on the forehead. I loved when he did that, I felt so cherished. "Thank you, Nikita, for all your help. Most especially for believing in me." I smiled. "Of course, I believe in you. I always have and I always will. You are an amazing golfer, you just needed to believe in that yourself." "I know. But I could not have done it without your help." I started laughing. "Me too, you bad boy." He kissed me again on the lips, and then I pulled away from him, as other people started coming up and congratulating him. I watched as he got dragged off into the crowd. I had never seen him happier than this, and he deserved every bit of the attention. Tears began to build in my eyes as I knew things were coming to a close. It was finally over, and although I was happy for him, I was also very sad that it had to end so quickly. Suddenly an arm wrapped around my shoulder, and I looked over in surprise to find Matt there smiling. "Hi, Matt. You scared me." He laughed. "Oops, sorry. Are you all caught up in the moment?" "Yeah, what a great moment." I would say. I am proud as anything of him. What a game he played today. I got worried a couple of times, but he pulled through. He really deserves this win, it has been a long time coming. Yeah, he looks so happy, does he not? Yes, he does. So, are you ready for a big celebration, or what? Heck yeah, I am. He grabbed my hand and led me away. We would leave and go back to the hotel, where they had arranged to have a huge party in one of the banquet halls. His parents had spared no expense. This was a great way for me to forget my job was ending soon, or rather, the relationship that felt so real. The party was insane, and there were so many people. I often got lost in the crowd, it was overwhelming. I was pretty much on my own, except for the times I would find Matt in the crowd. Eric was busy, surrounded by all his fans as well as his friends and family. Everyone was basking in his glow and wanted a piece of him now that he was a big winner. I did not want to intrude on his night, so I decided to go up to the hotel room and relax. I needed to separate myself from him anyway. The job was over, and I would be returning home soon. There was no point in me being attached to his hip when the job was technically over. When I got back to the room, I lay out on the bed and thought about the long day. I was proud of the job that I did, getting Eric to where he needed to be in order to win. I sat up and pulled my purse over to me. I pulled the contract out of my purse and read it over slowly. I was literally flying out the next morning and returning home. Just like that, it was all over. The gig was up and my job was done. Eric did what he needed to do, and now the whole world loved him. I could totally understand that feeling. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Confused, I went to answer it, and there stood Eric on the other side. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you not at your party?" "Well, I noticed you left and I missed you." I laughed. "Eric, you should be down there enjoying your victory. You deserve it. It is not as much fun without you." I frowned as I moved back into the hotel room. He followed me and closed the door behind him. "What is wrong?" "Eric, I leave tomorrow. I have an audition for a movie." It looks like all the publicity paid off. He swallowed hard. I know. But what if you did not leave? Eric, what are you talking about? He came close and caressed my cheek before tipping my chin upwards. So much has changed over the past few months. I know this was a job for the both of us, but I do not feel that way anymore. I do not think you do either, he said with such seriousness. Eric, explain yourself. I thought you wanted to get back to your old life. Forget that, I do not. I am falling for you, Nikita, and I do not want you to go. Stay here with me, and let us see if we can give this a real shot. You can still go to your audition. You can live here instead, and let us see where this goes. I was shocked. I could not believe what I was hearing. He wanted me to stay? Eric Van Laer wanted me to be his real girlfriend. It was all so unbelievable. We had been acting all this time, well, sort of, there had been some really great slip-ups. But at the end of the day, I thought I would just go home and return to my old life. Now he was proposing that I stay and try out a real relationship with him. I was not sure what to think. I wanted it with him, I did, but could we just transition like that? No longer act and really be together, I was not sure. I do not know, Eric. This is all so strange. He laughed. I know it is. I wish I would have met you in a normal way. But here we are, and I am asking you to stay with me. I will help you get your own place. Work on your career from here, and just let us see where it goes. Please, Nikita, do not walk away from me. Well, how could I say no to something like that? I smiled at him. Okay, you win. I will not leave. Let us do this craziness and see where it leads us. He seemed ecstatic and pulled me in for a kiss. When our lips met, that same familiar heat flowed through us. He was falling for me, but I was already there. I had met the man of my dreams in the most bizarre situation ever, but we would have one incredible story to tell our grandchildren. We pulled apart and stared at each other. To the future, I said. He kissed me on the forehead. To the future.
The end. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Please like and subscribe to support the authors.